Verses coming daily under pressure. Working on applying the scheme. The true style trademark is at the edge of your dreams. I'm talking. Yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. The memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. Get the balls in the breaks. I'm talking one chance that was so close for the goal. It's one shot, now the future is yours. Let's go.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is Monday, and that means it's the best day of the week. Yeso and Tanner Metro here, coming back to you and kicking off our second week of the Razer Tournament Series here, brought to you by Esports Arena. Tanner, happy Monday, and welcome back, my man.
Happy Monday. I'm glad you said it. Best day of the week now that we've been doing this for the past month or so. Kicking off Valorant, kicking off the week correct, especially with the Razer Tournament Series. Last week, we had a huge turnout. This week, it's only better. So that just makes my mood even better.
Yeah, last week was a banger. We had some fantastic matches. We saw a huge upset. If you guys missed it, Elysium taking out the former 5-time back-to-back champs in Mamba Mode Gaming, and then moving on to take out Nothing But Pain in the finals to grab that title. That means they will have the number 1 seed this week. So very high expectations for Elysium, but Mamba Mode is back. No Nothing But Pain this week, but Phantom Troop, a team that challenged them a week ago, is here, so it promises to be plenty of action. As you mentioned, we got another stacked tournament here, so it should be a good day.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you guys aren't familiar with the format, it is going to be the same as always. It's a best of 1 until we get to the grand finals. Then in the grand finals, it will be a best of 3. And you guys can see it. Not only is there $1,000 prize pool this week, last week, and the week following here. And last week, the winners got the BlackShark V2 headsets. This week, they're going to get Razer keyboards for that winning team. So just, again, a huge turnout in teams, a huge turnout in prizing. And we've also got some stuff for the chat as well. So I'm excited for this one.
Yeah, I've already seen some of you folks in the chat hitting exclamation point giveaway. Make sure to keep doing that and enter to win some of, or I believe one of those keyboards yourselves. So keep an eye on that throughout the day. But we are ready to get into our first match of the day. We've got a ton of Valorant action, a ton of things to cover here. Let's get right into it. We are on Ascent to kick things off. First game of the day here, and it promises to be a good one. On board with Beckham here on the arena at A-Link. It's Thrifty versus Echo. We saw Thrifty a week ago, and that's going to be Snorkel Boy with the opening frag there with the Ghost Blast. Gonna get the wall bang there on the Love 2K. Defcon with the grenade. Blast gets another double as well. And that is a great start here for Thrifty Esports as the defenders will take the first round.
Yeah, and everybody funneling through that tree room there. The pink shells got some value. Defcon up in heaven, Blast and W there. That was a solid round kind of piece together. And going into this week, it's been, week after week after week where we've started to see these agent changes. We've started to see weapon changes, right? Buffs and nerfs coming through. Nothing too crazy has switched up. I think the biggest one had been the Sage nerfs that hit. No longer seeing Sage is just huge across the meta, but we see Jet taking a little hit in her ultimate. Thrifty Esports, they're not running the Jet this week. Maybe that's because of that. The Operator, another huge one. You lose that movement speed while you are scoped. The inaccuracy timing is there as well. When you're slowing down, it takes longer to become accurate. So it's hard to now place it on the agents that aren't Jet who can dash away to safety right away, as now we are looking at a B push mid split. That Spike headed up towards Market as Love 2K can find the first. The attacker's coming out strong, but Defcon got a couple of headshots in his back pocket. He's not going to let that happen.
Yep. that glitch pop Judge, and you're gonna do some work here. It's a triple, make it the quadra for Defcon, getting back over to market. His teammates will hunt down the final member, and that is gonna be the 2-0 start. So doing work here early, and you mentioned those op changes, probably the biggest nerf, and it's something that we're definitely going to be tracking throughout the day. It's that price increase, right? And it's a way that I actually really like the dev team to balance around, just try and accurately price the gun to the strength of it here. And with the 500 credit increase to the op, it makes those early op rushes much more difficult. It makes it a much riskier buy, right? If you lose that gun, it's another 500 credits out of your pocket. Here's Deluxe doing some work here early. Bake him. He's going to get one himself as Snorkel Boy was able to take out the Killjoy. And Beckham now going to return back onto the site here with the smoke down to buy some time. It looks like Echo going to look for the rotate here towards mid, see if they can get anything done on Catwalk.
Yeah, and that's tough. This is a really, really tough start to this round for Echo. Yeah, you traded a kill, but it's 2 for 1. And this is the round where Thrifty are sitting on these awkward weapons, right? We saw a Marshall in the hands of the Killjoy there, and now we see a Spectre and another Marshall here for Blast. So if Thrifty pick up this round, this really hurts Echo because they're sitting on a full buy. They've got the Phantoms. They've got the Vandals. This should be their round to win. We'll see his Blast. That shot goes a little wide. He hits the headshot there, though. Can he find another? No, he cannot. He will be taken down. The numbers advantage still in favor of Thrifty Esports, but like I said, the Arsenal advantage for Echo. This would be a big round if Thrifty Esports could pull it off.
Yeah, right now they're considering the push through market. They're playing very slowly. Doobie looking for the flank, but Peepo's going to get that headshot with the Phantom here. Ultimate from Defcon, all of those frags with the Judge, going to set that one up. He takes out Peepo's, but Love 2K going to be able to trade that one back. So now it's the 1v1. Beckham here.
Spike planted.
Working his way up with the Spectre. So it's his SMG versus a rifle. Advantage to the Sova. We'll just have to see if the Reyna can get it done. Slowly sneaking by Boathouse. That is the side Love 2K is watching. That's going to be the shock dart coming out. Beckham still walking up here very slowly, looking for the shot. He's got the arrow out, and Beckham is going to win that one. Unfortunate timing there for the Sova. That's going to be the defuse. Thrifty Esports takes the 3-0 lead.
Yeah, and again, like I said, that's huge. It's the half buy from the second round going into the third. You see the economy, even with everybody dying, they're sitting in such a good spot because they were able to save their guns from the second round moving into the third. Now, round number 4, that economy isn't quite the same for Echo. They're going to have sheriffs across the board. They're going to need to try and save what they can in order to be able to buy out. And, I mean, if this is any inclination of how the game is going to go, you lose Pistol. Okay, that's fine. Pistol could really go either way. Then you lose the next round. Okay, yeah, that's kind of to be expected. Round number 3 is when you should really be battling back. And you lost it against a half buy, essentially. So Echo really need to figure it out. If not in this round, finding some clean headshots with the Sheriffs. I saw one Spectre on the team, so maybe that could be enough. As they do trade one back, so that's going to be another gun in their arsenal for this. It's a Vandal in the hand of the Omen there as that recon bolt goes out. They take down the turret. One is in flank, though, so they need to be careful as the recon bolt will spot out one. Love 2K. The alarm bar. Not going to get the vulnerability either. We'll see how much value they can get. 2 guns. Blast is going to make sure now it's down to 1 gun. It's Snorkel Boy with the Vandal.
Yeah, Blast doing work here. This is a round they should take, and they are able to finish it off. The one benefit for Echo was at least they were able to do significant damage to the Thrifty economy in that third round, forced 4 players to have to buy guns and shields, so it didn't let Thrifty completely set up their economy. But with that one only dropping 1 player there in round number 4, now Thrifty is really starting to sit on the cash. So this is an extremely key round, because if Echo can't take this one, you see Shadow over there with the operator picked up. If you can't win this round, Thrifty almost breaks the back here of Echo economically here in the first half. It's a 4-0 lead, and they're looking really strong at the start of this match.
Yeah, and Blast, I actually missed it there, but taking heaps of damage, has to retreat back towards his spawn. Another one of the changes here, and it's something that we kind of see on Ascent, where people jump around on that fountain back in the spawn, or on that that little stump that you have back there. There was just recent changes to your inaccuracy or your instability right after jumping, or kind of just taking away from jump shots and things like that happening. So those jump swing peaks and then trying to fight right afterwards could be hurt now, just minorly, as we did see some changes recently come on through in this last week. So a lot of changes that minute, but definitely changes the way that you play certain situations. As Beckham's got to find 4 members here, not going to get the spray down, and that's a huge opening for Echo.
Yeah, a little bit of a slow reaction there from Beckham does mean that Love2K is able to take that frag. They haven't gotten complete access to this A site. They're trying to get up into heaven right now. That's going to be a lot of damage onto Deluxe here as he tries to hunt down the respawn of the Phoenix. They've finally gotten onto the A site, looking to get the plant with the spike. Is Blast able to take down one? Deluxe finally falls there. Another good spray here from Defcon, but not able to finish off the kill. Doobie gets one. He gets a second, make it a third. Blast gets the wall bang on a Love2K, and with a spike down, everybody dead on Echo. That's a 5th round for Thrifty.
Yeah, and now it's definitely an uphill battle here for Echo, right? I talked about where their economy is going to be sitting. It won't, I guess, necessarily be too bad. I would imagine we still see either an extremely light buy or a save here in this one. But you're about to be 6 rounds down. They definitely need to try and figure it out. I am interested, though, to see, I think it was Deluxe who picked up that operator. They Killjoy headed on over towards A. I believe that's who picked it up from the spawn after Debbie dropped it. Now, I talked about your movement speed is hurt. Your fire rate is hurt. The instant equip is hurt with all the changes to the operator. Not having a jet on your team, does that make that operator no longer viable for them? You can see it's holding down that angle towards A short, and a bunch of people are going to get spotted out, so that Killjoy is going to be able to rotate over and maybe look for another angle. But the operator changes, I'm paying attention more so for the competitive scene that we get to see here today. It's quite a bit of damage down onto Shadow. He's going to grab that orb for himself. That camera will be deleted by Defcon as the paint shells goes out. We'll see if the push remains towards B. It looks like the rotate out comes through.
Yeah, they're looking to get out of there as the bot goes down towards B main. Love2K, Beckham having trouble with these peaks outside of A-Link. It's taken out once again as Deluxe, holding that aggressive angle, backs away before the Omen goes for that peak. Now has eyes on A-Link here. Looking, will spot out the arm there of Dixon. Peeks in with the operator, able to grab that frag. He's about to get flanked, though, and that is Snorkel Boy peeking out of A main to take that frag. Blast going to trade that one back, though. It's now the 3v3s. The rotation is towards mid. They're trying to get into market here, but Defcon going to take that frag, has to back away, pulls out of his knife just a little bit too early, and that's going to be Shadow trading that one back. So it remains even here, 2v2.
Yeah, and so again, that was kind of an eco buy from Echo. We saw Shadow with a stinger in his hands before taking down Defcon. Now he'll have that Vandal, and that completely flips this round around, right? They have to go for the plant. It needs to go down here soon. They've only got a couple of seconds. Now Blast does get spotted by the trap wire. He's going to look to change his positioning in this one, but it's a 1v2. This guy, granted, he has picked up a 2-piece or a couple of kills in rounds prior, but this is a tough one. Fortunately for him, he does have a smoke. He's got his shrouded step, so he can look to be a little elusive, as well as having that paranoia. But there's so many angles to check, especially with 2 people still alive in this round.
And they're both sitting in back of sight right now, spotted by the camera. His location will be revealed. They're going to go for the wall bang, and that is Echo finally on the board. Shadow able to grab that one, and it's 5-1 here. Now what Echo really have to watch out for, they need this round. If they just get the reset right here, they're in big trouble, because their loss bonus would go all the way back down to 1,900 credits, and their economy would be in big trouble. So this is a very important round for Echo to try and get back in this first half.
Yeah, and I didn't see, I'm trying to take a look now at the previous bracket. I don't know where I put that tab, unfortunately, but I'm not too sure if Echo is a returning team. Like you said, Thrifty we have seen before, and it could be, you know, it's the first game nerves. And unfortunately, in a tournament setting like this, if it's your first time getting in, you're just playing with your boys, you're playing with your friends, whatever it may be, you don't have a leg to stand on. You know, you need to come out incredibly hot early in this one, as Snorkel is going to help Dixon spray down W on the B side. Now B completely open. That's a solid take for this Echo team, and it looks like they're finally kind of breaking out of their shell. They're finally getting their legs, right? The first 5 rounds, kind of like a baby deer or a baby giraffe, you know, stumbling around, trying to stand, but just couldn't get it. And now things are starting to come together. They're finding picks just like that. Snorkel Boy gets one as well. He will fall. It's a 4v1, and yeah, sure, the Empress is on, but it's still a very tall task here for Beckham as he tosses out the Lear. He's going to push out towards the boathouse here, and this is a tough clutch.
That is going to finish it off. Dixon able to take him down, so Beckham sadly not able to bring that one back, and Echo's economy will stay alive for the moment. I believe we are ready to swap over, check out the action on a different game here. We've got Team Name versus Rated
left.
Gaming here. It is a 4-3 match, and it looks like it's going to be round number 5 here for Team Name. They're holding outside in a main. That is going to be the round, so it's the 5-3 lead here for Team Name.
Yep, and I mean, you see the game state there. The Sova was so far away from the spike. Intellect had no way in. Even being the top frag, just didn't want to risk it for the 1v2, especially looking at their economy. So you see the exact reason why they're wanting to save on that one, which this is a fairly close match. I think the last one, too, was shaping up to be a close match as Echo slowly started to figure it out. And last week, that's all we had. Now, granted, the tournament had some different round scores than what we saw. Obviously, we didn't catch every single game, so there were some 13-3s, there were some 13-7s, but for the most part on stream we caught overtimes, we caught 13-11s basically across the entire board. So incredibly close games, which is what you love to see, and this one's shaping up to be just that as everybody's stacking up towards Cat. Remember, it is that eco buy here. It's an Odin in the hands of Intellect. He's the top frag, and see what they can get done, and it doesn't look like they can do too much. Spray down so huge there as James ends up getting one, and now it's all up again to Intellect in a 1v3.
Yeah, Godverdom right there with the Vandal. Very good spray. Partially that was Rated Gaming just not able to land their shots, kind of all peeking one after the other, making it very easy on the Omen, and Godverdom did his job there, certainly carrying the team right now. 14-6-2 scoreline on the Omen, so just showing his stuff right there. It is a 6th round as his team was able to finish off the end of that round, take out the Sova, and now Rated Gaming hoping to even things up here in the first half. They've got to take these next 3 rounds to not be at a disadvantage. When they swap over to defense, that bot is going to run outside of A main and alert, so they know this push is coming. Here comes the peak as the paranoia causes the blind. C-Fragger's going to take 2, and then trades back, but that's a great start for Team Name.
Yeah, Team Name with the spray downs in the last round into this one here. Now it's only 2 and a quarter, I would say, or maybe 2 1/3 players left as we see that Reyna's health very, very low. James will be spotted out, and it doesn't get any better than default names. James 12 here. He dodges out on the shock dart and finds a kill, and Unholy Kid is there to clean up the last remaining members of Rated Gaming. That was a very, very clean round for Team Name. He started off with a 2-man spray down. I don't want to say a lucky kill, but by the grace of God, James was able to get out of the way and find a kill, and then 2 more to follow from Unholy Kid. Now, we didn't necessarily get to see Godverdome. I may be pronouncing it incorrectly, and if these guys move on, please correct me there, but we didn't get to see that Omen in that round, but he's obviously top fragging for a reason, so we definitely have to keep our eyes on him as he is playing towards Catwalk, towards mid. Not going to find too much here. It's going to be that Odin spray through the wall from the Sova. Not finding any damage, but on this eco buy, I think Rated Gaming are just looking to send it here towards speed.
Yep, they're going to just do what they can here. They've bought some pistols. You see some sheriffs here. And with that first frag going into Team Name, they're immediately going to rotate out and see if maybe they can do something towards A. They may get peeked here in mid. That camera should spot them as a Ramza Wolf stepping up here. Some spray there through the wall, and Ramza going to take out the camera. They try to do some work here towards Market. You can see there on the right side of your screen, the Rays hiding in Pizza, just waiting for this push. Do they peek left? They haven't spotted her. That's going to be C-Fragger with 1. Make it 2, taking out Claw. Looking for a 3rd here. Make it 3. C-Fragger finally going down. Is Intellect going to take that one?
Yeah, oh, and Intellect, okay, he ended up falling there, but he didn't opt into grabbing that Phantom. And I thought
Last
maybe
round
that,
for the Flash.
you know, he picks up that kill in the spawn, grabs that Phantom, and looks to close the game out, as obviously he is the top fragger for this rated gaming team here. So I thought maybe we'd see some solid plays. But now we actually get to see a solid buy from these guys. It's been a round or two since we have seen that. It was the round that we jumped in on, the save from Intellect, which kept him on the Odin, the poor economy, followed by another loss as they were pushing up to Catwalk. And then obviously that round just previous to this one here. So now we see a full buy coming through. It's Intellect with the operator in his hands. He's looking for these one-shot kills. We'll see if they can find anything. Historically, we've seen one person rotating through the spawn, so Intellect smart to keep this angle here. And if they do decide to push up, they will find themselves caught up into that trap wire. But it's 5-man mid, and right now it does feel like Rated don't really know where they can play, right? Because if you go A, C-Fragger just sprays you down. If you go B, well, obviously we've seen that not work time and time again for this squad. So now they do get some free opening here as the run it back was used. Is going to find a kill right before going back to that body. And it was probably the rotation here, which can be assumed probably still one on this site if you are Rated game. They're looking to storm it and take it here with that spike in hand.
Yeah, Evan gonna go down there. Claw, though, immediately able to trade back. And it's really important when you're behind, if you can get that early pick and you're able to get the numbers advantage, it just gives you so many more options here to try and, you know, brute force onto a site, right? You can just force those 2v1 trades, and the numbers advantage certainly gives you a little more room to breathe as Viper. I don't exactly know how to spell that, but pronounce that, but that's going to be the push from the Reyna. Claw going to get the spray down onto C-Fragger there, and that is Rated Gaming back on the board with their fourth round to close the half.
Yeah, and so a good time to do it because now you can strain a few together, right? You have the momentum, you have everybody's feeling good after winning that round. The headshots were obviously there for these guys early in that one, and then now you're coming back to the piss around where headshots are arguably most important, especially because it usually nets you the next round afterwards. So we could be looking at 8-6 here if Rated have a solid defense on this. K-Claw. So I'm looking at these paranoia plays, right? We saw it from C-Fragger where you peek down that A long and your Omen can throw the paranoia out. He does have it for this round, and if they hear some footsteps, I'm assuming that it's going to be used for that same play. So it's up to K-Claw to find the blind here, and their Reyna there to find the picks on top. So it's just going to be a smoke out at first. We'll spot out the drone. Everper is going to head back onto A side. So they are going to just concede that alleyway there and head back and just make sure that nobody can make their way on this site for the plant. Again, this is a big round for Rated Gaming if they want to try and find their footing.
Yeah, and we saw instead of electing to use the paranoia, actually just going for that nice little one-way smoke in A main. For all of you Omen players, you're playing, you know, Brimstone, anybody with these smokes, very important to be able to learn how to place those one-way smokes. They are extremely key on defense. A huge buff for your team is Unholy Kid going to be able to take one, taking out Claw, and here comes the push towards A. Smokes down to block vision from Heaven. As you mentioned, Everper here on the site, just waiting as the spike gets planted, looking to peek. Is going to catch God Beardom unawares here and gets the headshot with the Ghost. Now looking to do a little more work here as Ramza trying to get back onto the side here. That's going to be Quake going down, and Holy Kid takes out Ramza. C-Fragger grabs another. Unholy Kid going to finish that one off as Intellect falls, and that's a 9-4 lead for Team Name.
Yeah, and that is so Reyna did get a nerf. It's probably not the nerf that everybody was hoping for, because that entire round Unholy Kid is just being overhealed, right? And it's pistol round, so you essentially have full armor on a pistol round, and everybody's calling out under Heaven or on site, Reyna is hit for X amount, but it really doesn't matter at the end of the day. So a huge round there by Unholy Kid, or I'm sorry, by Everper. I guess Unholy Kid too, because he's also the Reyna, but by Everper, especially because it was him and Claw to start things off, and then Claw got caught rotating. He was trying to make his way through tree, try and find a different angle onto Catwalk. He ended up falling down, and Everper was able to hold it down all by himself, which is what makes that Reyna so strong. As C-Fragger just baiting out on this alt orb not looking to grab it. Nobody pushing in either, and it's the safe defense from Rated, right? It's these guys just hanging out, playing it a bit slower, not necessarily peeking too much. They haven't had the gun skills to kind of overtake Team Name in the previous rounds, so they're just holding the angles. And it looks like, unfortunately, Everper will fall.
Yeah, no, a very slow push. It's a very passive hold here by Rated on this B site. It means Seafragger is easily able to walk in here, and Quate actually going to find Intellect sitting in the back of the site, and that means the spike should easily go down here. Peeking out, Quate gonna take down Evidence. Seafragger able to take out Rams and Wolf. That's a 1-for-1 trade there as James did fall. Unholy Kid coming out of market now and Rated as the doors close. Spike is planted, and this should be double digits on the board for Team Name. We'll see the Omen on his way towards market, walking down mid right now. See if he can do anything. He's just sitting around that corner. This is easily going to be number 10 for Team Name.
Yeah, no real way in. I don't know if he's maybe got a gun for himself. He might be hanging on to something, or just wants to, I don't know, doesn't want to hand over that kill, that alt pip to anybody on Team Name. I do love, and it's something that I'll talk about all day, Raze players actually getting value. In this one, it's not, I guess I wouldn't put it together as like a statistic in this one because the paint shells just get paint shell kills. But when you have, it's a Raze v Raze, right? When both teams are rocking the Raze, I think the one that is able to use the utility a little bit smarter and actually find kills with the ults, with the paint shells, probably not so much the blast packs or the satchel charges because of the nerf. Not to say that it can't happen, but that really sets apart a strong Raze player, because at this point in the game, a lot of people know what to expect, right? When Raze first came out, or when Valorant, I guess, first came out, Raze was incredibly strong, way too strong. And so now that you are a little bit later in the meta, Raze has had some changes. If you're still able to get those kills, especially on some of the tighter corridors where people should be expecting it, that really sets apart solid duelists for me alone, you know, just as a spectator and as a caster to keep an eye on. So Seafragger finding a paint shell kill in that last round, and we'll see if he can continue to do that throughout the day. Only 3 more rounds here to close this one out, and a Hunter's Fury in the back pocket of their Sova. Looks like Team Name are looking to take A here. We'll see. Again, Hunter's Fury is another ultimate. Now that we're talking about utility kills, Hunter's Fury is another ultimate that I like to keep my eye on, because you have so many uses, if not just for a bit of information, to stop plans, to stop diffuses, anything like that. It's super important to be using that. So we'll see how their Sova does choose to use it.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to keep an eye on it here as the push comes through A main right now, but those smokes going to discourage that action, at least for the moment. Seafragger.
30 seconds left.
And it's a slow take here. 30 seconds on the clock. Team Name corralled here. They're going to peek out with the Owl Drone. And shells go out. Flashes out as well. Are going to cut up in the trap wire. Intellect finds one. Can they find some more? It's Claw to pick one up on the Seafragger. Another one comes through. James Stroh trying to fight it back, but Intellect and Everper are going to make sure that doesn't happen. And just like that, Rated Gaming battle back here. It is still a tall order, 10-5 in rounds, but they show some signs of life here on defense.
Yep, able to grab that 5th one here, and we'll see if they can keep things moving. Intellect leading the charge for Rated, 14-11-2, as you can see on the scoreboard. So a solid game on the Sova. Everper following that up, so it's really going to have to be the Sova and the Reyna continuing to push Rated to try and get back in this one. 5 rounds, not undoable in the second half, but it's still a pretty steep hill to climb here for Rated. We'll have to see them keep things moving. Definitely gonna get the momentum rolling here as the push from Team Name is slowly going to be through B main right now. Again, smoked off to try and slow this push. We'll see how much they back up, as that's going to spot out the Killjoy. You saw The ultimate coming out from the Sova there. Doesn't look like it caught anybody even for any damage. And Team Name playing very patient here. Still thinking about that B push, but it looks like they finally elected to rotate towards mid. We'll see if they try to get control of mid or just go straight to Catwalk and over towards A.
Yeah, and they do have their Omen up towards Catwalk, so if they were hearing any footsteps, they would know. It seems clear in quotation marks up till now, but we do see that Reyna holding that angle and Intellect, making sure nobody pushes up towards mid, towards this spawn. If one does get spotted out of the boathouse, we'll be taken down.
30
It's
seconds
Ramza
left.
Wolf, the elusive Killjoy, who was able to dodge out on the Hunter's Fury earlier in this round. But with that Lurker being taken down, it's a full A take here with the remaining 4, and a kill to come through for Quaid as Claw will James gets one, but will be traded. A nice peek by Ramza Wolf, and they'll find a defuse, and that's 2 rounds in a row. Rated finally showing some signs of life here. You put some guns in their hands. Unfortunately, I'm not too sure where their economy's at, but basically everybody died, right? Only one remaining member in this one, and it's definitely going to hurt across the board. If you, for Rated, you see their economy. It's okay, an operator actually purchased for Intellect. But outside of that, you've got Everper, who's still going to be hurting, maybe picking up a Spectre or something. I guess on defense could also opt into the Judge. Fortunately for them, though, those last 2 round wins, it really hurt Team Name, and they could find another one here as it's just Sheriffs and a Spectre for them.
Yeah, we'll see what they can get going here. Team Name finally getting slowed down here a bit in the second half. It's some key ultimates available here for Rated, and now as you see the run it back used there by Rated, try and slow this push as Everper with the blind spray is going to take out the opposing Reyna here. Godverdam going to trade out his opponent Omen, and Rated doing their best to hold down this A side. That's going to be some damage there. But Everper still looking good. James going to trade that one back, and this could be another round for Rated Gaming as they've got the numbers advantage as this Killjoy ultimate about to finish.
Yeah, and Intellect with a huge kill. They didn't spot the plant there, but they pick up the kill afterwards. So now it's a 3v1, make it a 3v0 as Ramza will find that solo kill. The defuse comes through. It's Intellect gonna net that one. Gives him that Hunter's Fury. And like you said, another round towards Rated Gaming. So this right here is going to be where Team Name need to try and strike back. They have the economy to buy out a full arsenal. I think the only thing they'll be missing is going to be an operator, but on attack, it's always not the most necessary, or it's not necessarily always the most necessary for your arsenal. Quate is going to opt into the Odin again, and yeah, sure, we like that on Sova. I'm not too sure how I feel about, okay, never mind. He does trade that back out for the Vandal. I'll say, I don't know how I feel about that on attack. He has found some kills with it, but it's not necessarily the wallbang strats. It's not the having a 100 round drum for yourself to solo hold a site. You don't necessarily need that on attack. So I'm glad that he did opt back into the Vandal as they look to play towards mid. And it seems like this A split has kind of been the way they want to go. Last round, we did see them sacrifice a Lurker. C-Fragger, who's been the top fragger for their team, ended up falling, but it opened up the A site for the plant. Now the Owl Drone spots out one towards mid, and we'll see as that spike rotates on over towards A. Can Team Name finally regain control?
Yeah, Everper going to get spotted out by the opposing Owl Drone here and immediately backs away to safety, but is slowly going to creep back here towards A-Link, see if he can trade back. Oh, the ultimate activation is so unfortunate. Unholy Kid going to take that one, and that's going to give Team Name the inroads towards this A site as Claw trying to deal with that wall bang through the boxes. Unholy Kid going to take another. That's the headshot, and that should be complete control of the A site as the Hunter's Fury comes out from Intellect. He's going to get some damage. He's looking to hunt these players down. Is it going to find the one down in hell? And sadly, not able to secure a kill here. This should be an 8th round as Rated Gaming continues to charge.
Yeah, and this is a round of unfortunate timing for Rated, right? They have the Empress popped, but it gets spotted right away, and then Claw also falls after throwing out the Paranoia because everybody is already on A site, and unfortunately you can't flash the whole site there. So it looks like possibly Rated wanting to just save here. I think this is the best output as a whole, or best outcome rather, as a whole for these guys. You have the operator still in the hands of Intellect. You have a couple of guns, and it's not going to hurt too bad losing this round. But I think for Team Name, that is looking just incredibly bright, right? They had a couple of rounds where they had some slip-ups. Then they get the weapons back in their hands, and they're able to easily close out this round, find that spike plant. And now we're looking at 4 ultimates across the board. It's only the Hunter's Fury that they're missing, and Quate is pretty close to that. So you toss this guy over a kill and let him get one of those ult orbs, you're going to be feeling pretty good about your chances of closing out a round. And I think Unholy Kid, after killing Everper, when he was popping the ultimate, is looking to use that Empress in kind of a showcasing fashion, just to show him how it's done.
Chaos.
Yeah, and we'll have to see how he can work with it. Obviously, we see the operator on the side of Rated Gaming here. Fragger going to get caught by the Paranoia, but with the positioning, isn't going to get spotted. Able to jump over the wall and uses the showstopper to grab that kill onto Evidence. So a great start here for Team Name. That's going to be the ult orb captured by Fragger there. Backs away, and that's certainly a great start for the attackers. Let's see if they can take advantage as they have 3 other strong ultimates available. And let's see what happens as Unholy Kid pushing here into A-Link, trying to get control here. As they did spot out that Omen briefly. Unholy Kid maybe wants to go for the peek here. It's risky. He's going to see it, gets the wall bang, and down goes Claw.
Yeah, that's a huge kill for Unholy Kid, and again, he's just able to heal up, but Intellect isn't done yet here. He does trade a kill back and looks for another. Overhealed and finds the spray down. Another wallbang for this guy, and it's looking like we should be on match point here momentarily for Team Name. Ramsawolf and Reyna by his side. Well, actually, not necessarily by his side, but they are the only remaining members. And as I say that, Ramsawolf gets taken down. James 12 gets his name back on the board, and Everper, I think he has the operator in his hands, but in a 1v4, it's a very, very tall task. I'm not too sure where the economy is at right now for Rated Gaming. I know it's not the best because I think with the 3 guns in this round, the remaining 2 members who didn't have guns probably forced. So now going into match point, you obviously want to save this operator, but that might be the only real thing you have in your arsenal when you're staring down the barrel of the
Out
beat.
of charges.
Yeah, they're going to need all they could get here. As Everper going to be able to get one. They're onto Quate, so that's helpful. But it isn't going to get you the round, and Fragger able to finish it off. Everper going to go down. That is the loss of the operator. Now Team Name on to match point. And it's been a big resurgence here in the second half by Unholy Kid, taking the top spot up with Fragger. It was Godverdom, the big carry in the first half for Team Name, and now keeping things rolling is Unholy Kid and Fragger. Now it's going to need to be Intellect and Everper keeping Rated Gaming alive. They're still at that 5-round deficit. We'll see if they can force another round here.
Yeah, and we saw the economy, again, just to harp on that. It's the last round, and it wasn't great. Across the board, they had a few guns that were picked up, and by a few guns, I mean actual guns, right? That Phantom, that Vandal, those guns that actually stand a chance. Although we did see in a round earlier today in the previous game where it was Spectres and Marshals that were actually coming out on top. So it's not to say that it can't be done, but we'll see if they are able to get it done, as Everper and Claw are going to be holding down a site yet again. This time they're going to have a little bit of help from their Phoenix, who tries to use that Blaze to wall off an angle towards mid. And Unholy Kid, this guy's been absolutely hot in these last few rounds. Just trying to spot out the Phoenix. Will be taken down, though. It's the Bulldog to get the kill. Hot Hands goes down. Will heal Evident back up, but he will be armorless on that Phoenix. And the shot star comes out, the flash. Bang goes. Curveball. Not going to find too much of flash here onto Godverdom, who's trying to do what he can. Hopefully find somebody peeking from that tree room. But a man down is
30
Team
seconds
Name.
left.
They do still have a few ultimates to their name if they do want to use those. Maybe for some information if they can find a kill. There's the Omen ultimate. Actually, maybe looking for a flank here. No, not gonna. So not used to flank, but maybe used for some information. Went over, saw everybody towards that tree room. Now they're gonna head back over towards B, but they have to worry about Ramsel, who's hanging on the back of the site. Oh, Intellect.
Yeah.
Smoke.
Gets the two-man spray, pushes through and grabs a third, and it was just team name taking too long. They backed themselves into a corner where they were now rushing to the B site with about 12 seconds left on the clock, and Ramsewolf was still waiting on the site there. So team name stall in mid for way too long. We watch Godverdom trying to get something going at A-Link. Wasn't able to make it stick, and it cost his team that round. Good patience from Rated in the very smart rotation to catch team name with their pants down at the end of that round.
And now they slowly start this climb back uphill. Intellect looking really good with the Operator, with the Odin, now with the Phantoms. He's going to toss out a Recon Bolt own. Unholy Kid, though, is close, and that smoke won't be spotted. Everper, though, going to find the first kill. That's a huge one onto C-Fragger, and unfortunately, the Owl drone taking up too much time. Intellect will fall. That's the top fragger down for both of these squads, though, as Unholy Kid nets himself another one. The B take looking seemingly easy here, but it's two people this time for Rated Gaming, not wanting to give up this site, as Unholy Kid is going to make it down. Another member, make it a third. Ramsewolf falls up to the Omen Claw, does get one, but he's going to be swarmed into the back of the side. Godverdom is going to pick it up. Now Everper with the Operator in hand, and a 1v3. The spike is planted, and it's tournament life on the line here for Rated Gaming. A huge clutch is needed from Everper.
Yeah, he's going to have to make some magic happen here. Looking to peek onto the site. Actually misses the shot onto the Sova. That's so... just such a difficult pill to swallow. As the shock dart going to do some damage here. The peaks looking for the wall bangs. Team name playing this very safely. They know they have the advantage here, and it's going to be Unholy Kid, with the kill to finish off that round.
Yeah, and that was just a solid game from team name. Now, I will say although they are moving forward, they've got to clean some stuff up, right? I believe in their bracket, they are going to be headed forward to play against Elysium on the top side of the bracket. So that is a difficult pill to swallow, like you said in the last one, right? Losing the game like that, but now for team name having to play that number one ranked team, if not now, here very shortly, maybe possibly meeting them in quarterfinals. And they kind of let it go. They kind of let it slip away, right? We love to see the new names here in these tournaments. We love to see the returning names in the tournaments, obviously, because we want to see who's going to take down the reigning champions. And I don't know if team name is going to be able to do that. They might make me eat my words, though. But Elysium just looking so strong in the past few weeks that we've seen them.
All right, well, they at least will have one more match to warm up if they can take it before they have to head up against Elysium. But we are on to our next match here. It's round number 3. Teams trading 1-for-1 to start off, and it's Dieza versus Lycus Empire. And Dieza going to take the second round there. They've got the 2-1 lead, and we are on Haven.
Yeah, and this is after... Lycus Empire took down Team Simp 13-2 in the first round. So these guys coming in feeling pretty good, although down in this one, and maybe having the momentum after a stomp in the first game. And this is a name that I'm unfamiliar to. So this is exactly why I like to see these guys kind of popping in. Same thing with Dieza. These guys just jumping in to this tournament. It is free entry. It is a ×2 prize pool, $4,000, obviously, with your chance to win the keyboards as well for that winning team. So why not, guys? Just throw your hat in the pot and see what you can do, because you might net yourself a 13-2 victory and move forward into that second round here. We're on Haven. It's a little difficult to, I guess not necessarily difficult to play on this map, right? But your maneuvering is different. And a lot of the times we see teams that will opt into giving up B for free and just play retake on that. As Jet looks to find 3, Colonel's going to find Kingslayer, and that should open A up there. Omen is here, but because they had that breach hovering over towards that B site, could be troubles as J Park tries to back on out, toss out the paranoia. He's going to go right back into the fray. He finds a second kill onto Rep. Can he make it another? He's got 15 health and a dream. He's not going to find the third. Colonel will take him down. So it's a 2-piece traded across the board. The Hunter's Fury to come out to try and find some damage. It does get a bit. as that spike has made its way up onto site, looking for the plant here.
Spike
They've still got
planted.
35 seconds. There it goes, and now Dieza working against the clock.
Yeah, and Tem was able to get, with the final shot of that Hunter's Fury, the kill onto the Omen. So that means Diza has the numbers advantage here on this site as the opposing Hunter's Fury. He's got eyes on where that player is. Tem going to jump down here from heaven, finish off the last 2 frags as Ping Fu goes down. That will be the defuse, and Dieza with a 3-1 lead.
Okay, and I misspoke. Dieza is a team that we've seen before, right? You guys probably recognize that name, Tem, and they had been coming in. I mean, these guys, I don't know what it is. They're just trying to find what sticks as far as team names. Obviously, the team a little different across the board, but coming in as full focus, coming in as positive mental attitude, now here as Dieza. So the team a little mixed up as far as players, but Kingslayer probably one that you guys recognize. Tem, obviously another one here being that team captain for the squad and coming up huge in that last round, trying to send these new guys home. Now, Lycus Empire, they've got to try and figure it out. Their economy, well, it's not great. We're going into round number 5. They've got Sheriffs. They are sitting above 2,000 credits, which is pretty solid, as it does look like we do have a technical issue. But Dieza still on top there, 3-1. Maybe looking to make it 4-1 because of the Sheriffs on the side of Lycus Empire.
Yeah, we'll see if they can bring things back. Obviously, very early, at least they have 1 round on the board. They were able to trade 1 for 1 in the first 2 rounds, which is certainly pretty strong for these teams to try and bring things back. So the deficit, it's only 2, nothing to worry about, and we'll just see if they can do as much damage as possible. We do have to note they have that 1 Vandal in their possession for this round, along with the Sheriffs. So they certainly have some weaponry to try and do some damage here, maybe even steal a round. We saw quite a few Thrifty rounds a week ago in the previous tournament, and those can certainly be not only the economic boost and that round you get on the board, but the morale boost to be able to kind of steal one of those away. So we'll have to see if they can make that happen, as Dieza not going to be an easy team to take those rounds off of for sure. You mentioned those stalwarts like Tem and the rest of the squad, Kingslayer as well, but it is not undoable here for Lycus Empire, so we'll have to see if they can get things moving here in round 5.
Yeah, and if they're dropping rounds here if Dieza are dropping rounds to Lycus Empire, that's not looking great as they move forward deeper into this tournament against those strong teams like we have, right? Mamba Mode Gaming are still here. Elysium, Phoenix One, Phantom Troop, all those guys, so you definitely need to come in extremely hot, even if you are Tem and the boys. Seaside going to be taken, a couple kills going to be traded, but it's a Thrifty lead here as J Park, he teleports onto the site. Unfortunately, he does get spotted. Restored Rambo is going to take him down, but now Silent trying to do what he can with a Vandal in hand. The Spike Carrier has been killed, and now it's all up to Kingslayer. This is the operator for Dieza. They 1v2. Bladestorm available for the Jet standing across. He is going to choose to use that one as they look for this last kill. Kingslayer still not spotted. Here's him go up top, but will be taken down by Rep. It's a Thrifty victory, and this is what we talked about. I said I cast or curse him. Dieza looking to go up 4-1. It's an eco round for Lycus, and they make me eat my words. They grab an operator on the back end, so Restored Rambo is going to be wielding that one, and they have a full buy coming through and a little bit of momentum, right? If you're taking down some of these bigger names on a Thrifty round, maybe it's a little overwhelming. Maybe Dieza aren't expecting the push like that, or to peek into 3 people with Sheriffs. At the end of the day, though, Lycus have to be feeling good about that round, and hopefully it propels them forward. Colonel looking to be the guy to pop off in this one. And you know what happens when you mix a Colonel with a Phoenix or with Flame, you get popcorn. And this guy is popping off so far in this one. So we'll see if he can continue to move forward with his team as Restored Rambo taking some shots through the smoke. Not going to find too much. But now with the full buy coming through, maybe the excitement has been lulled a little bit. They're not looking for that overwhelming strategy, but it's actually 5 members stacked on A for Dieza. As soon as they get a little bit of information on that, Lycus Empire really have anywhere to play with.
Yeah, and I do want to make sure to give credit to Lycus Empire. It's so rare on a Thrifty round on Haven to see a team opting to push down C long. It's typically never a place a team wants to go when they are in the range disadvantage, as Colonel's going to take down Kingslayer and J Park will trade back one. They're looking to get onto this B site, but it was really smart usage of utility and the aggression and the confidence from Lycus Empire that got them that round. And that, ooh, is the quick scope there from Restored. I believe the old COD days there, a black scope, as he didn't even look down the actual barrel.
30 seconds
Restored
left.
looking clean with this operator, and now it's a numbers advantage for Lycus. They're going to smoke off window in garage, get onto C-side. This spike is going to be planted, and now it's a tough round here for Silence to try and bring this one back. It should be a tie game.
Yeah, and that was almost looking very, very bad for Lycus because two people had flanked through A long and actually killed the spike carrier, who was just hanging out back in spawn, holding that angle, got overwhelmed by the pistols, and was killed. And you know, if it was still a full 5-man stack, Dieza maybe just hold it down on top of that spike. But fortunately, Lycus Empire, like you said, a quick scope coming through, a kill coming through from their Cypher who was reflanking. And now it's all up in the 1v3 for Dieza. Like you said, Silence, he's not going to opt into this one. We know they're coming off not the best economy. This was, they just had a pistol round, and I'm thinking maybe he was able to pick up a gun. I don't see why he wouldn't be able to, so he's just going to hang on to that and try and make sure that that team economy is good all around. Maybe drop that over to a teammate, or in a sense like this, when you have Kingslayer on your team who wants the operator, well, the price just got nerfed up to 5k credits, and he's able to, okay, so it does look like he's able to keep a gun for himself and possibly buy his teammate the operator, or however that needed to work out there. So a solid save by Silence. We're all tied up 3-3 though, and Lycus Empire still feeling pretty good. And Colonel, I mean, my popcorn statement stands. He picked up 2 kills in that round. Granted, it was kind of an eco round. Still staying hot. And I think Restored Rambo's feeling pretty good after seeing that quick scope.
Yeah, he's got to be feeling great here. Colonel going to peek out once again, looking for this frag behind the boxes, but that's Kingslayer with the wall bang on the operator, takes out Colonel. He has the run it back available, but isn't going to get to use it this time around. His rep going to get taken out. Kingslayer with the great peek. He's going to make it 3 as he takes down Restored Rambo, and A main just locked down by the Jet. Lycus gonna have to switch things up, but it's the 2v5. This should be the round and the lead back to Dieza.
Yeah, and it all starts to fall apart here. You put an operator in the hands of Kingslayer, and well, he does just that as Tem finds a spray down. That is why the Odin is so strong, and Ping Fu unfortunately going to fall again. See you later, operator, says Kingslayer on that. And that's what I was talking about. When you got Kingslayer on your team, sure, he might be 0-6 going into that last round, but you saw him an operator, and he'll grab 4 kills for you and start to work his way back up that leaderboard. And now it's not looking too bad, right? It's not the 10 kills on Colonel who are carrying the 2 kills and 3 kills on Rep and Ping Fu. It's everybody for this Dieza squad who are pitching in for these victories. And Kingslayer switching up the angle, no longer playing down at that A long. They still have to be wary. Lycus Empire still have to be wary. So I like this, but now they have to be extremely wary. Before it was just the breach holding B. Now it's the operator holding this one down towards that B end. It is going to be spotted out by the Owl drone, and jiggle peek there from Colonel. Not going to bait the shot out just yet as the recon bolt will go. Now, the accuracy in some of these operators, right? These guys who use the operators. Kingslayer actually taking so low the wall bangs from Restored Rambo, and he's going to trade it back. He didn't like that he was taking too much damage through the wall there, and Kingslayer will sit him down. And now I want to see, these guys always shoot the Owl drones. These guys always shoot the boom bots. I want to see one of these guys flick on over to one of those recon bolts with the operator. That is true accuracy. Somebody show me the accuracy in that.
Oh man, Advice going for the jump peek around the boxes here. Sees the push coming from Lycus. Isn't going to be able to get that kill onto Colonel, so that is going to be control of C given over to Lycus as Kingslayer through the smoke, looking for anything he can get here. Still peeking. J Park going to take down Ante. Colonel going to be able to trade that one back. Numbers advantage still in favor of Dieza. Spike is down. Can they get onto the site? 2 players onto the site proper, pushing from CT. Rep able to trade 1-for-1 here with Tem. Kingslayer going to take out Ping Fu. It's now the 1v1. He fakes the defuse, is hunting for this Phoenix, sees the curveball, but he gets flashed. Colonel with the 3K there to finish off the round, and we're back tied at 4.
Yeah, and that is a huge round. Again, Colonel coming up clutch, and it was scary because both Colonel and Rep were going for these long flanks, and they just left Ping Fu on the site all by his lonesome. Everybody basically ended up falling, obviously except for Kingslayer and Colonel. And I thought maybe Kingslayer would have the time to go for a diffuser, at least get it halfway. But if you don't hear him rotating off, you don't see him rotating off, you have to be careful. We saw Kingslayer go for that fake. The fake defuse, and then look to peek again. Now, with the fake defuse, Kingslayer has that operator in hand, and that reset time, or the instant equip, right? So there's a difference between swapping weapons and the instant equip, right? When you fake an alt orb, you're just coming off an alt orb. When you're faking a plant or a diffuse, you have a different timer for when you pull your weapon out. And the op just got nerfed. So now it didn't really matter too much in that situation because he was already scoped in. You know, he heard Colonel from where he was coming. But I think later in some of these games with those changes to the operator, we don't see as many plays like that. But we do see the Blade Storm kill coming through. It's a 1-for-1 across the board, but it's Colonel down. That's the top fragger down for Lycus Empire, which means this is a very winnable round for Dieza.
Yeah, and I think one thing to really note, and you touched on it a little bit in the first game of the day, is that a majority of the operator nerfs were directed at nerfing that aggressive opping style, right? It's certainly weaker across the board when you make the gun cost more, right? That 500 credit increase is just an overall nerf to the gun, but most of it was focused around, you know, not the op just holding a corner. It's those players that like to push the envelope. They like to go for those aggressive peaks, and now it's a little more risky for them to do so. But we still see players here like Restored doing great work with it. We'll see more from he and Kingslayer throughout the rest of this game, as it promises to be a long one with how things are shaking out. C-site lockdown here by Lycus. The spike has been planted. It's going to be another save here for Dieza. It's Tem holding on to whatever gun he's got. He may run into a Cypher here. We're going to have to keep eyes on it. He's going to go down. That's Rep finishing that off with the headshot onto Tem, and that's Lycus, I believe, with their first lead of the game.
Yeah, and that right there is such a huge round, as if you are a Lycus Empire fan, because you're thinking, or at least for me personally, I'm thinking Colonel goes down. That's their top frag, right? And just based off of mathematics and numbers and the way they work, because numbers never lie, I guess, unless you get into like logarithms and all that crazy stuff, deep math. But he went down early in that round, and the rest of the squad, you see it in the numbers, hasn't necessarily had the kills to follow up. So for Lycus Empire to pick up that round without Colonel, absolutely huge for this team to come together like that. So you love to see it if you are a Lycus Empire fan. And for Dieza, you hate to see it because these guys are falling down to a team that's just fresh popping up, and we expect these guys to pop off. As trade kills come through again, this round could still go either way. I lean towards Lycus Empire because Colonel is still alive, and this guy is almost guaranteed, if not one kill, multiple kills. As I say that, those Silence flashes him and takes him down, heads on back to site. And Ping Fu's going to do what he can. He's just going to start marching on in him. He's not even going to check his corners, but Rep is going to find one. Now, he knows one is short, but unfortunately, it took a member dying to get that information. As they do have that spike, they will rotate on out, but now in a 2v3, Lycus Empire on the back foot.
Yeah, neither of these teams letting the other get the opportunity to build any sort of a strong lead here, as Kingslayer going to take out Restored. He's going to get the final frag there onto Rep as he jumps into C long, and we're back to tied here. So the biggest lead we've seen so far was Dieza with the 3-1 lead, but ever since then, neither Dieza nor Lycus Empire letting the other get too far ahead here, as you can see right there. See the 3-1 lead, 2-1, 2, and then 1 here. And so these teams keeping things very tight. Just 2 rounds left in this first half. And if things follow as they have, we'll see either a 7-5 or a 6-6 finish here. It's been certainly very tight so far as Kingslayer. I love it. Continues to switch up his angles here. Looking to peek out of Garage. Going to miss with that shot, but Tem was able to take out one. It's a 1-for-1 trade, though, as Restored Rambo. Able to knock down the Sova, but some solid damage on to the Phoenix here as he uses the hot hands to heal. Dieza is certainly in the advantage. That's the Molotov down from the Killjoy. Kingslayer going to take one there. He's up on top of these boxes, but Rep going to take him out. J-Part trades back. Rep going to take him down. Silence with another Colonel. It's 1-for-1 for 1-for-1, and that's Advice finishing it off the round, and Dieza retakes the lead.
Yeah, and Dieza looking to grab, like you said, that 7-5 half here, and unfortunately, Colonel wasn't enough there. But Rep has made his way up from the bottom of the scoreboard to that second spot. He was sitting at 2 kills now in those previous rounds, finding 6 across the board. And he's trying to help Colonel out. He knows how tall of a task it is for one person to be able to carry like that. And what I would like to see, so in that round where I jinxed Colonel, you didn't really have anybody peeking together, right? You're expecting when you push onto a site to see somebody. So if not Colonel baiting out a teammate or peeking with a teammate, somebody needs to peek with him. So that way you're in the head as the op. This is the aggressive op. We thought it was nerfed, but Kingslayer makes us eat our words as Colonel's gonna find that kill. And now going up C-long seems like a tall task, as if you remember, to have rotated on over. And like you said, Kingslayer mixing up his angles. I don't think anybody is expecting an operator to be right there at the entrance of the corridor down C-long. So now that switch has come up over towards a site like Empire. They have a couple of ultimates to work with. They do need to be wary of the Killjoy ultimate, right? This is the round. It's last round of the half. If you're going to use it, now is the time to do it. And we'll see if Colonel can pick up a couple with the run it back, or if their Omen can try and find some information as they rotate on back to C. But Dieza, they've read this one like a book, right? We saw Sova and Killjoy rotating over, but you know, it's been quite a while, so let's just go ahead and play this defaulted, right? Let's play it a little bit slower, stay on a site, make sure we have everything. We'll play for a retake, worst case scenario.
Yep, smokes out there from the Omen will indicate to Dieza that this push is coming to C. It's the immediate retreat there from the Killjoy and the Sova. They want to play for the retake, but Colonel able to take down Silence there with the run it back. That's exactly what you're looking for with that ultimate. Advice now going to drop down the Killjoy ultimate here, which should do a pretty good job of forcing Lycus off of the site. There is a small corner in the back of the site on C for them to retreat into, but they're actually going to go for the aggressive push. They're going to hunt down these members, take them out, and they'll be detained, but it doesn't mean a thing. We're tied at 6 at the end of the half.
Now, tied at 6. I talked about Rep being on the bottom, who's made his way up to that second frag. Kingslayer, at one point in time, this guy was 0-6. He's gone on an absolute terror, now sitting top of the board there, 12-10. So that's a 12-4 run once you get this guy an operator. You still have to be wary of that, even on attack, because we've seen how aggressive he can play with it. It's ghosts across the board, and it's light armor and a classic for Colonel. He got a huge kill in that last round with the run it back, and you need to be able to do that. You need to be able to get, if not information on all 5 members, a kill at the very least for that run it back to be worthwhile. So a nice ult there as the smokes go out. It looks like the play might be towards C-long, but they're going to run into the ghost of Anti, who finds a bit of damage down onto Kingslayer. Now the paranoia goes out, and that's going to get just about everybody, but a flash is traded in return. Advice on the side. Kingslayer going to find one for himself, but Anti tries to trade it back. It's numbers advantage for Dieza still, but low health means Ping Fu will pick up one with the shock dart. And now it's a 2v2. Another shock dart will go. No, it's a recon bolt to go out and try and find some information. The spike has been planted. The drone or the bolt has been destroyed. And then both of them are right here on the site. Blaze goes down. Colonel trying to do what he can, but it's a shock dart kill in return. Tem comes up huge. Ping Fu forced to go through the Blaze, takes a bit of damage from his teammate's ability. The shock dart will come down. It's low HP. Dieza going to find the round win there. Tem picks it up, and that was a huge round, a huge turnaround in the 2v2 there for Dieza.
Yeah, able to pick that one up. Tem, solid shock dart, good use of the recon dart, forces the aggressive push there out of Ping Fu, but not quite enough. And I actually wasn't a big fan of that Blaze thrown down there by Colonel. At the very least, they didn't work around it well, with one sitting on each side, separating into those 1v1s. Try to use your numbers advantage. If you can cut off the vision, try to force a 2v1, and it ends up costing Lycus Empire the round there. And what I'm really going to be keeping an eye on this half is we saw it from Kingslayer with that operator in the first, and now with restored Rambo, we would expect here in the second half is that first frag is going to go to Anti, peeking with the Sheriff, going to grab the headshot onto J Park. But I want to see Restored do what Kingslayer did, keep Dieza guessing. keep switching your starting site. It worked so well for Kingslayer building momentum because you never knew where that operator was going to be sitting. He had multiple angles all across the map that he could hold, and it was so good for Dieza to start off those rounds with those opening frags from their operators. I'm hoping Restored can do a bit of that here in this half as his team trying to tie things up here in the second round of this half. And an interesting buy here, Kingslayer buying up a rifle, so it is a more expensive second round buy here from Dieza. Let's see if Lycus can do anything about it as the push is coming towards A.
And it's all
30
four
seconds
remaining
left.
members here as the recon bolt goes through. Only 2 members here to try and stop this push from happening. Everybody has rotated on over, but it's a Phantom being too strong. Kingslayer finds 2, but the pistols come through. Ping Fu and Colonel. King Fu, that's their Bradgelina name. As they pick up a couple of kills with the classics. The aftershock goes down. Silence not gonna find anything there. Anti finds another kill, and he goes huge in that round. The rest of the team will rally. The spike will be diffused. And Lycus Empire, they pick up a round after losing pistols. These guys, you're facing Dieza. This is Tem's team. You're putting up this good of a fight. I mean, these guys, they came to play. These guys are the real deal.
Yeah, Lycus Empire looking really good, and it's a thing, you know, Dieza gets entry onto the site, and one thing to note, right, that aggressive buy in that round does cost them dearly. It really hurts their economy when they all go down. So Dieza going to have to go for essentially a full save here in round number 15. But we continue to see teams get punished, and it's hard. You can't, you know, walking onto a site, you can't quite check every single angle. But when you enter onto the site with 4, I'd like to see more diligent clearing of the site, because all that was they didn't clear outside of a short, and that's where 2 players were sitting, and that's where they got punished. So Dieza got to be a little cleaner clearing those sites, and certainly will go a long way as the push is coming down. C long, that's going to be the updraft there from the Jets, and a lot of frags here, just bloodshed all over this C side as Advice going to take out rep, but it's Colonel with his teammate here on the Sova looking to collapse onto the Killjoy on this site. Can they close out this round and grab the lead? They will. Colonel with the wallbang headshot onto Advice, and Lycus grabs the lead in the second half.
Yeah, and now this is Colonel with the diffuse there. Now 1 pip away from his ultimate. That running back will be coming through here momentarily, and it's a huge clutch round. And like you said, it happened so fast, right? As quick as Dieza took the site, everybody started dying, and it was left up to Advice in the 1v2. And a lot of that was kicked off by Anti, who he's not at the top of the leaderboards, but he's had some clutch kills. He had 2 kills with the Sheriff in that last eco round where they picked up the round win, their first round win in this half. And then again, coming up huge there, staying alive. You saw at one point he was fumbling with the paranoia, but he knew better than to use that. He heard the updraft, and he still ended up picking up a kill with that Spectre. So a huge round coming out from him. And now we're not necessarily seeing Restored Rambo with the operator. It was, I believe, the Sova. It was Ping Fu who's going to be wielding that operator. So we'll have to see how he mixes up his angles. He's got that one over towards A long. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like anybody pushing that way just yet for Dieza, so might not get the most value here in this one. But as you said, yeah, so you want to keep these guys guessing as to where that operator is going.
Yeah, it looks like we do have another pause here, so we'll briefly come out to check out Tanner and I's gorgeous faces on your screens. Hope you guys are enjoying all of the action so far, as we will get back to Dieza and these guys ready to go, just like that. So we just brief look, enjoy it, back to the action. Let's get after it. Dieza and Lycus Empire back to it here as we're getting ready for round 16.
Yeah, a quick one there. They just wanted to give some limelight to us here in our pretty faces as the recon bolt goes out and doesn't spot anybody, unfortunately. But we're assuming again a slower round here from Dieza, as they need to try and or maybe the slow round's working against him, as Restored Rambo finds a bit of damage, not too much, onto Tem as he does dash away. That tailwind there keeping him safe. But the slow rounds haven't necessarily been working, or I guess the fast rounds haven't been working, right? These guys pushing onto a site right away, they ended up getting sprayed down. They ended up stacking up and being taken down, eating a 5-man paranoia or a 4-man paranoia. Now they can play things a little bit slower, look to bait out some of that utility first. We do see that Killjoy, right? Goes in deep, places down a turret. Now they'll know if somebody rotates through that window or comes through that mid garage or that C garage area. So I like this start here. But as I said before, nobody headed towards A long at the beginning of the round means the operator doesn't get value then. Now Dieza are headed that way, and we know Pingfu is holding on to that one. So we'll see if he can get some value. As Advice looking to jiggle peek here. 4 people stacked up onto long, and here comes the push from Dieza.
With this operator trying to shoot right above him is Kingslayer up on the box. Is Colonel going to be able to take that one back? So it's still the numbers advantage for Lycus. Is Anti going to take out Silence? Tem able to finish off Restored Rambo. Run it back onto the site. Will finish things off as J Park's going to go down. And you were talking about it, right? If you can start taking rounds off of this Dieza team, you can start really feeling confident. This is not an easy team to beat. There are some great, very experienced players on this side. And just like that, Lycus with a 2-round lead approaching double digits here. And Dieza, you know, there's still a ways to go, but you got to imagine they're maybe starting to sweat a little bit.
Yeah, I would say, I mean, that round was huge. So coming in winning the second round after pistol, and then to pick up that one, Colonel went off. He killed Advice at a short, then turned to kill Kingslayer, who just killed Pingfu right behind him, then had the ultimate available, used that to pick up the last kill there. Probably didn't need it because the Omen wasn't looking at him. J Park had no idea he was there for whatever reason, but a big round there. And again, momentum is huge, and when you're on, you're on. Anybody who plays Valorant knows when you're clicking heads, it feels so good. But Kingslayer, he doesn't need to shoot heads. He will shoot bodies with the Stinger. Dropping bodies with that Stinger now has the operator in hand, and this is a scary spot to be. Although you might have the arsenal advantage, there's an operator in the hands of Kingslayer, and they're up 5 members to 4 here as that spike has been planted. Killjoy ultimate will go down. Not going to get as much value as we've seen. There are many ways to go. You can still play up through heaven if they should choose to do so. They are not. The lockdown does get destroyed. The kills are coming through. Restored Rambo trying to do what he can, but Tem will trade it back. Now it's a 3v3. The blaze goes out. Colonel needs to be careful. He is flashed. Might take a bit of damage. No, it's not going to be from the Hunter's Fury. It's going to be from the operator. Silence gets one for himself. Picks up a gun in a huge comeback thrifty victory for Dieza.
Yeah, and let's be clear, right? We say, hey, they may be starting to sweat a little bit, but that doesn't mean Dieza isn't going to come out firing on all cylinders, and we saw it in that round. This team done until they're staring down the barrel of 13 rounds on the enemy team. So you really have to put your foot on their throat and keep pressing until this match is over. Otherwise, Dieza is going to bring this back. They're going to give you everything they have, and it shows in that last round. A very clean push onto the A side. They get the entry frag that they're looking for, and then they absolutely lock it down, and they're going to pick you apart if you let them do it. So Lycus going to need to buckle down here, continue to lean on their strong players. Colonel continuing to look really darn good on this Phoenix, and we'll see if it continues as Silence pushing out from A short. It's again this A play. It's worked out for them lately. Let's see if they can make it happen again, as they're being very patient, waiting for this peak. That's going to be the smoke coming out from the Omen to block out the site from Heaven, and now it's time to get onto A site.
Yeah, and Omen actually ulted up with Pingfu into Heaven. I'm trying to. Oh, never mind. Okay, it was underneath. I thought he went up top with him, and I'm thinking,
I did too for a second.
I want to see how this plays out. Somebody's getting a knife kill here, as people are being spotted. The Hunter's Fury going to be used. The aftershock from Silence could be huge. Not going to find too much there, as we've got 2 playing underneath. It's a 5-man full retake to come through here from Lycus Empire, as that spike has been planted. Tem going to find the first kill into Heaven. The Jet is now on the site, and we'll see what they can get done. It's Blade Storm in hand, going to be taken down as Rambo, and the rest of the team will follow. Tem coming up huge with a 3K. Now things are tied up 9-9, and I believe that's one of our first flawless rounds that we've seen. It's been incredibly scrappy round in and round out for this entire game. Now, There's two things that I've been meaning to say, but there's been so much action in these games. One, everybody typing in ! giveaway to get in on the Razer keyboard giveaway. Keep doing that, but also click that link because there's another giveaway over on Twitter. So if you don't win that one, you can try and win the Twitter one. And two, as casters, we like to pronounce things correctly. And this entire time, I've been thinking in my head, are we thinking too hard about Dieza, or is it just Diza? And I just saw somebody post in chat, I think it's Diza, and now I have no clue. Now I have absolutely no idea, and everything that I stand for, it's just been thrown out the window because we just want to be right, and we're never, ever right here. So we'll see if these guys can continue to play through. Full focus, obviously a little easier to pronounce as Restored Rambo, going to find a couple of kills, and that's a pretty easy name to pick up 2 kills at that. And we would like some advice as we do see that name pop up on the board to trade 1 kill back. Lycus Empire in the driver's seat for this round, although we are tied. These teams right now not battling for the end of the game, but battling for double digits to push even closer towards the end.
Yeah, first one to double digits here, whoever can take this round, and it is Diza versus Lycus Empire. We'll go with that until anybody tells us otherwise, as again, it's the push towards the A site here. Diza getting down A short. They've got the spike on their Omen. Advice following in here. They're going to look for the smokes once more. That's going to be the peek out behind the boxes. They've got to be careful. They are going to catch Colonel, though.
Left.
And that means Advice is going to get to set up this utility, prep for the retake here. Spike going to go down. And we are ready to go. It's the 3v3 setup as the retake is on its way for A site. Remember, winner of this round gets the double digits first. Diza has won the last 2 in a row. Can they make it 3 right here?
Ooh, and Tem, he's trying to do that. He's picking up right where he left off in the last round. Finds a kill onto Anti here. And now 2 members stacked up towards this connector. But it's just a couple of sheriffs. This, unfortunately, might not go their way. They need to pop some drapes here in this one. But Tem is going to do that in return as J Park finds one for himself. It's a clean victory. They're not a flawless, but a clean one there to close things out. Tem picking up 2 kills. That's 5 kills in the last 2 rounds. This guy, he's putting his carry pants on. He's had his captain pants on for the entire game. Now he's putting his carry pants on. He doesn't want to give all that limelight over to Kingslayer. And with that, it was a save round for Lycus Empire, or an eco, right? They had some sheriffs, maybe an SMG sauced in there, but here comes a full buy. Now it's their chance to not only get into double digits, but to retie things up and then try and regain control. Unfortunately, one thing that Dieza has for themselves is the operator in the hands of their jet, and it has been so very huge to have Kingslayer wielding this weapon. Now Anti does get spotted out. Is trying to bait it out as J Park finds a kill on to Restored Rambo. Anti trades one back, but J Park, this is his round. He's starting to show up here. Ooh, that op shot missed. I don't know how.
I would imagine it was because Kingslayer was slightly strafing, so I think it maybe just would have missed over the shoulder, but it certainly looked like he had his crosshair on the upper body of that Sova. But regardless, it's the 4-3 advantage here for Diza. They've got the plant for long, and this should be an 11th round here. Diza trying to regain a 2-round lead. Is Rep able to take out J Park with the entry onto the site. Silence gonna drop the ultimate here. Ping Fu able to trade 1 for 1 as Tem takes him down. Now the 2v2, peek around the boxes. Kingslayer going to miss with the first shot. Now looking to peek around the right side. Colonel going to go down, but it doesn't matter. Rep with the peek. Can he get the defuse? It doesn't appear so. No, he's going to go down. Rep will fall, and despite all players getting wiped out there on Diza, it is the round win for them over Lycus.
Yeah, and that is terrible. You do everything correctly, you just don't do it in time. And with that, now you're at 11 rounds to 9. It's not the end of the world if you lose this one, but the economy is not great. Could they force a bye here? Probably. It's smarter, though, to just go into that 12th round. You know you can win rounds. You just did it there. You know you can win gunfights. You just have to do it a little quicker. And Colonel, although his gun skill has been huge for this team, I think some of that utility has been a little questionable. As now he's got a gun in his hands, but he's going to go down. And I mean, if you force this round, that is not the way that you want to go out early into this. He only had 1,100 credits, so going into the next one, he's still going to be sitting on a pretty rough buy, as the rest of the team did seem to eco as they are falling down. Kingslayer finds one onto Anti. Ping Fu needs to find this kill with the Sheriff. Crosshair placement a bit too high as he tries to find Silence, but Silence will trade that headshot right on back. A is going to be the play, and it should be an easy one as it's all up to Restored Rambo. This is the op player. This guy likes to click heads. Maybe he could do it 5 times in this round. It would be a tall glass of water, a tall drink of water. But I think we do see him just back on out. Maybe look for an exit, try and find a gun. At the end of the day, though, Lycus Empire now really on the back foot.
Yeah, he's going to get spotted out by the recon bull. Tem easily with the peek there out towards a link. Restored goes down. It's a flawless round here for Dyza. And just like that, they are on map point. This half did not really start in their favor. They grabbed the pistol, but then lost 3 in a row, which gave Lycus a 2-round lead. But Dyza has come charging back 5 rounds in a row for them, looking really darn strong here. And finally, we may see Dyza rounding into form. And, you know, if Lycus drops this match, it's going to be bittersweet. Obviously, you hate to drop this game, but I think there's a lot you could be proud of. This Dyza squad is solid. A lot of veterans of these tournaments and really strong players, so they can be proud of the challenge that they put up to Dyza. But I think they're going to look at that 2-round lead late in this second half and feel like maybe they lost the golden opportunity.
Yeah, it would be a huge victory for a team to pop up like this and take down a team like you said, some returning veterans in these tournaments, just some veterans in tactical shooters as a whole on this Dyza. We'll never know.
I'm sticking with Dyza for now.
Okay, Dyza. Okay, we're sticking with Dyza. So, with that, it would be a huge victory for these guys, a huge morale boost. But like you said, nothing you can really hang your heads about, and they're still in it. They have 4 huge ultimates.
Yep.
I'm looking at the run it back mostly. Colonel needs to come up. If there was ever a time to carry, right now he's got his carry pants on. He needs to zip up the zipper, button that button, slap a belt on it so these carry pants do not come off at all, because he has to come up huge in these last few rounds and then some, right? Because they're playing right now for overtime. It's not necessarily playing to lose. It's playing for overtime. Once they get to 12, they'll have to pick up another couple of rounds. So we'll see where these ultimates are used. If you're going to use it, I think you wait to see if you get a pick. If you can get a pick, you can probably hang on to them to use them at a later round. But if you're not getting that pick, things aren't going your way, you definitely need to start throwing everything but the kitchen sink out at this Dyza squad, because you need to try and find a win. Now Kingslayer creeping up. C looks to be the play. The smokes go out. They haven't spotted out Restored Rambo just yet. Hunter Street comes through. There's a double kill. 2 headshots to follow. Tem want to grab one with the Hunter Street. That's a huge pickup in itself, as the Omen is now down. Restored Rambo going to find a third after changing positions. He will eventually fall, and Tem is trying to put his carry pants on. It's a 2v2. Tem on low HP, but the run it back is available should Colonel choose to use it. Operator in the hands of Kingslayer as well. And we'll see Tem looking on the flank here, pushing through the mid window, only on 30 HP, is not going to find the kill. Now it's a 2v1. The spike is going down. Time is ticking down. Lycus Empire have the advantage, but is it going to be the clutch from Kingslayer?
He's going to look for it. The Owl Drone going to spot him out, but it's the perfect setup there from Lycus. They draw his fire upwards. Colonel peeks immediately to take that kill, and that's going to be Lycus surviving. They will get to double digits themselves, and I got to say, I don't know if you've heard the old Daniel Tosh joke, but when you kept referencing the carry pants and putting on the extra belts, I thought of his old it's cargo pants day joke. Fill the pockets up with change. You get the car alarm, not the car, just the car alarm.
I'm unfamiliar, unfortunately.
You should look that up. That's just what kept popping into my head when you're talking about you got to wear those extra belts. You'll make sure those carry pants don't fall down today. Don't want any unfortunate incidents. But it's a great round there from Lycus. Really, you know, and it's funny you mentioned it earlier, talking about after we got that first flawless round and how it's been really scrappy. That was another one of those rounds. The rotation from Lycus was really fast over to the C site, and they seemed content despite the deficit that they are at and the tough position with their backs against the wall. They seem to have zero fear to play aggressively and trade, and had confidence that they could win that round, and it certainly paid off.
Yeah, and that is huge because they didn't use the ultimates. Everybody with ultimates died except for Colonel, and he was able to use it to pick up the round win. So they're still sitting in a pretty good spot. Need to be careful peeking long here because Kingslayer is creeping up. Again, this is the aggressive op. As Colonel finds one, maybe buys the attention. Pink Fu will fall. The flash will come out. the Blaze as well. But that's the Killjoy ultimate, and this is a good one as J Park picks up 2 kills in this round, looking to close things out. Anti going to find the lockdown destroy there. We'll take out that Killjoy ultimate, no longer needing to disperse off of this A site, as J Park will fake the plant. The paranoia will go down. No push though from Anti, as he's actually getting flanked by that Blade Storm, and he is going to fall. That's the round going the way of Daiza, and it's going to be the victory here. They will be moving forward, but what a showing there from Lycus Empire.
Yeah, a really strong game from them, and like you said, a lot for them to be proud of there. They really gave Tem and his team, all that they could handle. So Daiza, you mentioned it early on in these tournaments, and especially in best of ones, I hesitate to fault these stronger teams too much. When they get in one of these tough games, it's a lot easier with these newer teams coming into play, a little faster, a little looser, whereas, there's a little more pressure put on these kind of veteran teams. So I'm not too worried about Daiza. We'll have to see what they do in the next round. But we've got another game ready for you guys. We've got Mamba Mode Gaming up against Unknown on the other side of the bracket. We're going to get right into things, and it is a strong 5-round lead we're jumping into here. Let's get into the action on Bind.
And it actually looks like Mamba Mode on the back foot here. That 5-round lead is going to be in favor of Unknown, who is one of the stronger teams coming into last week's tournament. They ended up losing to Elysium. It is going to be a round going the way of Mamba Mode Gaming, but it's not looking too hot. These guys really got to reel it in here unless they want to be knocked out in not even the quarterfinals. This is the round of 16 that they would be getting knocked out in. This is not a good look for Mamba Mode Gaming.
Yeah, they really need to shore things up right now. Thankfully, Unknown has not been able to push for map point quite yet, so there's still some breathing room here for Mamba Mode, but that 4-round deficit is nothing to sneeze at. One of the good things, though, is it's going to be a thrifty round here for Unknown. We see a smattering of sheriffs there. I believe we had a Stinger and a Marshal as well. So Unknown not working with quite a breadth of weapons here. So Mamba Mode should, emphasis on should, be able to grab their 7th round here, but you never know what can happen. Those sheriffs can turn around very quickly as the rotation is going to be over towards B. Flash onto the site, and the paint shell's in behind the boxes here. And Evil going to catch Nara with the headshot, looking for another. He's going to take out Giovanni. Foreplay, though, with that Marshall to take out Evil. But that is Unknown cleaning things up. Zabota with 2 taking out Screwface. And now it's the 2v1. Unknown get the spike down, chases off of the site. And it looks so good with the early entry. But Unknown has turned this round on its head.
Yeah, completely flipped on its head. I was worried originally about Chase looking for a flank. Now I'm worried about this guy being the last member alive in a 1v2, and these guys have guns. Granted, it's low HP on the breach. It doesn't matter, though. Zabota's going to find a 3rd kill, 2 initially coming through with the sheriff that he had, and another one to follow with a gun that he picked up. That is a huge round from Unknown, and I mean, we kind of cast a curse him, right? That should have been a round that Mamba Mode Gaming wins because it's an eco and a thrifty victory for Unknown. But they're slowly slipping away here, and it seems they have their composition's a little awkward, right? I think last week we were seeing Screwface pilot mostly that jet. Now it's Evil on the jet, Screwface on that Raze. So it still feels like with some changes to their roster, players coming from their academy team, and things of that nature, they're still trying to figure it out, and it's unfortunate that these guys have fallen like they have. But there is still life in this one. There is still a Blade Storm in the hands of Evil that could look to easily pick up a round win here as he is hanging out in hookah. But Zabota's got to be feeling pretty good after that last round, picking up a 3K in a round win for Unknown.
Yeah, Mamba Mode really need this one. Unknown trying to get to map point right now. I'd really love to see, and I think you touched on it there, and it's obviously difficult to criticize Mamba Mode after winning 5 weeks in a row earlier on in our run, but it feels like every week we're getting a different roster, and I would love to see them really isolate a strong starting five and bring it in the same five week to week to week, because it certainly does. It does hurt your team when you're having to incorporate different players on a week-to-week basis.
30
It makes
seconds
it
left.
difficult to keep that consistency. As Evil going to be able to take out 4 So we'll have to see how things develop in the coming weeks. But Mamamo just focusing on this round right now. They've got the numbers advantage. It's G-Man and Evil doing work here on the B site. But that's going to be the peak from Zabota. And again, a numbers advantage for Mamamo just disintegrates as Zabota gets a 2-man trade. And Nara finishing things off along with him, and just like that, we're on map point.
Yeah, and you have to think that the rest of the unknown squad is saying, hey, Zabota, listen, man, we love you. We love that you have 3 flashes now. You're a great breach player. We need to see some gunplay. We need to see some gun skill coming through. Please just stop being utility. And in the last 2 rounds, he's picked up 5 kills coming in huge, right? Like, if you're looking at that scoreboard before, you're thinking, wow, Zabota really being the anchor of this team, making sure, they're staying sturdy, just like your ship would. But he comes back in such a big way in the last couple of rounds. And when your bottom frag is doing that, what is Mamba Mode Gaming gonna do, right? They don't need their top frag to be popping off for unknown, because it's their bottom frag who's doing just that. This team really looking incredibly well-rounded in this tournament after looking so strong in the last, only falling to Elise in here. G-Man gonna find a kill for play, though he's gonna trade 2 back. Now Screwface, the top frag for Mamba Mode Gaming, finally back on the board. G-Man gonna trade a couple, and it's a 2v2, but we've seen how this plays out. Over the strike, instant lamps, U-Haul. Not gonna find a kill there, as Evil will pick one up. Onto Giovanni. Now the spike is on the ground, and it's only 20 HP for 4 He's already sitting on 2 kills. Can he make it a 4K? So not only rhyme with his name, but to finish this one out, the headshot comes through, and unfortunately it's with the Phantom, so it's not going to find the kill there just yet, as he does have that spike in hand. 40 seconds to work with, as both members are pushing through the connector here. I mean, it's his playground. He could stay A, he could go B, he could really do whatever he wants here.
30
Yeah,
seconds
he's going to go
left.
for the rotate. No surprises here. He's going to try and get onto the site and stall them. There's the molly. He has to take out the trap wire. Fakes the plant. Now he is going to go for it with 17 seconds left. Molly finally gone here, I believe. And these are not full health members, as Evil just hard holds that angle to the right of the container, takes out 4 and Mamba Mode lives the fight another round here. Don't get the defuse, but it's still a 5-round deficit in favor of unknown.
Yeah, and that was 1 HP. That was literally just the dream clutch, the highlight of all highlights. If 4 was able to pick that up, the 1v2 with 1 health and a dream, literally, with the spike planted. Unfortunately, doesn't get it, but Mamba Mode Gaming show that there are still signs of life. They're not going down yet. Maybe they just needed to be backed up against the wall before they can start to pop off here. And it's actually, so G-Man is actually filling in this week for Osias. And Osias is typically that Raze player that we see. So that's what's forcing Screwface now onto the Raze. So like you said, the roster changes really kind of throwing a wrench into things. And even if, granted, these are all great players, right? Immortal, Radiant, whatever it may be, it's the cohesion that you lose when you are swapping people in and out. Is that shot going to go wide? Evil doesn't find that one. Now, we saw this in the last game, and you brought it up, the just moving before you shoot. That is actually something that changed with the operator as well. When you stop moving, it takes longer to become accurate, and when you start moving, it doesn't take as long to become inaccurate. So now you basically need to be standing excruciatingly still to hit these op shots, and that's why it's so important to have that on your jet. So you can stand still, you can hit that shot, you can dash out of the way and be completely safe here. And we just saw, I think, exactly that payoff, or not payoff, those nerfs coming through really strong, which that first pick completely stops a push, but instead nobody dies and A gets taken for free. Chase is gonna go down on the backside of this 4 with the Sheriff.
Yeah, and I think those op changes are going to make it almost even more necessary that you have a jet player to use that op, because now you need to be a little more vulnerable, hold those angles a little harder and not move, and then still have the mobility to get out of danger. So I think we're going to see a lot more teams opting to bring out that jet so that they can have that op player. As Zabota going to take out G-Man here. It's the lead for unknown. Now it's the 3v1 Zek cordoned off here in U-Haul, is going to get taken out by Zapota. And just like that, we saw them taken out in the semifinals a week ago, now falling in the round of 16. Mamba Mode Gaming, their day is done. Unknown moves on.
Yeah, and that's the number 15 seed beating the number 2 seed. And if you guys don't remember, you didn't look at the bracket for last week, the number 15 seed actually made it all the way to the finals. It was a different team. It was nothing but pain. But here in this week now, Unknown, like we said, they only lost to Elysium, who ended up winning last week. And winning 5 weeks in a row for Mamba Mode Gaming, obviously that's huge for those guys. And then the next 2 weeks to follow, I believe it was Elysium picking up a win and Kudos picking up a win in those following weeks. But now in a tournament like this, in the Razer tournament series, it's so much bigger. You have so much to fight for, not only for prize pool, but there's so many more teams. You're starting in a round of 32, moving into a round of 16, and then finally the round of 8. So to be one of these top teams coming through here, it actually shows a lot for your teams.
Yeah, it is really important, and we've got plenty more action ahead of us. These teams finishing off their final round of 16 matches ahead of us. We've got quarterfinals, semifinals, and our best of 3 grands. We'll be back with more Valorant action on the other side of this break. All right, folks, we are back. Yeso and Tanner Metro here. We've got quite a few games under our belt, but the action still continues here with the Razer Tournament Series brought to you by Esports Arena. Plenty of Valorant ahead of us. Elysium moving on to the quarterfinals. Other teams moving on. We've got Phoenix 1, Dyza Unknown with the big upset over Mamba Mode Gaming, our former 5-time defending champions. They'll be going up against FYB, and we'll see what match we've got next. But it has been a fun start. We've broke down some of the things on this very, very impactful patch right now, and we've gotten to see still some solid operator play, but it's certainly a more expensive, more risky buy for these teams. We haven't seen the Viper yet, who it's funny, we've talked about it a ton actually since patch 1.07, where she got those really huge buffs. She got even more, which is the funny thing. We really loved the changes that they made, and Riot said it's not enough. We need to give her more power. So I'm really excited about that. They really keep trying to give me reasons to start playing Viper. So we'll see if we see it today, but we aren't going to see it in this one, as we've got Dyza up against Phoenix 1. It's a 1-2 score line here, as Phoenix 1 has the lead in round number 4.
Yeah, and Phoenix 1, one of the stronger teams that we've seen pop up in these tournaments. Again, I'm not too sure. I don't think they actually showed up last week, so now they're trying to get, they're trying to put their hands in the cookie jar here for that $1,000 prize pool and a chance to win the Razer keyboards here. And this one is Kingslayer. Round number 4, and he's got that all queued up here. Silex no longer on the breach. Is going to be piloting that Reyna, and we'll see what he can get done throughout the rest of this one. The spike has not been planted. No sight has actually even been taken, as Derek looks for some Hunter Fury kills. Not going to find it, just a bit of damage. Going to go down, I believe, onto Tem playing that there, and it's actually Trick here for Phoenix 1 on the raise. Man pushes onto the side, not gonna find the kill. Advice sprays him down, and it seems like the Spectre's too strong, and as I say that, Trick sprays him down, and 1 for 2. Kingslayer picks up one as he leaps onto the site, but takes too much damage and is forced to retreat. It's a 1v3. Derek with the Odin in hand is just spraying so many flashes coming through. If it's not the Paranoia, it's the Lyran. Fortunately, there's no Phoenix this time around, so you don't get a curveball. There's no breach, so you're not getting the flashpoint there. But Derek completely blinded, ends up falling down. We are all tied up, and I think this is probably going to be one of the closer games that we see, right? What we've seen, I guess, throughout the day has been close first halves, and then after that first half, one team starts to slowly pull ahead. This one here, it's our 4 and 5 team, Phoenix 1, and obviously Dyza here. We know how strong these guys can be, so I'm expecting, if not overtime, you know, maybe the 13-10, 13-11 victories coming from either team. As 5 members are stacked up towards this B site, we'll see where Phoenix 1 decide to attack.
Get out of my way.
It was really rough to watch for Derek on that B site. As a league player for so many years, that kind of felt like one of those moments where you just get absolutely, you know, crowd control, CC chained until you die. So that was difficult to watch. I feel for Derek there, as that's going to be a kill for Lear with that Sheriff. Through the wall, able to take out the Killjoy. Gonna get another on the Kingslayer, and Menace takes down Tem. So this is a huge start in this round. It's a thrifty buy from Phoenix 1, but they're starting to get things done. As a down to 2, it's the 4v2 advantage, though a low health bar here for the Cypher, and that is the Empress on the Reyna outside of Boathouse, looking for the Lear here. 3 players on site, and they get him. J Park takes one, Silence another. J Park takes the 3rd, and that is the retake. And Dyza is going to retake the lead.
Yeah, and just as quickly as we thought Phoenix 1 were in control on a thrifty round, Dyza, they turn it right back here. They make sure that that is not the case. They pick that up. Now, I do want to state that for Reyna specifically, we've seen the Empress throughout the day. Recently has been nerfed. That fire rate is down to 15% from 25%. So it's not a huge nerf, right? Still gets movement speed, able to see the enemy a whole lot better, and obviously having those unlimited charges feels pretty good. That fire rate, it's not too bad, right? She's basically standing on the Brimstone stim pack. So the nerf, I think as far as for solo queue players, I think they were expecting something maybe a little more That overhealing does feel strong sometimes, but Silence able to pilot this one really well. And I like that they put him on another agent here that has a flash, right? He can still utilize that. It's not necessarily the flashpoint, and it's not 3 of them coming out like it is for the breach, but it is going to be that Lear from the Reyna, which allows him to either set up the team or set up himself to make some plays. This Kingslayer is going to go wide on the shot there. Menace finds the first kill. That's a big one. We saw what Kingslayer can do with the operator in hand. Now it's on the floor, and Phoenix One are up 5-4.
Yeah, one thing to note on those changes you mentioned, the Brimstone, it was actually the Brimstone rate of fire increase from his I can't remember the name of it, but from his ability was brought up from 10% to 15, so they evened those out. So that's a feel-good change, gives a little more clarity for those players, as that's going to be Dyza collapsing on this A site, and this late push from Phoenix One gets torn apart. So it's now a 4-2 lead here for Dyza, starting to get things going in this first half. Phoenix One, no need to panic right now, just down by 2 early, hoping with this thrifty buy, maybe they can make this one stick, because it's going to be Menace. You love, you mentioned it quite a few times in the last couple weeks. You'll love to see those Jets with those attack shotguns. You can dash in aggressively, play really fast, really forward, and try to get those frags. And we'll see if Menace can do it here, as Kingslayer has to dash out of trouble. It's the paranoia peeking into B main, and Menace going to take him out. Advice able to trade that one back, so both Jets dead here as Lear gets a frag with the Stinger. So at least the start to these 50 rounds are good for Phoenix One, but can they close it out? As Tem's going to take 2, he's going to finish off a third. J Park with one of his own, and the answer is no. No, they cannot finish off these 50 rounds.
No, they cannot, and it feels so bad because Tem is obviously spraying from the back of the site, but there's so much more to worry about that they just cannot look towards that Odin and try and shut him up back there. So he is just rat-a-tat-tatting on everybody, picks up 3 kills in that one, and that is a tough round for Phoenix One. But like you said, I like to see the shotguns on Menace, and you saw it play out perfectly. There were smokes on the ground, and it was almost perfect because Menace threw a smoke of his own. The paranoia came out, and a smoke was used by Kingslayer, so that way he was able to get to safety after that op shot, and that smoke worked in favor of Menace. So there's a line of smokes for him to dash in, use that shotgun to get right in the face, and unfortunately, with Sheriffs behind him, they weren't able to pick up the round. But I like to see those kinds of plays, and you are seeing that replay down. So they know Tem's here. He sprays through Boathouse, and he's just, again, rat-a-tat-tat. It's a 100-round drum here for him, and no answer. You just can't look back here because you have to worry about everything else in front of you. I love to see that play coming out for Tem as they continue to grow their lead, and it's a slower start to this one, but it looks like A is going to be the play, but Silence is trying to stop it here as Trick goes down. J Park forced on out. Back into the gardens. Let's one sneak on through as A-side has been taken. It's going to be the retake coming through, but Kingslayer's in on 22 HP. Needs to be careful.
Yeah, they're going to have to see, as this is Kingslayer sitting in heaven, looking for the peak. Isn't going to get the shot, but J Park able to take one as Bang will fall. Derek with the Hunter's Fury takes out Silence, and that's going to be the Killjoy ultimate dropped here by Dyza to try and force him off of the site, and that is going to force the exit. Phoenix One cannot stay on this site and be safe. They're going to have to completely retreat. No players going to be detained, but they're still sitting outside here in A main, and Menace and Derek able to get one apiece here. Advice takes down Derek, and now Tem just locking it down, finishes it off there with the Odin, and that is going to be round number 6 for Dyza.
Yeah, and they really, really found their footing. It seemed like the first couple of rounds, right, we missed the... I think we came into round number 4, but it seemed like, okay, so you see 2 rounds going the way of Phoenix One. They're feeling pretty good, no big deal. And then Dyza immediately after that start to regain control here. And after you lose the pistol, a lot of times it's almost guaranteed to pick up that next round. And those are the only 2 that Phoenix One had been able to grab. And I think for a lot of these tournaments, at least for me personally, Tem, whenever he puts a team together, they've fallen a little flat. They haven't made it as far as I would expect. And Phoenix One is one of those teams that does make it far in these tournaments. So to be able to pick up a win off of here, this roster, this Dyza roster that has now been put together with Tem, with Silence, with Kingslayer, slapping on some extras, it seems to be incredibly strong. And now is the time to do it, right? For these last week, this week, and next week for the Razer Tournament Series, this is the time to have your strongest roster put together. Although it does seem like easy takes up mid here from Phoenix 1 and over to this B side. They have to worry about Advice. They also have to worry about Tem. Everybody's going to get spotted out. Kingslayer's going to find one. Silence finds another as Trick trades one back, but there it is. Advice picking one up. Kingslayer cannot be silenced here with this operator, and J Park will finish it off. So kills all around for Dyza as they find another clean round win, and they're inching closer to a 10-2 half here against Phoenix 1.
Yeah, and not only, because of the prize pool is it important to have that strong lineup, that consistent lineup put together, but there's no easy games in this tournament, right? Lycus took them to 23 rounds of a possible 26. Phoenix 1, very strong team. It might be a 5-round lead, but I'm expecting Phoenix 1 to bring things back late in this first half and into the second. That's definitely a strong team, and then they're looking at most likely facing Elysium in the semifinals. So by no means is this going to be a cakewalk. Dyza is going to have to give it everything they've got if they want a chunk of that $1,000, and we'll have to see them continuing the strong play they've showed so far in this first half. Silence taking a lot of damage on that initial push through A main. Temporary control to Phoenix 1 on this A side, but Tem able to take down one, continuing to do some fantastic work with that Odin. His Advice is going to take down Derek. The spike has been planted, but Menace peeking with that shorty will take one, but J Park takes out Lear. Now the peek from A lane, J Park takes out Menace. Tem finishes off Trick, and that's going to be an 8th round here for Dyza. They keep the momentum rolling.
So spike plant, it's nice to have for Phoenix 1. It helps the economy, and I think they were on an eco that round because of the shorty in the back pocket there of Menace. So hopefully going to this next, now you got to do it. You got to pull out all the stops, guys. If you're holding any secret strategies, you have to do it here on attack. You need to pick up these next 2 rounds because you do not want to fall 10-2, especially against this team, right? Where Tem and Kingslayer in the last game were so huge, they were crucial to the victory. And this time around, it's Silence and Advice who are taking the top 2 spots when it comes to frags and really carrying this team to victory in this half. So anybody can do it on this team on any given day for Dyza, and we're seeing that play out here. And you do not want to be Phoenix 1 on the back foot going on defense when anybody on this Dyza team can be hot pushing onto these sites on attack. So we'll see if they're able to do just that. Menace, they're not going to have an operator. We'll have a Phantom for himself as they push up mid, and it's complete mid control, just sacrifice. Dyza are so strong on the retakes. We've seen it time and time again. They're okay with giving this up. They're okay to push Tem and Advice back into the cubby there on B in the arches, and just you can have B site, and we'll just spray it down with the Odin, right? We'll have that rotate come through, and we'll do so much work on this retake, and it's been so strong. It's paid off just about every single round here, or at least for the last 8 for them. And I would imagine we see that here again, unless they can find a huge pick to kick things off.
Yeah, we'll see. Menace here in B main. Looking to smoke off market for now. Going for the peak. Going to take control of Boathouse here. Has to clear out the recon bolt. Is going to be spotted, and Tem, again, with that Odin, able to get the wall bang onto Lear. Derek going to be able to at least trade one back as Kingslayer falls, and so does Bang. Menace takes out Advice, but Tem is still here. He's still ready to do work. They're going to take out the turret there. But 22 health here on Derek, and he's looking for the rotation. They know Tem is there. They know he's the last member. So they're just going to say, hey, you have to come find us over on A site. And it looks like the hold from the Omen may catch him in the rotation here. Bang looking for it. He's going to hear him run. He's going to peek out, gets the shot. And that's Phoenix 1 finally. After taking the first 2 rounds of this half, losing 8 in a row, they're finally back on the board.
Yeah, and it was a sloppy one. They lost 3 members, although they do pick up the round. Coming into the last round of the half, it's probably not the economy they want. I'm not too sure how much utility Trick is going to be able to get as a whole. And they do opt actually to get him an operator. So they have cash throughout the team, or they have credits throughout the team, and they do put that operator in his hands. Now, Menace is probably saying, hey, Trick, I need to see something out of you. This has to be a big round here, especially if we are going to invest that operator. We need some kind of return to take us to an 8-4 half and look to have an incredibly strong defense as the smokes do go out. Free mid control. Once again, those smokes, I don't want to say useless because you never know, right? People are always mixing up the angles that they're playing, trying to keep you on your toes. But we've seen time and time again, Dyza just like to give up mid and play for that retake. So those smokes going out, maybe used a little premature, could be used earlier. They will recharge for the Omen, so it's not the end of the world. but it's been a slow start now here for Phoenix One, as that Owl drone coming out from 10, trying to peek towards mid to see if he can find some information. It's looking like B is the play. It worked kind of in the last one, although they ended up going over towards A. They were able to find the kills. They just need to do that one more time here, and this is going to be a big round. You'd rather obviously be 8-4 rather than 9-3.
Yeah, every round counts here. Obviously, Phoenix One can feel good about the fact that at least they have their defensive half coming, as that's going to be some damage on a Trick. Trick in trouble here, trying to escape. The final shot of the Hunter's Fury just going to tag him, I think, a little bit there. Bang gonna go down to it, though. Lear able to take down Tem, so it's now the 3v3. The Killjoy ultimate will not detain any players, and Lear gonna spot out Silinx. Kingslayer falls to Derek. Cam gonna go down here from Lear to try and spot out this final player. You will spot the barrel there of the Killjoy, and with time running out, Spike is finally going to be planted. This should be the Killjoy going down, actually going for the flank. I think Lear should hear this. That's going to be the peak, but Advice with the headshot onto Lear. That's a good start. Derek going for the wall bang, is able to finish it off with the headshot. Advice falls, and it's an 8-4 half for Dyza.
Yeah, that was almost scary
Switching
there for a
sides.
second. Had Advice hit that shot, it obviously would have been just so defeating. I love that for the last 2 rounds, Phoenix One, they found what worked. It was only unfortunate that it was just those last 2 rounds, right? They bait out so much B, kind of also opting not to go towards mid and just trying to buy what they can towards that B site. Everybody rotates on over. They're able to find some kills, and Lear in that round was able to find the rotators coming through Catwalk, and it was huge. You would love to have that a few rounds earlier, you know, figure out that strategy, what works, but at the very least, you get what you can. You're 8-4 at the half. Now you're on defense, and we'll see how strongly these guys can hold. It's not going to be the Killjoy Sova, which is so strong on this B side. It's going to be the Sova Raze, and I don't think that's too bad, right? You get some information, you drop the paint shells down, and you can look to find some damage. The turret and the boombot kind of working as the same, getting some information, maybe getting some damage at the very least. But it's going to be that full rotate on over as that Spike is creeping up towards A. That turret has been placed down by Advice, so we'll spot anybody on the flank here should they push through that A long. And now moving up Catwalk, they might have to be careful because Dyza could be running into 2 here.
Yeah, they do have to be careful, as Bang just going for these little jiggle peeks with the Ghost. He should spot this very soon. It's a slow push here from Dyza. They're actually electing to go mid. I don't think Phoenix One. I think Bang may have spotted that out at the last second. It's hard to tell as we can see the silhouettes, but it's hard to tell sometimes whether he can see the top of the head here. They seem to be expecting this push. They've seen it now. Bang knows. And they know they've got 2 players here. Menace able to get the headshot onto Silinx and drops the smoke. So a good start here from Phoenix One. They will get the opening frag, and they will retreat. Wait for the retake as Trick is sitting inside the smoke.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, Trick with a nice headshot there. Will find another kill for his team. He's going to be traded back, and Tem's still alive, so still things to worry about as the right clicks go down. Finds quite a bit of damage onto Advice and Tem there, so Menace actually coming up huge to try and help his team as Derek finds 1. Derek finds 2. Derek finds 3 there. Gonna pick up a couple of kills, a few kills, I should say, as a few is 3 for himself. And Phoenix One, it's only the pistol round, but a strong defense. A lot of that, though, spear tip by Menace, right? He found that first kill. He dashed on away, dropped that smoke, rotated over, and found so much damage onto 2 members. It only took a headshot and a couple of body shots for Derek to finish it off at the end. So Menace really being a catalyst for this team. Now he has that shotgun in his hands, and this is arguably one of the best rounds to have that judge, right? These guys are going to be on a complete eco. You see no armor across the board. It's only classics. So Menace should have a pretty good round should Dyza choose to go towards A.
Yeah, definitely Menace playing aggressively with the right click on that classic, and now getting the true shotgun here. Whipping out the judge, looking to catch Dyza, pushing through A Bane, but Dyza, they sense something fishy here. They back away. They're going to go for the rotation over towards B. And the Rays sitting here. Trick looking for the peak. Originally goes for the drone. J Park goes down. 10 able to trade that one back. So that 1-for-1. Good for Dyza. And actually, they've got the numbers advantage now. Low health bar here for Tem. and they're playing it really slow. That smoke from the Omen just stalling their push here. We have to remember Dyza not sitting on a whole lot of guns. They were able to pick up the Spectre, but otherwise it should be pistols, so they're biding their time outside of B site.
And they do spot Lear here. There's the
30
push. It's going to be the
seconds left.
classic enhance for Kingslayer. He
One
finds a
enemy
kill onto
remaining.
Lear, and now it's all up to Menace, who I said was going to have a pop-off round, and he still has a chance to do that. But as you said, it's guns now on the board. I think it's the one Spectre, maybe picking up a second as they fragged basically the entire team. Now Menace has to creep up. It's a low health bar on one, so it's two-ish members. Oh, make it one-ish members, almost two complete, as that health bar does get chunked. On to two, Silence here as Menace is going to go up. He's going to dash forward. He's got the judge in his hands, but it doesn't matter because Silence is on the flank. They pick up the thrifty victory there, and Dyza, that is one of the best rounds to pick up, so you're not losing another one. You're not letting Phoenix 1 grab any control coming back into this game here, and now they have the buy round. It's going to be a light buy, as you can see. Oh, actually, they're just opting into the Vandals. Can be kind of scary. You give one of those over, and that's all it really takes to turn the round upside down. And we'll see how Phoenix 1 respond, because it looks like sheriffs, shorties, really whatever you can get on defense, and tight corners are going to be the play here for this 15th round.
Yeah, the key for Dyza was that they elected for a complete full save in the second round of the half, which means that they're sitting actually on just a whole lot more cash overall in this round. So you can see multiple members buying up Vandals, and full shields is still sitting on 4,000 plus credits. So Dyza feeling pretty confident right now, shooting for double digits here on the scoreboard, as we are in round number 15, and Kingslayer looking for one down mid as Advice is able to take out Bang. J Park takes out one of his own, and just like that, it's just the Cypher here rotating from CT. Smoke's going to go down. Silence is going to go for the peak. Should spot out the Cypher on the right side here momentarily. Is going to get it. Immediately whips to the head, and Lear goes down. And that's a 10-5 lead for Dyza.
I didn't see... was there a turret kill in that round?
I didn't notice.
So I wasn't sure.
I would be sad if there was.
So, because there was a kill up on Catwalk, right? They had killed Bang on Catwalk. There was also a kill from somebody who had pushed towards the A spawn right here, right
Sure.
at the entrance there. And there was a turret set up in the back by the table. So I wonder, I don't know if the player who had gotten a kill here rotated and killed Bang on the Catwalk, or if it was actually a turret kill. Either way, it is a round lost for Phoenix 1. And they are inching closer and closer to being knocked out here. Dyza, we talked about it. This squad typically falling short in some of these tournaments. This is the best time to come up huge, and they're looking to send home a very, very strong team in Phoenix 1. This is our 4 seed taking on our 5 seed, and they're looking to step on the throats here. Silence has opted into hanging on to that Spectre as the Jet is going to dash through. Lear is going to take Kingslayer down, the Hunter's Fury, and go wide. Not going to find too much there, but it's looking like a Phoenix 1 round if they can keep this up. It's only 3 members remaining, and Advice is low on HP. That spike is going to be planted. It's going to be a 5-man retake as the locations have been revealed. The shock darts go out, and now the health bar's low on 2.
Ooh, and J Park electing to remove the dart there in full view of the doors to A-Link there is going to make the peak easy for Phoenix 1. And you know, credit to Dyza. This is the best Valorant that we've seen a TEM team play over the last month. They're going to have to obviously keep it going. They've got the 4-round lead here, but they need to finish off Phoenix 1, and then they're certainly going to have a test in front of them as we expect Elysium to move on. Just a note, team name did take out Dog Team in 13-9 fashion in their round of 16 match, so it will be Elysium versus team name. So we'll have to see, but they will face the winner of that match in the semifinals if they do, in fact, move on. So things don't get any easier for Dyza, but they can certainly feel good that they are playing their best Valorant we've seen from them in a while this week, and see if they can keep it going. As Trick immediately going to drop the bot there into B main. It looks like Dyza's thinking about an early A push, and the rotation actually getting drawn here from the Cypher. And with both Omen and Jet holding here on Catwalk, they don't know it, but Dyza actually had free entry onto that A site. They're going to elect to rotate towards mid. They may push for catwalk here. They're thinking about it. Menace up on the boxes. They're going to have to coordinate this peek. Going for the peek as Silence gets one. Is able to step forward as well and spot out Bang. But the miscommunication there. Advice goes down, so Bang able to trade 1 for 1.
Yeah, and a kill up mid, though, from Kingslayer means they have really any option except for pushing up towards the catwalk here. As Bang's going to push through the smoke, picks up a 3rd kill this round, and now in the 2v2, it's Sova and Omen versus Sova and a Cypher here. Derek sitting in the back, taking a page out of Tem's book here. Hopefully, obviously Tem didn't write the gospel of Odin on Sova, but he did write in this match the gospel of, hey, don't look over here. Let me get a quick 3K as Derek is looking to pick up 2 for himself with his Odin in his hands. And hopefully the Cypher can buy some information or buy some of their attention while he does get this spray down. And they might not be expecting him, though. He does find the headshot. Now it's a 1v2 for Lear. He can do it, and he has done it before. He stops that recon bolt from getting any information. He goes for the reload, though, and he's taken down by J Park. Lear, it's just timing, tactical shooters, right? You just got killed by timing there. That reload coming through just at the worst possible time you could do it, and it was looking so good, right? He obviously his position was given away, but he didn't get respotted out by the bolt, and just a nice push there by J Park to clutch that round. And now Daiza inching closer and closer towards match point, closer and closer to victory here. Phoenix 1. If they want to have a little bit of breathing room, they need to start picking up some rounds right now.
Yeah, and it was unfortunate time for both Lear and Derek, as we saw Derek, I think, was looking to pull out the recon bolt there, and as soon as he did, we saw the peek come through from Tem, able to get that opening frag in the 2v2, and sadly it means Phoenix 1 drops that round, and now it's the 11-6 lead here for Daiza as the Hunter's Fury is used. I don't get what it is about the Sova players being the LMG players, but they are nothing if not consistent. And Daiza down a member early, trying to force map point.
And Silence doing what he can here. He will be spotted out by the trap wire at the very least. 2 members also hanging on to this one. And it's Bang who is watching Tree Room. The rotation from Cat comes through. It's 2 members up. He'll have to take this door down, but it's an easy feat to do just that as that Lear goes through. The trap will be taken down, and now onto A side. Daiza will go, and they were a member down, but now they are a member up. Make it a few. Nope, not going to be a few as the kills are traded back. Trick can find another. Now it's evening the odds here. He has the showstopper available. The op shot goes wide. No. Taken down by the Classic, and now we'll see if Derek can get it done. That spike is going to be planted here. We'll see Tem, or not Tem, rather. We'll see J Park look to reposition here in a better spot for himself. Kingslayer makes sure no flank from the backside comes through off of Heaven. J Park's in right on top of that spike, has that Omen ultimate, will ult to safety. Now they can just play for time, play for the spike. It's Opt v Odin, and it's Kingslayer who's gonna find the kill. Derek yet again finds himself in a clutch situation, cannot get it done, and now it's match point here for Daiza, looking to move forward.
Yeah, and that's kind of the bane, a tough situation there for any LMG player, right? Having to play retake there, unable to hold an angle and just sit and wait for these players to come to you, means that you've got to trudge your ass out nice and slow with that LMG in your hand and hope you can catch someone unawares. But Kingslayer was holding the right angle, able to take that one out, and it's now map point here for Daiza. And this is why I said in the last round, I wasn't too worried despite the strong performance that we saw from Lycus Empire, because I have faith in this Tem roster, and they've made it forward here in this round, looking really, really strong against a week-to-week top team here in Phoenix 1.
Yeah, and I'm trying to go back to look at some of the information from the last tournaments, and the last time these guys met, September 21st, it was when Tem's team was labeled as full focus, and Phoenix 1 beat them 13-10, and then went on to end up winning the tournament against Elysium 13-2. I guess that 13-2 scoreline doesn't really matter for the finals because it was they do play a best of 3, so that is not very telling. But this is now Tem's, it's their time, right? It's never mind. Trick to make sure it's not their time. As the kill comes through, number advantages for Phoenix 1 on defense. Derek sitting in the back of the site, but that Empress is on. We'll see what Silence can get done with that. He's going to spot out one, tries to spray him down, but it's a Stinger in hand. You thought it might be an Odin. No, it's the Stinger that pays off for Derek. Now this guy knows his weapon of choice as Phoenix One stay alive here, and they're looking to take it back to Tem's team here. No longer full focus, but if they could get another win, that would just be another Tem team under their belt. It's still a tall order. They're still just playing for overtime here. But that was a nice round. And Derek, you got to give him hats off. He's not been able to get it done with the Odin, but you put a Stinger in this guy's hand, and hey, he'll get you a couple.
Daiza, what was that? How do you let him take 3 separate 1v1s with the Stinger and win all 3? That one, that's a tilter for me. I mean, obviously, Daiza still, as you mentioned, plenty of room to work with. And they're still on that point. Phoenix One has a lot of ground to make up, but that's just that you can't let a round play out like that if you're Daiza.
Yeah, granted, they could be playing a little loose. Obviously, you know, just running into the site like that. They have a huge lead, but you're right. Especially, you do that against one of these teams as you continue to move forward. I would say Mamba Gaming, but they're already gone. But you do that against Elysium. You do that against Phantom Trooper or whoever may make their way up into the quarter, semis, and finals. And you're not winning games. That's how you throw games, for sure. You let not only can Phoenix One do that, but you let some of these teams grab that free win. That might be enough. That might be what they need to then just start to chain a few together, take you into overtime, and beat you in overtime, right? One of the, I think the biggest clips was from CSGO, back in the CSGO days, where Simple goes for a knife. He ends up getting killed because he doesn't get the knife on Dust 2, right? They ended up beating them in the tournament. Like, that was huge. So it's definitely not something that you want to just give away for free.
30 seconds left.
Gotta love those Simple clips. They are the best. That's going to be the Killjoy ultimate here, and Silinx and 0 players detained by that one. The tooltip was, for a second it said enemy Killjoy, but it was actually the allied Killjoy there. Kingslayer with the wall bang there onto Menace, but Trick able to take one back. Trick has been sitting at the bottom of the scoreboard for Phoenix One for the majority of this game. If he can get rolling in the second half, could be a huge boon for his team here, as Trick going to take out Kingslayer. Tem able to knock down Bang. And now it's the 1v2. Trick sitting on the site. Takes out one. Tem looking to get information. Uses the recon bolt. Able to spot out this Raze. Raze going for the defuse. That's going to be it. Tem lands the shot with the Bulldog. And that means Daiza moves on. They are our first team in this week's semifinals.
Yeah, and what better way to do it, right? Tem getting the clutch. They're both so low on HP. He picks up the kill. They send Phoenix One packing. As I said before, the last time these guys met, it was Phoenix One in full focus. It was a different roster for Tem's team, but Phoenix One ended up getting the better half of them and then went on to win the whole thing against Elysium at the end. So that is a huge name to take down. That is the 5 team taking down the number 4 team moving forward. They still have to worry about Elysium, but that's a good start for these guys as we're jumping into another one. And that was Phantom Troop versus the Wichita Wolves here. 7-5 would catch the second half.
Yeah, great timing to jump in here. Phantom Troop, a team that we saw advance, I believe, all the way to the semifinals a week ago. I think they went to the semis and lost to nothing but pain, but a team that's shown up, I believe, the last 2 to 3 weeks and have had strong showings. They're a team that I'm excited to see back here, and we'll see if they can keep building on the success and the good work that they've done over the last few weeks. Is Zekken able to take out Ethos there? So that's the early numbers advantage for the Wichita Wolves, as Wheaty's looking to maybe set down some utility. The spike planted here on C site in this first round of the second half. We'll see how things shake out. Daiza was our first team to make it to the semifinals. Wichita Wolves or Phantom Troop looking to be the second. They are on the other side of the bracket as Wheaty's and Austin RL doing some work onto this C site. Zekken able to take out one. He's going to take out a third, knocking down Zap. And now it's the 1v1. He's going to peek down long here. He's actually pushing. I love the aggression from Zekken. He gets the shot. Wheaty's goes down, and Wichita Wolves lengthen their lead.
Yeah, that is a really strong round from Zekken. I think things kicked off with him finding a kill, backing off, waiting for his team, and then coming back to killed literally everybody else except for one. So a huge round there. Definitely a player to watch. I don't think we got in the past tournaments, we've been able to see just about every single game play out. So a lot of these names look familiar to us. I don't think we got to catch these guys. I don't think we saw the Wichita Wolves in the last week because of the amount of games that were being played. So really nice to see that as we take a peek at the economy. Nothing to be too crazy, unexpected. It is a shotgun in the hands of the Panda Tank, which is their jet player for Wichita Wolves. So you love to see that. And I mean, you can't be a Sova player without using these LMGs, right? So he's going to pick up the Ares, and we'll see if he can get himself another 4K in this.
Yeah, we will see, as that's going to be the bot into Garage there, taken out. So Phantom Troop at least has a little bit of information that you would certainly expect someone to be in Garage here. Zekin using this Owl drone to get outside and get some information of his own in a good paint shell there. We'll get a little bit of damage onto Zekin. Thankfully, he's able to react in time to get out of any serious danger. Now with the smokes on to B, it's going to be the push in here through mid doors. FYG able to take out Zap, but Ethos going to trade that one back. Numbers advantage to Wichita Wolves momentarily, but Walt's able to trade it back. Zekin takes one as well, 3-3. Then Panda Tank using that Judge gets two here. Now it is just the Killjoy left peeking out here. Has to deal with the LMG. Zekin gonna take it down. And that is going to be round number 9 for the Wichita Wolves.
Yep, and he's going to toss that diffuse on over to his jet. Maybe the Omen, maybe they let him get some love on that for the alt pit. But I think more importantly, Phantom Troop, it looked close for a second, and then it wasn't, right? Zekin comes right back, has that Ares in hand. They did get the plant, though, which puts their economy in a really good place, right? Full buys across the board. I would imagine they could opt into if they wanted an operator on attack. They're not going to choose to do that. But Phantom Troop, you said it. They're a strong team coming to the last week. They ended up going down to in the semis to nothing but pain, a team that we don't see this week. So I'm was assuming as a whole that we see Phantom Troop move forward even further. Maybe they make it to the grand finals this time around. But the Wichita Wolves, a returning team from last week, didn't have the best run, but in this one, looking to shut these guys down. Wheaties is another name recognized, obviously Phantom Troop, and I feel like I know him from somewhere else, maybe another team across the board, but I'm a little unsure as Zekin looks for the wall bang. It's going to be FYG with the Sheriff to find that kill on the trap wire. And as what happens, you go for that alt orb, and sometimes you just get taken down as Ares trying to spray through. Zekin not going to find anything there, unfortunately. But Wichita Wolves up a member with the clock now ticking down. The spike is over towards C, rotating back. You have to be a little wary. At this point, maybe you know that B is open and you can play for this, but the retake's been pretty easy for Wichita Wolves.
Yeah, the clock is your enemy right now, Phantom Troop. It's been a very slow round here. They've been very hesitant after the opening frag went over to Wichita Wolves, and now they are finally committing themselves to a site here. They've got the split push to a long, to a short. We'll see what they can get done here. The rotation on its way. As soon as Wichita Wolves sniff that one out, they send the rotation from C, and Panda Tank just locking down A short with that Judge, now able to pick up that Phantom, grabs a third there, taking out Wheaties, and Wichita Wolves looking really strong in this second half. 3 rounds in a row to kick off the half.
Yep, round after round after round, and that was a buy round from Phantom Troop, and they had technically the advantage, right? It was a Judge in the hand of the Panda Tank, and that's not necessarily a gun that you would consider to be, you know, your full buy top tier weapon. You know, unless I guess unless you're playing the tight corners like he was, but a lot of the times you would expect it to be the Phantom, the Vandal, the Operator. Those are going to be, you know, your 3 main operating weapons here. And now switching up the angles, still staying on the high ground, maybe spotted out. No, he doesn't. He smokes in time, so he's not going to give away his position. Although his Cypher, unfortunately, not safe. They know at the very least he is here. And that's to be expected, right? If Cypher plays A in one round, he's probably playing A for the rest of the game here because of all the information he can get for your team. Now, for Phantom Troop, they don't have the duelist in Jet. And that feels horrible when you're playing into that Cypher because you don't have somebody who can just dash through those trap wires. And we've already seen that pay off twice for Wichita Wolves, being able to place those down and find kills on the back end here. So I'm wondering how they're going to try and deal with them as they do take the one down that was placed in short, giving up a little bit of information. The Phantom Troop trying to push on. Weedy's going to find a kill through the box. Ethos finds one, so A is completely open. The rotate is coming through. It's a Phantom, no longer an Ares in the hands of Zekin as the smoke goes down. The Killjoy ultimate going to be used. Everybody needs to be forced away here. So Phantom Troop, they don't have the jet, but they do have the Killjoy ultimate, and that is going to push everybody away. The spike goes down. It buys them a bit of time, and now it's going to make this retake a little harder for the Wichita Wolves.
Yeah, Phantom Troop trying to grab their 6th round here, and with the spike down and the numbers advantage, they should be able to grab this one. Some information here for Zekin is he's going to throw up the Recon Bolt, and he will spot some of these players. A Super Turbo to grab one. He grabs the second, taking out Ethos down in hell. That's going to be the Recon Bolt coming from A main. Austin IRL able to take out one himself, but Jangler with the push takes out Waltz. Now he's looking to push further here out onto A main. Austin IRL able to take one, picking up the Phantom here. Zekin takes another, but it's too late. He cannot get the defuse. He's just hoping to retreat with this gun. He's got to deal with the turret, but that's going to be a thrifty win for Phantom Troop. They just barely grabbed that 6th round.
Yeah, and that right there was a huge play by Austin IRL. He had a ghost for the entire round. He found kills once on Super Turbo, who just picked up a 2K, so he was feeling himself, but he had to turn away to try and take down the Recon Bolt, so it picks up a kill there, and then just buys so much time. The ultimate got 0 value except for spacing out these members, right? If Zekin was any closer towards, I believe it was Jangler there at the end, he would have fallen as well, or he would have fallen to the ultimate. But buying time, the Killjoy ultimate was huge, and then a huge play there by Austin to convert that into a round win and to get Phantom Troop back on the board in a dire time, right? When they needed it most. They were on an eco round. So now on a buy round, you just got to do the same thing, right? It's easy to click heads, and the body shots pay off as well, right? You don't have to just get sheriff headshots in these next few rounds. So I want to see them play this just as slow as they did the last one. We're seeing the same strategy of the Killjoy and the Reyna pushing up towards A. Yeah, the Trapwires are in a different spot, so that's very, very smart by FYG. And we'll see if that pays off as one's already been taken down. The second one's going to be found out. A's been completely taken, and Phantom Troop, we'll see if they can just play A again, right? A rotation's going to come through. This time, though, for Wichita Wolves, it's not a 3v5.
Hope you guys were taking notes at home. Don't forget, it is easy to click heads.
Right.
Don't worry about it. No excuses. Here's Wichita Wolves. It's again a setup for Phantom Troop on this A side. They really like this side of the map, and FYG right now dodging a couple of shock darts up here in heaven. Panda Take doing some work with the Blade Storm, able to take 2. Zaf trades that one back, but it's the numbers advantage as Waltz. Waltz is onto the site to take 2. Good work there from the Phantom Troop member. Ethos finishes the last one. FYG falls. That's a 7th round there for Phantom Troop. It was looking like Wichita Wolves were going to have a strong retake there, but the Omen just denying that retake from Wichita.
Now, I don't want to say that was an incredibly winnable round for Wichita Wolves towards the end when it was just FYG trying to clutch up. Not that he couldn't do that, but there are a few things that you pay attention to, right, that make a good player, right? The use of your utility, smoking things off, flashing, just using your agent correctly, and then being able to shoot people, click on their heads, get kills, get frags, entry frags, whatever it may be. Waltz brings a whole new statistic that is just buying attention, because I'm pretty sure it was him last week who it was in a 2v3, I believe, that bought so much attention with his ultimate. He had ulted into the CT spawn or the defender spawn, and 2 members, or maybe even 3 members, went to go try and figure out where this Omen was. Yep. And he just bought so much time that at the end of the round, I believe everybody died, but there was no time to be had, and they ended up winning the round. So Waltz just brings something different. You see it there in that round. He found a kill. FYG completely turns his focus onto him in that one, and then they end up finding another win for themselves. So Phantom Troop, they've got a whole new statistic on their hands with this Omen players. Now they do have that spike planted onto C. It's going to be a full 5-man retake. This time it's not that awkward A retake where you push through heaven and you have to worry about hell. You don't have to worry about too much here as they push onto site to run it back. Going to be used and taken down. It's Waltz and Wheaties to find a couple. Zekin trades one back, but now the scoreboard is just being littered with red and blue, and now it's a 2v2 here, a huge round. He picks up Austin IRL going to find one onto FYG, and now in the solo clutch, it's not going to be enough from Jangler. It's all 5 members going down, 2 still alive for Phantom Troop, and it's another round as they battle back.
Yeah, I remember the specific round you're referencing, actually. It was on Ascent, if memory serves, and those 2-3 players were up on the ramp towards A Heaven, and he just poured it into CT and was just like, hey, guys, look at me. Don't worry about the A site. So I remember exactly what you're referencing, and Walt's certainly doing a good job of drawing attention here on this Omen. Bottom fragging for his team, but still doing work for the Phantom Troop, and we'll see if that can continue as they've closed the gap to 2 after 18 rounds. Wichita had a 5-round lead at one point, but Phantom Troop isn't going to let him have it that easy. Ethos able to take out one, was hunting for more, but instead opts to back away and rejoin his team.
Ooh, and kills being traded again across the map there. Austin IRL able to get one for his team. He's also got the showstopper in his hands. Last time he didn't get a kill with it, but he bought enough space and enough time to be able to find a round win as Ethos finds another kill for himself into this game. Panda Tank is down, and you know, hey, A might be open. You have to be worried about the Cypher who has been playing here, but nobody's here right now. That Spike's going to rotate on up. It's going to be a free take from Phantom Troop. And as we said, these guys aren't out yet. Wichita Wolves, they're slowly, they're just kind of inching this, the reins over towards Phantom Troop to see if they will grab. And Phantom Troop are doing just that. This was kind of the same thing that we saw in the last one between Dyza and Phoenix One, right? Where we're getting down to, you know, quarterfinals, working towards semis. These are the top 8 teams. So if you give them an inch, they will take a mile. You lose that thrifty round in the Wichita Wolves. Phantom Troop pick up a thrifty win off the time bot from Austin, and then they just start stringing together, and they look for a comeback. Granted, it's not when you're on 12 rounds, so it's not crazy to give all this away, but Phantom Troop is not a team that can be taken lightly. You cannot give away free rounds like that.
Yeah, and this is going to close the gap to 1 here. So Phantom Troop nipping at the heels of the Wolves right now, and Wichita should be concerned because Phantom Troop has built a lot of momentum. They've got 4 rounds in a row here, and no signs of stopping for these guys right now. So we'll see if things can continue. It is a full buy here and an operator picked up by the Panda Tank here for Wichita Wolves. So full buys for both sides. In the economy, looking pretty solid right now for Phantom Troop. If they can keep things rolling, they are in a great spot because Wichita Wolves already on the back foot in terms of momentum, and their economy could be in big trouble if they lose this round.
Yeah, we saw them save a couple of guns in the last one. So yeah, economy, I think, definitely in the question for this. Is the showstopper still available? More importantly, the lockdown available, so can push everybody off of a site. Phantom Troop can do just that, should they choose so. You've got your Killjoy, you've got your Reyna pushing up onto A. This is what we've seen historically throughout this entire game, and it's worked. They've also spotted out the traps in every single round following that kill that came through onto Ethos when he ran into one. So they're going to be incredibly careful pushing up forward. They do find one trap there. They do find a kill as well as the rotation comes through. They look for a second. It's just going to be damage found, but it's an overhealed Ethos. He's going to be feeling nice and safe on this A site. The spike's not even here yet. The lockdown will go down as everybody is going to be forced away. There are a few corners up in heaven that they can hang out on as the Panda Tank finds one kill, trying to even the odds. Jangler's going to catch Wheaties on the rotate there. Was looking for the flank, but instead was found out by the lurker. Now it's a 3v4 Wichita Wolves trying to regain control.
Yeah, they have the numbers advantage, but that Killjoy ultimate has bought Phantom Troop so much more time, and that's a huge ultimate from Austin. Zaf able to take 2 himself, as that was Wichita looking for the re-entry onto the site. Zekin goes down to Waltz, and Wichita Wolves, their numbers advantage just disintegrates in their hands, and just like that, we're tied.
Yeah, Phantom Troop, you see the run there, 5 rounds in a row here, and could possibly make it 6. Now, we've seen teams today fall victim to these thrifty rounds, so it is possible. But a lot of the times, what leads to a thrifty win is either ultimates used or being on attack and just overwhelming, right? You're not necessarily if you're a thrifty round going into a full buy, nobody's 5 stacking anywhere unless you are this thrifty buy that Wichita Wolves has, where they're stacking 4 members here in mid. But the thrifty victories usually come from overwhelming people on a site, grabbing some guns, and then being able to convert it. It's different for the Wichita Wolves. They do find 1 kill. It's a huge one, but because it's so far away, you don't get the guns on defense like you would if you were attacking. And some health now going to be traded back onto their Phoenix. So Super needs to be careful as he will heal up. Jangler, though, on the flank. He's looking to push in, grab some guns, possibly play this close-range battle with that Sheriff. A play is going to be the way for Phantom Troop. Wichita Wolves are going to smell this one out. It's been, I mean, this is pretty, at this point in the game, right? It's pretty obvious that these guys can take a fairly easy. The guns should be picked up as they rotated through the spawn here. Now it's, yeah, it's tough. Okay, I said the thrifty victory might not come through, but Wichita Wolves are making me eat my words.
Yeah, the peek from heaven right there with the Sheriff, an easy pickup for the Sova, and it's actually going to be a rotation. Interesting choice here. It's going to be spotted out here by the Sova up in heaven, but the 2-man rotation on its way to see. The response is swift, though, from the Wichita Wolves. Are going to get right into garage here and look to get out onto the site. There may not even be enough time to plant safely. Wheaty's going for the peak, but pulls the gun out late. Panda Tank going to get one onto Zaf, and that is Wichita Wolves finally halting the momentum of the Phantom Troop, even if it's just for a moment.
Okay, so the way that you win a thrifty on attack is by overwhelming. The way that you win it on defense is just by catching them off guard completely in your own right, which was Zekin finding a headshot wallbang, which was Jangler pushing through with the Panda Tank through C-Long and finding a flank kill as well. And they get it done. Wichita Wolves, they're not done just yet. And what did it take for Phantom Troop to come back? It took a thrifty victory. Wichita Wolves, they found themselves a thrifty victory, and that might be enough for them to push for the next 2 rounds. Either way, Wichita Wolves battling for match point here, and Phantom Troop just looking to tie things up as FYG gets spotted out on A.
Yeah, definitely looking very interesting here late in this half. Slow start by Phantom Troop. They're kind of probing towards the A short, trying to see what they can get. They've left the spike behind them. They don't want to get caught too far forward with it, but they're looking to maybe take possession of A and then have the late rotation from the rest of their team. But they don't see enough here, but they clear out some of that Cypher utility. And they're just going to back away from now, kind of reconsider their options. Shout out to Granular Beats in Twitch chat, says, digging these casters. Thank you. Glad you're enjoying the broadcast. We're digging you guys. Hope you guys are enjoying the action so far. It's been a very exciting tournament so far. These teams battling for a share of a $1,000 prize pool and some awesome Razer keyboards here. And Phantom Troop wants a shot at that cash as they are getting onto this C-site. Spike's going to go down, planted for long. One down, though, is Zekin. Able to take one, but Zaf trades out Panda Tank. The flank here, Super Turbo's going to take one, but Waltz grabs another, so it's still the 3v3. Zekin going to spot some out here with the Owl Drone, looking for the shock darts. It's another 1-for-1 trade, so now it's the 2v2. Empress is active, so there's that higher fire rate, but it doesn't matter. Zekin just takes out Ethos easily. The Recon Bull going to spot out Wheaties. Wheaties takes out FYG, but Zekin with the final peek takes Wheaties down, and that's going to be map point here for Wichita Wolves.
Yeah, and it's so tough there for Wheaties at the end. In the 1v2, you're about to get spotted out. You're about to get peeked. You can't turn and run, so you have to try and trade the kill. Then you just get caught after finding one, and you end up falling there. And like you said, now match point for the Wichita Wolves. Phantom Troop have battled back, and it's been such a grueling second half for these guys as they went down a few, then they win 5 in a row and now lose a couple. And it would just feel so bad at this point in the game to go home 13-10. So I really want to see these guys pull it out and push us into overtime. And then that way, at the very least, you lose in overtime as one of the stronger teams. You know, you went down to an incredibly strong team as well. So your 5-round run might not be for naught if you can push us to overtime. I'm hoping for that, as they do have a couple ultimates available, but the Panda Tank is going to sit Wheaties down early in this one and rotate on out. These guys, the Cypher and Jet, have been working hand in hand for a lot of these rounds on A. He's there for backup, but not needed, as now is a man advantage for Wichita Wolves on defense. We'll see where Phantom Troop go. Playing towards A was working. They're looking to mix it up here. They don't want to be too telling. They don't want to give away any of their reads here, as it looks like they are going to play towards C-side. But Super Turbo is going to find the spike carrier. Ethos is here, going to be blinded, going to be spotted out as well, and it's just all falling apart here for Phantom Troop.
Yeah, FYG able to get that wall bang onto Ethos. Now it's the 5v2. Zaf able to get one back here. So that's going to help a little bit, but it's all falling apart here for Phantom Troop. I imagine they were coming into this week feeling a lot better about their chances, but it may all be for naught, as Zekin going to get peeked by Waltz. Waltz able to grab one, but Super Turbo takes another. Zaf with the beautiful Hunter's Fury, though. He takes out two. He's got a shot here. The Panda Tank misses, but whips out the Blade Storm. Remember, the Burst Fire has that reduced damage. Beautiful Shock Dart, able to get some damage on a Panda Tank, down to 58 health. But he's got control of the spike. Oh no. Here comes the push. He needs the kill. Panda Tank just has to buy time. That's it. He's going to run. He's not going to get shot. That should be it. There shouldn't be enough time. Zaf is done. Phantom Troop is out. Wichita Wolves move on to face FYB in the semifinals. Wow.
Yeah, wow, what a way to win. And I mean, hats off there for the Panda Tank to realize what he had to do. He just had to run there at the end. He didn't need to force it. He didn't need to go for a highlight 1v1 clutch. Wow. Yeah. I mean, there's not much to say about that. Like you said, Wichita Wolves, they're going to be moving forward. And I'm pretty sure they played last week and they didn't make it that far. So it's so awesome to see these guys battle back week after week to now make it to the semifinals. But they're not out of the woodworks yet, right? You still have to take on FYB, a new team in the tournament in themselves. And even then, you're not in the money. You go out in the semifinals, you're not in the money. You have to make it to the grand finals to be getting your shot at the $1,000 prize pool. So hats off to them. And I'm excited to kind of take a peek at the brains of the Wichita Wolves as they go into that semifinals, if they can keep that same energy.
Yeah, we're setting up for some interesting matchups, as we mentioned. FYB and Wichita Wolves on one side of the bracket, and then Dyza on the other, waiting for the winner of Elysium and team name. So things are looking really exciting. We're going to head to a break ourselves, guys. Go grab a drink, get some snacks, but get ready as we return with our semifinals from the Razer Tournament Series in just a few.
explain lag. Now some of these players might be having some lag of their own here. I think this is the first time we're seeing Split today. It's been a whole lot of Ascent and a whole lot of Haven. Maybe one game on Bind, I think we caught.
We saw one on Bind.
Yeah, and I can't get away from Split. We were just talking before the broadcast. I've been playing Valorant. I'm playing through my placements now, and I've been enjoying Valorant as a whole, coming back into it, and I cannot get away from Split. It is the only map that I play, and I'm not arguing because I know Split very well, more than I would say that I know Ascent as a player. But this is the only map I play.
Yeah, we do have chat saying audio issues. We appreciate it, folks. Production. They obviously have to work through some kinks dealing with us being off-site, which makes their job certainly more difficult, but we appreciate all the hard work they're doing. And that just means I could say all kinds of random stuff right now. You guys wouldn't even know. Like Tanner is a fantastic human being, and production does a great job. You know, I can just say whatever I want.
Yeah, and I will say, going back to a point that you made earlier, you talked about a Daniel Tosh joke. A lot of people growing up,
yes,
my age, told me that I look like Daniel Tosh. Now, I've put on a little bit of weight since then, but when I was back in boot camp, they called me Tosh. They called me Tosh.0 in boot camp in the Marine Corps.
Okay.
It was like,
I could see it.
That was like literally from 18 to probably like 24 when I got fat. That I looked like when I had
you get a little hard on yourself, Tanner.
Well, I had a skinnier face. I go back and I look at like Twitch broadcast clips of old me, and I'm just like, what happened, man? Too much Taco Bell, bro. Way too much Taco Bell.
Hey, Tanner, I didn't know. Thank you for your service, man. My one of my roommates was in the Corps.
Well, you know what? That's funny. Thank you, obviously, for the support. That's super cool because sometimes it can be awkward.
Yeah.
Or some people aren't huge fans, but the main question that I do get is maybe you knew him. And understand that the military is a big place. So I can't say that I probably know. Unfortunately, so we had some issues in the last one. We were jumping on board this time with FYB and Wichita Wolves.
Left.
We just saw the Wichita Wolves come off a sloppy-ish victory, and now down 2 rounds to 1. They are down in numbers on defense. Super Turbo, one of the bigger names in that last one, was coming up huge with 2Ks in clutch rounds against Phantom Troop, and we'll see if they can do it again here.
Yeah, Super Turbo here. Ooh, getting the kill with his hot hands there. Good toss into B main to finish off the kill on the Jet. Now he's looking to push, but gets caught by Segoy there around the corner of the boathouse. Gets taken down. Now it's the Panda Tank. Dashes across, looks for the spray onto Zeno. Isn't going to get it. That's going to be a 3rd round there for FYB. Glad you guys can and hear our beautiful voices. Again, shout out to production for all the hard work that they do. We obviously have the easy job. We just get to sit here in the comfort of our own homes and yell about video games. They do all the hard stuff and make us look good.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we always, at the end of the night, I want to just say thank yous for, even though everybody's trying to go home, I just want to say thank yous to the production team so many times because they do all the hard stuff. We just get to sit here and talk about the video games with our face on cam. So super nice to be able to have this put on and give us a an outlet for our voices to be heard, and an outlet for these teams. Is Wichita Wolves, they looked strong, but now they're looking a little clumsy here on Ascent here. FYB up to an early start or an early lead, which could lead to another here. I think it is a full buy round for the Wichita Wolves, and we'll see if they can play retake, because that is the name of the game now, as that spike is going down on this A site.
Yeah, and Wichita completely conceding control of A site. A very easy take and setup as Rossi gets that spike down right in front of Heaven, and with the cyber cage down, he's just trying to stall Wichita Wolves as long as he can. He's going to throw the camera up. Wit, meanwhile, watching the door to A link. That's going to be the blaze thrown down. Here comes the push, looking for the spray. He's going to get 2. Wit doing work as Rossi's going to take 2 over by Heaven. And that is going to be the flawless round. Zeno with the final frag, and FYB looking really strong in the opening of their semifinal.
Yeah, that was completely solid. And you see the economy right now. That means it was a full buy round from the Wichita Wolves, and they get absolutely erased trying to play retake there. So a tough round to swallow, a tough pill to swallow for the Wichita Wolves, and we see how they battle back. We saw these rounds go their way. We saw them pick up thrifty wins on defense. So hopefully they can string one together. And FYB, this is a team we haven't seen. I don't even recognize any of these names from being on previous teams in the tournament. So what a huge showing early in this one as so much damage comes down. There's the wall bang from Wit, and this guy's still hot from the last round, but Zekken sits him down. The trades will come through, but across the map, it is just a 2 for 2.
I know exactly.
Panda Tank finds a kill for himself over towards A site. That Spike working on over towards B though, and now you have to play retake, and you're assuming one gun in the hands. You have to get all the way through that B main that is being guarded right now in order to get another gun. So we'll see with Sheriffs and possibly a Phantom or a Vandal in the hands of Panda Tank if it's going to be enough for the retake victory here.
Yeah, this is a really rough start here for Wichita Wolves on the defensive side, and they are heavily on the back foot right now as FYB looking to secure a 5-1 lead. Segoy here outside of B main, just getting those little bursts of fire out towards mid, able to take out FYG. He's going to throw up the recon bolt to scan back towards the attacking spawn. He's going to scout it out. Sees there's nobody over here. So he's feeling pretty safe. It looks like they're maybe just trying to hunt down this final player, the Jet, running for her life and just hiding inside of A main for right now. That's going to be another round here. It is the 5-1 lead for FYB, and they certainly have Wichita in a very early stranglehold.
Yeah, and this is not what you would expect. This is what you would expect from maybe early in the bracket, right? New teams hopping in. The skill disparity it's just there, right? There's a huge skill gap between, you know, a team that is coming in to look to win the whole thing versus a group of friends who just want to play. And when you get up here to the semifinals, you don't necessarily expect this, especially after we saw Wichita beat Phantom Troops, one of the stronger teams in this tournament. Not that FYB had an easy run, right? These guys beat Unknown 13-6, and Unknown beat Mamba Mode, who have been just the reigning champions for a really long time. A handful of tournaments won here for Esports Arena. So not an easy feat for these guys to get here, but they're making it look so easy against the Wichita Wolves as Harmful does find one, make it 2, and Rasu will find another, and everybody, the bodies are just falling, and Harmful is sick with the operator. A 3K for him as he takes down Jangler, and it's another flawless victory on another buy round for the Wichita Wolves. These guys buy out full weapons, and they don't even get a kill. They do better when it's thrifty.
I'm hoping we get more of this fantastic Jet play on the operator. We've been spoiled with it over the last couple of weeks. We saw Kingslayer showing off, but that's really kind of the only big op performance we've seen on the day so far was that game on Haven by Kingslayer, where he charged back from bottom fragging early on in that match. And I'm hoping early signs are that Harmful could do some of that. Had some great frags in the previous round, and his team already up to 6 rounds, and it's an entire 5-stack over by A. Wichita Wolves completely concede B side here to FYB. Zekken able to get 1 with the Sheriff, and he should be able to pick a gun up as he gets over towards this B site, but Spike's down, and Wichita Wolves with a very difficult retake ahead of him. That's going to be the Blade Storm. Harmful's looking for the push, looking for the burst fire. Is just going to get caught by Zekken. Peeks to the right at the wrong time. And that's going to be another gun here for Wichita Wolves. But now it's just Zekken left. Rossi maybe looking for the final frag here. Is going to walk around for the flank. And that's going to be it. Segoy with the operator finishes that one off. And that is a 7-1 lead for FYB.
Yeah, and that was, it could have gone either way there, I think, in the 3v2. With no armor, obviously that was an eco round for Wichita Wolves. They had a couple, or they had the possibility, had a couple of guns, right? The Sova picked up one, and then was able to find another. So Zekken got one, and then the Panda Tank was right next to him when Harmful had pushed through, so they could have found a second gun, but I think Panda Tank had just pushed forward too soon and ended up falling, and then obviously in a 1v3, it can be incredibly difficult to do that. So it was a winnable round. Unfortunately, doesn't go the way of Wichita Wolves. Backs against the wall. Again, sometimes some of these teams, this is what they need to really come online and start to pick things up as the blaze goes down. Wit's going to push right in onto B side, and it's only the Omen here. This is not what you would expect from this team composition as the ult comes out, does get some information, will go back into B main. They get the kill on the Omen. B side is open. The spike's going to go down. The retake comes through, but it's only 3 members, and Wichita Wolves, time and time again, have fallen short on this B retake.
Yeah, I don't know. They're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place right now because it doesn't seem, you know, it seems like no matter what they do, FYB has just got this game on lock. As Segoy with the shock dart, able to take one. Now peeking towards Market is Wit, able to get the headshot on an FYG. And now it's just the 4v1. The last player over here by CT, Rossi with the peek to finish that one off. Super Turbo goes down. Able to take one more with him, but in the grand scheme of things, it does not matter. A huge lead for FYB.
And I don't know if Wichita Wolves have the answer. This is not what you would expect here from a semifinals match. You know, you'd expect more like what we saw previously, the 13-10s, something a little bit closer. We've yet to see an overtime today, which I'm a little sad about because we obviously love to see those when it comes down to the wire to be able to move forward. But right now, it's looking like FYB are going to be the team that do move forward. I believe it was another full buy. As it was in, no, I don't think this is a full buy, actually. I think Wichita Wolves still on the back foot, especially when it comes to that arsenal, and they have to try and figure something out. I talked about the best way for a defense to try and pick up a thrifty win as Harmful finds the 6th shot onto Super Turbo. A site completely open.
I know exactly.
And this FYB team, they're completely reading Wichita Wolves like a book here. Another kill, and this guy's not done yet. He's not going to stop. Shark darts come up top. He misses that one, but got the backup there from Zeno. What a play here. What a game by FYB. These guys are just on today.
I asked for it, and Harmful is delivering. Is going to go down there to Zekin. Misses that shot, but a couple of early picks there with the operator looking really darn clean, and the spike near detonating here. FYB going to retreat off of the site proper. They know there's no way that Wichita Wolves can go in for the retake and the defuse. They're just going to throw up the recon dart, ensure that nobody gets in here to stop that spike detonation, and that's going to be a 9th round here. Zeno going to go down to Zekin. So Zekin, all of these rounds doing as much economic damage as he possibly can, but it's just never been enough to secure his team a 2nd round here in FYB with an absolute stranglehold. This is the biggest deficit we've seen in any of the games on stream today, right? A lot of them have been close. You know, some teams have kind of run away in the 2nd half, but this is truly the most dominant start to a map we have seen on the day.
Yeah, and it's the worst time to have it done because sure, you can drop a map only once you're in the grand finals. You've made it all this way, and then to be sent home in this fashion does feel completely unfortunate. It looks like we have a pause unless my brain is lagging and is not recognizing that number 28.
Why numbers no move?
Yes, exactly. Which I think whether it be connectivity, whether it be issues on anybody's end here, I think this is maybe what Wichita will need to just take a breather, take a step back, and try and figure out how to get it done. I think the most awkward thing for me is they've got this Sova, they've got this Cypher, but they're opting to put the Omen on B all by himself, and then he has to try and play that out. I mean, historically, that's just not how you play. You could just say that's incorrect way to play Ascent, especially when you're staring at this game and seeing it's a 9-1 deficit. Obviously, they're doing something wrong on defense.
And one thing I'd like to see, and it's something that we've seen throughout the day in the other Ascent games that we've had, is more aggressive usage of the utility on the defensive side, right? Consistently in our earlier games, we were seeing Omens smoking off A main, smoking out towards Catwalk, and denying that early vision and maybe giving themselves, you know, an opportunity to peek into A main and maybe get a favorable shot there. Or just slowing down that push and forcing the team to rethink, but they're not using this utility early, and it means that FYB is just getting to walk into these key spots on the map for free. So I'd like to see them shift the utility usage. We'll see if they can get it going. For right now, while we deal with the technical pause on the other match, we're going to swap over to Dyza and Elysium. They are still going here on split. It's a 5-2 lead here for Dyza, as that's going to be Just Underscoring or Justin, whichever you would like, going down. K-Rose able to grab one here. Get Greedy picking up Kingslayer there on the flank. And now it's the numbers advantage 4-3 for Elysium as they're looking to get that spike down. The Viper's Pit has been used. We are obviously big fans of that here on the cast, and this should be a 3rd round for Elysium. We'll see how the retake goes here from Dyza.
Yeah, so since the Viper changes, we had seen a few Vipers pop up. Obviously, we see K-Rose playing it as we see Polly pick up a 2K there to end the round. And so we saw Weeded was one of the players who was a Jet player for Mamba Mode Gaming, then went to pick up the Viper, and they put Jet on somebody else. And Weeded was able to pilot that Viper since the changes, right? No decay on your teammates. Then we see K-Rose play it. He played it last week. He's playing it this week. And Viper got some more changes, right? The vulnerability when somebody is on the toxin lasts for longer. And then your, the instant equip after your ultimate is faster and you move faster. You have double movement speed when you're using that Viper's Pit. So you're not, it's not one of those moments where you hear that Viper's Pit going out and you can immediately get peeked and killed because you have that increased movement speed. Unfortunately, JP2 does not have that movement speed, and he will fall to that operator. And Kingslayer makes a nice and easy retreat on up towards Heaven on B, and is now wrapping all the way back around towards A. Should be able to play Heaven on there to try and stop this push, but the toxic screen is up, so that vision is going to be hindered momentarily. We'll see if that push does come through from Elysium.
Oh, Kingslayer there. We've got the two oppers we were hoping to get in the later rounds of this tournament available in these two separate semifinals. Kingslayer does go down. Silence with a good shot there onto Polly. Drops the paint shells there down elbow. Looking for the peek up towards Heaven is K-Rose, but he's going to get caught by Advice here. And that's going to be the round for Dyza. They move up to a 6-3 lead. And this is interesting, right? You know, coming into this, Dyza, we talked about it, right? Dyza is probably having the best performance from a TEM roster that we've seen in the last month. But Elysium have looked really strong today, right? I think they have a 13-3 win, a 13-5 win in their quarterfinal matchup. They've got last week's title under their belt, so they're coming in here as most likely strong favorites. But Dyza, obviously they're on defense on split, but looking really strong in this first half.
Yeah, very, very strong. And I want to point out that play there from the Dyza Raze, right? Tosses out the paint shells, and the way that he did it as Kingslayer, again, back on the board with the operator, finds another kill onto Just Underscore in there. And the way that the paint shells hit, it made JP2 think that they were thrown from Heaven. So just knowing those angles to bounce it off that wall and elbow, and then there's just no peek coming through, which is weird because there should have been some communication. Hey, he's down low, he's on site, right? Polly pushed out of Heaven and got killed. So a little bit of miscommunication. Doesn't seem like Elysium are that well-oiled machine that we saw last week. But as I say that, the odds have been even for this round. 4v4. A couple of ultimates still available. The biggest one being gone, though, is that Raze for Elysium. No longer going to have that showstopper in this round. Means no kills to come through. But fortunately for them, this one, they've already made it a little bit further, right? Spike has been planted. More people are alive, and they've got the flank from Polly, and he's going to find 2 kills.
Yeah, Polly doing what we saw him doing a lot a week ago, right? Lurking, flanking, just not necessarily playing with the team, looking to find those cheeky picks to give his team a numbers advantage, and it pays off really well there. He's able to pick off 2 players, gives his team the numbers advantage. Can they make it pay off? They will. That's going to be their 4th round. K-Rose with the final frag onto J Park. And Elysium back within 2. Can they even things up here at the end of the half?
Okay, now this is kind of funny, and I know that it's not this, but Dyza has J Park, which could be shortened to JP. Elysium has JP2. Is there a possibility that
JP1 and JP2?
There it is, JP1, JP2. Maybe J Park is multi-boxing. He's playing 2 Valorant games at the same time against each other. It's this crazy multiverse of Valorant that I've created in my head. As Just Underscore finds a kill on Advice, and everybody's getting hype about the JP paradox here.
That is one of the funniest things that we actually we've seen. I think there was a collegiate player for, I think, Maryville or something in League of Legends, that when Yumi came out, he was a bot lane player, and he actually taught himself to be able to use like a modified keyboard with his feet, to where he played duo queue at like challenger level here as TEM, doing work with this judge in mailroom. But he was like winning games at like a master and challenger level, playing both roles in the bottom lane. with the Yumi support. It's insane. J Park gonna get one on the get greedy here. As I'm just riffing, guys. Just underscoring, going to get the final frag there onto J Park, and Elysium brings it back within one. So things were looking a little shaky early on in this half, but they're keeping things moving. Kairos leading the charge along with JP2, and now they have the opportunity to tie things up in this final round of the first half.
Yeah, and that is definitely where you want to be, especially being at this deficit. A strong position to do so. And in this one, we saw the showstopper get kills for Daiza. Now we might get to see that here from just underscoring for Elysium. So I want to see how they play around this, because that can be guaranteed kills. It's tough though, because it's on your operator, right? It's on the op user here as Kingslayer gets a kill through the Viper screen. That is huge. That is the showstopper out of the way. You no longer have to worry about that free kill, that free damage, or that free zoning. And Elysium are on the back foot here. Daiza looking to make it 7-5.
Yeah, they're going to do their best here. As you mentioned, numbers advantage, couple of key ultimates available. Let's see what they can do. Is that Viper is cutting off a lot of vision for the moment. Get greedy now, looking to push up to ramps, but J Park has got it locked down. JP2 able to trade one pack, but again, it's still the numbers advantage here for Daiza, 3-2. JP2 going to get onto the side. He looks away from Heaven, but he's going to get peeked as soon as he looks away. Silence takes one, Kingslayer takes the other, and that is the 7-5, excuse me, half here for Daiza.
Yeah, and I like this match. So it forces Tim to play something a little different, right? He's not on the Sova. Pauly's still playing on his Sova, but Tim and Pauly are these guys who have so many hours in CSGO and are probably so familiar. I would imagine just across this whole roster, right? Having so many hours in CSGO, everybody kind of knowing everybody. And obviously you see new names popping up here and there for Valorant specifically. So it's kind of nice to see this, not a throwback match necessarily, but a match in between maybe buddies or rivals coming from the CSGO scene over to this Valorant scene. And now we get to see this half played out by Elysium, and we'll see if Pauly CS Pauly CS, that's the name he goes by on Twitch, sorry, but Pauly can continue to kind of be that team leader that his team needs, right? We've seen this guy multiple times take a backseat on kills when it mattered to just kind of coach his team and help his team through the rotations, through the rounds. One's gonna get spotted out here. They're trying to chase down just underscore, and they're not able to do so. It's the frenzy in hand as Silence does find the kill as they push on up into ropes here. And okay, J Park getting a little aggressive there with the
I had a little jump scare there.
looking for a tomahawk kill, but it's a 1-for-1, one duelist for one across the board. I think Elysium still in a pretty decent spot here. As you see that Viper screen going across the map, cutting off Heaven, cutting off mid. It's incredibly difficult to peek through this as the smokes go out. J Park maybe spotted out there by the bolt. I didn't see if Silence had picked up the kill on that, but B take coming through, and it's going to be a retake from Elysium.
Yeah, still 4v4 here, so each team has gotten a pick of their own, but both sides still very healthy. The Pauly going to be able to take out Tem. That's a huge frag there for Elysium as they look to take this pistol. J Park going to grab one. Looking for a second as he knocks down K-Rose. Get greedy, going to knock down J Park, but he's got low health. So does his teammate here, Tem. Could be in trouble, or it's actually JP2. Excuse me. He's going to get taken out by Advice there, and that's Daiza growing their lead to 3.
Yeah, and you love to see right clicks with the classic. You don't love to see him at distance like that. It looked like the rounds just went. We saw the Advice POV, and it was just all around him except for on top of him, and unfortunately JP2 couldn't get it done. Now, be it a tighter angle and maybe he has some more HP, he could look to win that round. But it is Daiza picking up another one, growing their lead early here in the second half and looking to continue to do that. No real force coming out from Elysium. They have bought a couple of pistols, the shorties, and the ghosts coming through, so can still look to pick up a round, but it is difficult. The times that we've seen Thrifties, it's usually off the back end of a few headshots from the Sheriffs, and unfortunately with full armor, the Ghost isn't going to afford your team just that, as it's free take onto A, and I would think Elysium try and play a retake. It would be really nice to find that lurker. If they could find Tem on the back side there, maybe even Kingslayer. Here's 3 members. There is the overpower. They do find one as Tem picks up another. He's got the spray down, finds a second. Will be stunned out by the paranoia, or blinded rather. Unfortunately, it may not matter. The kills are littered on the kill feed. Now it's all up to Paulie, the team captain here. I believe he has a ghost in hand and a 1v3.
Oh, he's going to peek out. Does get the headshot there onto Advice. Advice wasn't quite sure where the Sova was coming from. Now his teammates do have an idea. He's got a gun in his hand, but it isn't going to matter. Silence going to be able to take him out there with a headshot on the Spectre. And that's the 9-5 lead. So now, you know, those first 2 rounds, right? You lose that pistol. You expect to probably lose the second round here. But now Elysium really has to buckle down. That's 3 rounds in a row now for Dyza between the 2 halves. And you cannot let them grow this lead any further and continue to build momentum in this second half, because 1 round here, they're at double digits, and they are, you know, a stone's throw from a 13 rounds in a berth in the final. So Elysium got to buckle down right now.
Yeah, and a quick push up onto A heaven, but they're going to get taken down. JP2 with the spray down there. 2 headshots will follow up back to back, and just like that, you put a buy round in the hand of Elysium, and they will pick up the kills as Just Underscore finds another. He tosses out the bomb, but it's going to find the damage. It's going to find the spray down, and it's all falling apart. If you blinked, you missed it. Not if you blinked it. If you blinked, you missed it. Quick kills for Elysium, as it's all up to Advice. And if I had to give this guy some advice, he doesn't have the most credits in the world, so maybe just back on out of this one and hang on to that weapon.
Yeah, he drops down the turret. He is going to retreat for now, so he'll at least have information if somebody tries to follow him there through garage. He probably should just hold an angle here. He's looking the wrong way. Here comes the push. He looks too late. Paulie's going to take him down. That's a flawless round for Elysium. So that is, I mean, that round went flawless because you couldn't ask for more there for Elysium. You do not lose any guns. You completely wipe the other team. They can't even get a plant to get some extra cash. So that is exactly what Elysium was looking for. Now they need to ensure that they don't get the 1 round reset here. They need to string some rounds together, continue to close the gap.
Yeah, and I think Elysium in that second round of the half here, they did exactly probably the best they could, right? Or the best that you could hope for in picking up a couple of kills. And a lot of times in going into that third round, after buying the eco buy, your Spectres, your Bulldogs, whatever you have after winning pistol, you're forced to keep those weapons in round number 3. But because Elysium picked up a couple of kills, those guys had to toss their weapons away to their teammates. They had to pick up, they had to actually buy in that third round. And now in this one, it puts Dyza on the back foot, right? Their economy's not in a good spot, even after winning the first 2 rounds, they're having to buy in the third. So Elysium could start to string together a couple here.
We have an update for you guys. FYB took a dominant victory, 13-5 over the Wichita Wolves. They move on to the grand finals. They will face the winner of this match here between Dyza and Elysium. So congratulations to FYB. Shoutouts to Wichita Wolves as well, making it to the semifinals this week. That is something certainly to be proud of. We hope to see more of them in the future. But here comes Dyza charging onto this site, but get greedy. They don't peek that high corner, and he gets an easy 3-piece as they push onto the site. JP2 and Just Underscore will finish this one off, and Elysium with another fantastic round on defense. They close the gap to 2.
Yeah, and that is the exact opposite of what I talked about, right? Elysium, they're able to pick up a couple of kills on their eco and force some purchases out of Dyza and put them on that eco round themselves after losing one. Dyza didn't get to do that. They only picked up 1 kill, and the economy is still sitting pretty for Elysium. Should they lose this round, they're going to be okay to buy into the next. So Elysium in a really good spot here in this pilot seat, where if they win this one, it puts Dyza on the back foot yet again, as we saw that full buy come through. Operator in hand to Kingslayer, though. This guy, it's sometimes a coin flip, but a lot of the times this guy is usually good for 3.
Yeah, Kingslayer certainly can pop off. His team really needs him to get them back in this game, and that wallbang on to Get Greedy is exactly the start that you are looking for, and that's that singular omen over towards the A site. Dyza isn't confident that that's the only player there, considering they have not immediately tried to rush and take this A site. They're playing it very slowly. As you see, Just Underscore slowly creeping up, trying to cut off the rotation from ropes. And he is at least going to be able to successfully do that for the moment. So now his team knows, hey, we've cut up the rotation from mid. And there it is. Spike on its way right through sewers. Now we will see the Jet push onto the site, and now they are confident to take this. There will be one rotation. It's going to be Kairos coming from CT. The other two players coming through sewers right now. So they have the kind of two-pronged flank.
30
But it is
seconds
numbers
left.
advantage to Dyza as they try to grab their 10th round.
And unfortunately, the alarm bot was tripped, but Kingslayer, he tries to peek it at JP2. He stays true here. He's got another headshot for himself. He's gonna drop that fault line as Kairos finds one, finds two for himself, and now it's all up to the Raze here. Silence has to get it done. He's going to dodge out on the showstopper. He's got one of his own. He tries to satchel in, but just underscore and says, I didn't need the ult to take you down. I'll do it with my Vandal. He gets it done, and Elysium find themselves another round. And as I said, as that round started, Elysium, these guys are sitting pretty. I don't think I said it last week, but I'm going to say it this week. It's all Gucci everything for these guys. They've got the Gucci skin pack. They got the Gucci Vandals, the Gucci Phantoms, because they have so many credits. But Dyza find themselves on the back foot yet again. And because they're not able to string victories together, or even when they do grab a couple of victories, they die so many of their players die, right? They lose so much economy across the board. They're struggling to find their footing, where Elysium are not having that same struggle, and they're going to be good for the next couple of rounds should they lose. So now Dyza back on the eco, not going to go for the overwhelming strategy, is there's just too many long angles here on split to be able to get that done. As Get Greedy finds one. Kingslayer, though, he makes it less of an eco with that Blade Storm, picks up a kill for himself, and we're going to be paying attention to that Jet, who is now 6 feet under. JP2 just has this guy's number.
Yeah, JP2 looking really strong in the back half of this match right now. Pauly and JP2 up in A heaven at the moment. The Spike heading into B heaven right now. It's a very passive hold from just underscoring. And I honestly like that. You have the numbers advantage. You don't have to play this aggressive. You can play slow, wait for the rotation, and play for the retake here, as the paint shell is going to push him off of that angle. But Dyza honestly doesn't really have the information. That was just kind of a courtesy grenade there to try and push him off of that angle. So Spike is going to go down. Looks like it's the default plant against the box. And here comes Elysium for the retake. One thing to note, they've got the Killjoy ultimate. They've got the Breach ultimate as well. So some key ults to push Dyza off of this site, and that is going to start, that's the push Elysium off the site, but just underscore and gets two, makes it a third as he sprays onto Silence. Unbelievable. Elysium's going to take this round.
Wow, just underscored. I mean, that's what you expect when you're kind of bunched up back in the back of the site here on B, but I talked about it earlier in the day. Depending on how much utility you can get out of that Raze, it really makes or breaks a duelist for me. It really makes or breaks a Raze player for me. And just underscoring gets so much there. The ultimates have not been there for him, but that paint shell kill, right? Like, at this level and this far into the game, right? Valorant being out for, I think, just over 6 months now, you should just expect that. You cannot stack like that in corners against this Raze. So for just underscoring to be able to find those kills, I don't know if it's so much of a misplay from Dyza or just a great play from him, but hey, it pays off. They win the round. He finds himself a 3K, so we'll get himself a little bit of highlight. You guys saw the replay there, and now we're all tied up. Elysium, they've got control back of the reins here. They're still playing this tug of war, sitting at 9-9, but now we get to see which of these teams is going to win that tug of war.
Yeah, and I think it's specifically, I mean, it's a little bit of both there. I think on that B site, you can't stack back a site there against a Raze. It's too easy for the satchels, for the paint shells to get back there and absolutely wreak havoc, and we saw it in that last round. So that's got to be a little bit of an adjustment there, and I think Dyza will do that after how disastrously that last round ended. But now it's numbers advantage here to Dyza once again. They're thinking about control over to A. They've got A heaven locked down. JP2 on the site here. And he's just trying to buy some time, using his utility to distract Dyza right now waiting for the rotation to come. Tem's going to take him down, but K-Ro's able to trade one back. Get greedy on the side, looking for the two-man spray. Gets one damage onto another, and K-Ro's takes a second, knocking down Tem. It's now the 2v2. Viper's Pit available. Things going to get really interesting if that ultimate gets used offensively. But just as I say it, K-Ro's goes down to Kingslayer. Here comes the Satchels, pushing onto the side. He's right into the acid, takes down one, but Kingslayer finishes it off. And that is Dyza getting to double digits first.
Yep, Dyza to double digits off the back end of Kingslayer and his operator. You see him at the top of the scoreboard, and that's exactly why he seems to be at the right place at the right time. And that would have been such a huge play. And anybody who plays Raze knows that when you're jumping in with those satchels and they're acting as your jetpack, it can be incredibly difficult to kind of find your footing. And I think in a situation like that, he's not expecting to have two people, right? You know, the spike is planted. You don't know where that jet is going, but you know that your Viper just used his Molotov back there, right? That Viper toxin onto the backside. So you're not expecting two. Kingslayer, you got to expect the unexpected against this guy, right? He changes up his angle so much, always keeps you on your toes, and he does take quite a bit of damage, but only takes one shot from him. No, he's going to go wide left there as Paulie finds that kill, and it's usually JP2 picking up Kingslayer. This time, Paulie said, hey, hold my beer. I'm going to do this for you. Picks up a kill, and now Elysium in the driver's seat, looking to grab control again as Get Greedy finds another.
Yeah, huge frag there for Get Greedy. Now they've got the two-man advantage here in multiple ultimates, right? You've still got the Viper's Pit. You've got the Showstopper. You've got the Omen ultimate. And they've actually used, I need to clarify, the Viper's Pit has been used on B site. And this is something we've seen very commonly from K-Ro's. Really, the only consistent Viper player we have in the tournament currently, since we haven't seen in a while. And K-Ro's absolutely loves to use these aggressive Viper's Pits to just tell you don't get to come to this site, as Get Greedy gonna grab another 2 frags. You're taking down Silence and Advice on 1 health here. This is going to be the round for Elysium, unless Advice can make the impossible happen. Elysium will tie things up at 10. He's just looking to hold on to this gun.
10 seconds left.
Oh, the peek. Oh, he gets the headshot. Can he escape? There's so little time on the clock. He's just trying to find a safe spot. He's going to go to rope. Somebody's going to find him. It's going to be K-Ro's. Advice is going to go down, and that is the 10-10 scoreline.
Yeah, and not challenging that there. I would imagine you have some information that Killjoy's on 1 HP, and you see when you go toe-to-toe, Vandal to Vandal, it only takes 1 headshot. So K-Ro's is going to say, hey, you know what? I'm just going to right-click this guy with my classic. It should net me the kill. It does do just that. So unfortunate that Advice was not able to hang on to that weapon on the way out. You see the economy being incredibly poor, and it's only a Stinger on the side of Dyza alongside some Sheriffs. So they could still get some headshots, right? They could still pop some grapes and look to turn things around. The problem is at range, it can be difficult to do unless you're finding somebody lurking or somebody on the flank or completely overwhelming both guys up here in heaven. It's going to be hard to convert those kills into weapons because of the range here of the defender. So playing nice and safe back in heaven as 3 members are stacked up. The bomb bot will go out. Get Greedy might find himself another 3Ks. He tries to spray through the smoke. Not going to get flashed there. The jet comes flying through. It's the Stinger on top of him. Silence kills himself with the Slayer finds another. Paulie finally going to trade that one back. It's Elysium on top, and I don't think there are any guns here in the hand of the remaining members. Tem going to fall, and it should be Advice to follow. No, it's the Sheriff kill. Now Advice in a 1v2. It's no longer the 1v4. K-Ro's will find that kill, and I mean, what a blunder there by Dyza. Silence killing himself with his own grenade.
Yeah, that one is certainly going to sting as Elysium retake the lead here. And I say retake the lead. I don't believe they have ever had it at any point in this game. I believe they've played from behind from the absolute start of this match. The closest they had gotten was a 5-6 deficit into that first half. They have been playing chase for so long, but they have finally overtaken Dyza, and now they're staring down the barrel of a possible match point in this round. So Elysium have got to be feeling strong about the momentum they've been able to build in this second half. Omen ultimate available, Showstopper as well. We see the Rolling Thunder, the ultimates for Omen and Killjoy as well for Dyza. So certainly some very good tools for both of these teams. And hey, we might get our first overtime game of the day. I certainly would not be disappointed with that.
Yeah, and I mean, this easily, right? You look at the scoreline, you look at these teams, this easily could be the finals. So we're getting to see it in the semis as Tem finds one. So that's team captain v team captain, and Tem comes out on top of Pauly. J-Park, though, was taken so dangerously low as that fault line. Gonna stun up Kairos. He's okay for now. Has that nice one-way smoke that you are allotted here with Viper. And I would say, you know, Viper has gotten so many buffs to her kit. Unfortunately, you don't have that I can smoke off from anywhere. All you have is that toxic screen, which isn't really the same. And I think that's what deters teams from using her there. And then obviously you see that toxin getting low, so everything will fall here momentarily as it looks like a play towards B. The Omen ult to the back of the side. Silence is going to find the kill. JP2 finds Kingslayer yet again here in this game, but it's a 3v4. Health bars are low for Dyza, but are they low enough? They need to get that spike planted. It does go down. Now it's a 2v4 as those paint shells goes out. We'll see if Just Underscore can have another 3K round here on B.
Hey, he's got the showstopper available, so let's see if he elects to use it. Working with the Vandal. A little bit of health down, but he's still working with something. It's the 2v4. A lot of low health bars here, though. Oh, look at a peek to the right. Silence is going to take him down. JP2 takes one. Looking for a second. Showstopper, though, is going to take him down. And Silence able to finish that one off. Dyza ties it up.
And the health bars were so low. If you're any further or you get that kill any quicker, the showstopper does not pick one up, and you might see JP2 get that ace for the win, right? Because advice was so very low there at the end. What I do want to say is the kills that Just Underscore and got with the paint shell earlier, I think deterred him from using the paint shells to try and get a kill this time around, right? There was a player sitting backside B, but there's no way you make that mistake twice against the Rays, right? Well, Dyza did, and Just Underscore just didn't buy into it. He didn't even think to toss it back there. He tossed it right alongside the pillar and ended up getting no value out of that one. So had he just gone maybe with his gut or with what is the B play, you know, toss it into a cubby somewhere, you can usually get a kill with the paint shells. Unfortunately, doesn't pay off here as J-Park takes quite a bit of damage. That's a nice start for this Elysium squad. Hunter's Fury not getting the kills, but get some info, get some damage onto one member, and now you're looking at a slight advantage for Elysium when it comes to health.
Yeah, J-Park was considering the smokes there in mid, is going to hold on to them for now and rotate over towards B. Advice inside of Garage for the moment. He is going to drop down the ultimate, so we will be expecting the quick push here from Dyza. The one thing is that back of sight was left open, but nobody from Elysium in position to go over there. A little too risky anyway, so they aren't going to elect to do it. Aftershock going to clear it out anyway. Advice going to drop the alarm bot. It's going to be the default plant. No, they're actually going to plant across from default in that smoke. Turret goes down, and Dyza is set up on the site. They've got the numbers advantage as Silence picks up 2 huge frags. Up in B heaven, he's looking for more. They're trying to catch out the Omen. That's going to be Silence with a third, taking out Get Greedy. And this should be Dyza moving to map point.
Yeah, no reason they shouldn't pick this up here. And you have the ultimate available for JP2. Not going to be used. And now Pauly, I think Pauly just needs to get out of dodge here. You got a little bit of damage early in the round, but unfortunately, the 80 health that he did to the Omen does not equate to the quick math 600 health of the 4 deaths and full armors coming through that Elysium have suffered. So Pauly makes his way out, will hang onto his weapon for now. The economy on this loss, it's not too bad. Elysium still sitting in a good spot. They will be able to buy out, and we'll see if they can take us to overtime here and then have to win by 2, where obviously for tournament rules, at home it's a sudden death, right, when you're playing in solo queue. But here for tournament rules, if you're not familiar, it is a win by 2 as you are swapping sides on overtime, and then everybody is still being that allotted half ultimate pips as well as the 5,000 credits. So Kingslayer has an operator in his hands, and this kind of shifts me towards a Dyza win here because he is so hot with that. But if JP2 can stay hot, if he can keep finding the headshots on this Jet like he has been, then I think Elysium can take us to overtime. But what a semifinals we've been allotted thus far, Yeso.
Yeah, it's been fantastic. As Get Greedy is going to get that shot onto Kingslayer. That is a huge opening frag. We have continued to highlight Kingslayer throughout the day. Has been a huge playmaker for Dyza in many of the maps that they have played in today's tournament. But he is not going to be available in the final round of regulation. So a huge one picked up there. As Silent's going to take out the Owl Drone. It's still the 5v4 and Ultimate's available. Both Breaches have the Rolling Thunder. Then we have the Showstopper for the Rays here on Elysium. No reason to save them. You do not transfer over. Use what you have. All of your possible tools here. As Dyza finally starting to set up on this B site. They've got two members kind of cordoned off back towards CT as the smoke goes down. J Park going to move into garage. Spike is planted. It's in default. And now it's up to Elysium for the retake.
Yeah, and I think Just Underscoring needs 2 kills to be able to recharge those paint shells. So not going to have that available as the ultimate comes down. Not going to find anything. Everybody forced to make. Finds a kill on the rotation through. Just Underscoring finds a kill with his ultimate. That is absolutely huge as Paulie is able to trade it back, and it's all up to Tem. But it's a 1v4. Can he do it? Anybody can just stick the defuse here. He finds a kill, but K-Rose picks it up, and just like that, so we are going to overtime.
How did Advice survive that? He got the Showstopper right at his feet and somehow walked out with 9 health. In the grand scheme of things, it didn't matter. He was able to take out Just Underscoring, but the backup came from the rest of Elysium. But I saw that explode right in front of his face, and somehow he walked away. I was so confused. But yes, Tanner, we do get overtime, and only fitting in this banger of a semifinal. And it is, as Tanner mentioned earlier, folks, it is first to 2. You will play 1 round offense, 1 round defense. You must win both to win the game. If you go 1-1, it starts over again. We go 1-1. So let's see who can do it. It's going to be Dyza on defense to kick things off in overtime. Elysium on attack.
Yeah, and ever since, or for the start of the second half, right? Dyza had picked up the first 2 rounds, and then it was all the Elysium show. And then they just went 2 for 2, and then for 1 at the end. So both of these teams have that capacity of winning just 2 straight. Obviously, switching it up attack to defense can be a little awkward. We'll see how it plays out. Now the Spike is creeping over towards A. We see that toxic screen up as well. Going to block off Heaven and the ramps there. Make sure nobody can see that. Kingslayer, on defense, you almost have to assume that they went with the glass cannon operator build, which would be 0 light armor, right? Because of those changes to the operator. Now, Get Greedy, they take out the alarm bot. These guys are pinched. The defenders here for Dyza are pinched as they throw the smoke down. Just Underscoring playing the close corner. And we'll see it's a small crossfire on the A ramps. Raze has made her way into A heaven as well. First couple of kills, and now Elysium have to go. You have to pull the trigger. Are they going to be able to find the return kills? They do get that spike down. It's not planted for short, so they're going to need to push onto the site to be able to defend that defuse. As Just Underscoring watching over towards screens. Paulie picks up 1, but it's Kingslayer to trade it. K-Rose finds another. Now it's a 2v3 here in the first round of overtime.
1 frag hits the Viper's Pit. That's it. K-Rose can throw it down. The ultimate is available. Does he elect to use it? He steps out with the Phantom, able to grab another. He doesn't even seem to know he has the ultimate available. He isn't going to use it. Dyza gets the round as Kingslayer finishes it off, and they will take the lead in overtime.
Wow, it was like, in sports you would call it a bang bang play, right? Where it's just so quick that it happens. The 3v5 quickly turns to a 1v1. And like you said, the Viper's Pit was available, and it just got buffed recently. K-Rose, you move incredibly quick when you're popping it. You have that instant equip afterwards, after that does go down. So I'm questioning why he didn't use it. Granted, he could be pushed at any time, especially if they know he's on site. But it doesn't carry over. So you no longer have that Viper's Pit going into this one. You are now on defense, and Elysium backs against the wall here, looking to take us into double overtime. Paulie gonna find a kill on the Kingslayer. That's a huge one.
Kingslayer trying to make a big play, but it comes back to bite him here as Get Greedy's going to take down Silence. Elysium not going to go down without a fight. It was 2 quick frags that started that round for Dyza. in the previous one. Now Elysium trying to do the same here on defense. Advice slowly creeping out here onto this B side, trying to check his corners, going to peek out, but K-Rose going to take him down. K-Rose has been on the money throughout this semifinal, looking really strong on the Viper here as J Park trying to get into B side heaven. Stalled for a moment, but is going to throw the smoke out to block off stairs, and this should give them access to the side. J Park wants to push for this frag. They're going to go for the 2v1. Tem with the peek. Pauly goes down. Good headshot there from Tem.
And they still have to deal with K-Rose on the site, so it's not completely safe to come out of heaven. And they should have been able to call out. Pauly should have been able to call out. Both of them are up in heaven. So now you just have to hold your angles, right? Make sure nobody creeps out through mid, up into vents. It looks like they are looking for a flank through CT. This is obviously a possibility, but just underscoring. Look to head on back. Low HP, but he finds a headshot there onto J Park. The flash will come out. The paint shells will go. The satchel as well. He's throwing everything but the kitchen sink as Tem finds one. He fakes the defuse, and K-Rose takes him down. It's a 2K for the Vipers. He holds B-side down by himself, and double OT we will go. Now, at the beginning of that round, I guess at the beginning of overtime, I talked about the operator on Kingslayer. It would be Glass Cannon. He opted into going Glass Cannon, and I didn't see if Pauly had a Vandal or a Phantom, but with no armor at basically almost any range, that Phantom is a headshot kill, and Kingslayer didn't have armor. He opted into going Glass Cannon, and he died to Pauly with a quick one-tap. So again, I didn't see Phantom or Vandal. I'm not sure if he switches up between attack and defense as he's got a Vandal now, but it was just such a nice shot onto an armorless Kingslayer who had the operator, and a nice turnaround for Elysium. And we go into 0-0, and this is exactly what you want to see here.
Yep, we're going to do it again here. Get Greedy trying to push up mid. Is able to trade out. That's Kingslayer and Get Greedy going down. Advice able to complete that trade. Stepping out and catching Pauly there. Just underscoring able to trade that one back again. But J Park grabs 2. That's a huge push there from the Omen. Daiza in the lead. It's just K-Rose versus 3. Sneaking through sewers right now. Daiza seems wise about where he's coming from as that smoke was thrown down by J Park. He's going to go for the shadow step there. K-Rose should have an idea. I believe the audio cue should have played, so he should know where the Omen is. He's going to play for a pick here. The pick, I mean, at this point, it really doesn't matter because it's not going to play into the next round. You don't save the gun. So I'd like to see K-Rose go for something here. Okay, he's going to throw up the wall. He's going to push. He's looking up high. Okay, so he has an idea of, I think, where this Omen might be. He peeks up high. Looks out right. There's the Omen. Catches him. He's got to look back to his right. Oh, he gets another on a silence. Gets the peek. He takes down Tim. The clutch from K-Rose.
K-Rose is so huge. I was so scared the entire time because it looked like he was backpedaling into J Park, but he comes up so incredibly clutch, and nobody on Daiza bought into his fake, right? He played for time a little bit. He slowed down, maybe thought, hey, these guys are going to check a different angle, tosses up the toxic screen. But
give me that replay.
Yeah, you see it in the replay here. I thought he was going to back into that one. Again, back against the defenders here, and he finds all 3 kills. Absolutely huge. And I think if you are Tem there at the end, you have to assume he's probably reloading. So why not push there? And unfortunately for Tem, K-Rose wasn't. Now, off the back end of a 1v3, Elysium have to be on cloud 9. And the momentum that they have must be huge here going into this round on defense.
Unbelievable. K-Rose with the huge 1v3 clutch could push Elysium to a grand final. And chat, you're about to catch up to what we just saw. Unbelievable from K-Rose. Top fragging right now for Elysium. A huge part of their comeback in that second half and trying to push them through here in overtime. As that's going to be just underscoring. Dropping the bot here. Trying to clear out mailroom and B-side heaven. That's going to be the push through mid, but it's stalled here for Daiza. They're going to retreat. Advice we see has largely been holding down Garage in these attacking rounds, pushing out, trying to see kind of what's going on the B side. It's a different setup on the defense for Elysium. Instead of K-Rose being back, a site is up towards heaven, and the push is going to come through. That's going to be smokes out. He throws down the acid, able to get one onto J Park. Advice takes out Polly, but Kairos, his shot is so clean. He takes a third onto Advice. Time is running out. This could be it. He sprays. It's 4. He's not going to get the ace, but it doesn't matter. Get Greedy finishes it off, and Elysium moves on.
Elysium, Kairos sends Dyza home. What a performance by the Viper. We talked about how we want to see the Viper, but not only for the utility, but the gunplay from Kairos. He was hot all game. A 3K in the first round of double OT and a 4K in the second round to send Dyza home in double OT. I mean, that right there, that'll get you jumping out of your seats. What a game. And it was only the semifinals. We still have the grand finals ahead of us, Yeso.
Yeah, we still got a best of 3 between Elysium and FYB. I'm expecting Kairos to continue that. I mean, that's 7 frags in those final 2 rounds of overtime to pull them through to the win. An absolutely clutch performance from the Viper. And we're going to hit up some replays because we got to watch some of that action back. Again, that was a fantastic semifinal.
Yeah, I mean, how could you not? Just honestly, Kairos right here at the end, and killing the spike carrier. So that was the second kill right there. Boom, spike carrier, absolutely huge. And then they get that call out. You hear them stomping through heaven. You don't have time. They find another one, and Kingslayer just cannot get it done. Top frag versus top frag. Kairos comes out on top, and wow. I mean, again, that gets you out of your seat. And I'm sad for Tem, because that flash did not flash Kairos, and it was so very close.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. And just a phantom spray clinic right there from Kairos. Yeah. Just absolutely, you want to talk about clicking heads. He was absolutely doing it right there. And you know what? That's got me absolutely hyped for what promises to be a fun grand final here. We've got a best of 3. It's Elysium versus FYB. We're going to take a short break. Everybody, take a breath. Grab some water, grab some snacks. Tanner and I are going to do the same, but when we return, it is grand finals of the Razer Tournament Series right when we return. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have returned. Yeso and Tanner Metro here getting ready for our grand finals in the Razer Tournament Series. We've got a matchup between Elysium and FYB that promises to be a banger. Just want to give a big shout out to our partners at Razer, obviously for helping us putting this on, being the title sponsor. They are fantastic. And you guys have, if you use ! giveaway right now, you've got an opportunity to win a Black Widow V3 Pro keyboard tonight. Okay. And I want to give you guys some details on this because I've gotten to check it out. It's really sick. Okay. It's got aluminum construction, awesome hyper responsive inputs. You get 3 choices of mechanical switches on it. I know all of you keyboard heads absolutely love that, so that's definitely a huge plus. Super low latency with the wireless design. You can connect it with Bluetooth or wired. It is built for gaming with an awesome plush leatherette wrist guard, which I super love because my wrist can get really sore. It's got the Razer Chroma RGB, and it's got a 2-year Razer warranty on it. So get in on that giveaway. It is a fantastic product. You are going to want this keyboard. We're getting into the grand finals, folks. We are underway. It's FYB and Elysium here as we are in the action here in round number 2, starting on Bind.
Yeah, and Elysium coming out on top earlier, not necessarily in the rounds, but in this one here, as they are up 2v1. Should have themselves a couple of guns as well. As Polly, they got a nice little crossfire here, and Segoy not really going to have a way out of that shock dart. Just going to miss. Unfortunately, not going to land just yet. And Spike is planted. Segoy, he really doesn't have an option. He's got to either go for the kills. Yeah, that was his only option there, is Get Greedy going to find that headshot. The Stinger today, I mean, geez, that gun has been, it's replaced the shotgun for Jets. It's replaced the Odin for Sovas, and it's just popping up all over the map today. These guys have been popping off with that one. And things you love to see, if we're just kind of throwing it out there, although it's early, is Pauly on top of the scoreboard, because this is their team captain, right? This is the guy that put this Elysium squad together, and it has been captaining and catalyzing these guys forward. So for him to be doing well early in this one, obviously his spirits are going to be high, and that's exactly what you want from your team captain.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see if he continues this kind of lurking style we've seen from him over the past couple of weeks. I think it's worked really well. It's been a really good wrinkle for his team. So we'll see if that continues. Elysium trying to be back-to-back champions here in the Razer Tournament Series. Remember, fighting for a share of that $1,000 prize pool and those awesome Razer keyboards that I just talked about. And we see Wit here holding down inside of Hookah here for FYB. He's got to back out. Gonna take a little bit of damage. Looking to throw out the blaze here, as that was a good paint shell. And again, this is Elysium, just really slow, really patient and methodical on attack here. Let's see what they can get. Just underscoring going to take one, looking to push in. Wit was flashed momentarily. That's going to be the Rays backing out. Pauly able to take down Rossi. Here comes the push. Bucky time. Oh, he steps to the side. Unfortunate timing for Wit as he's going to fall.
Yeah, and that's incredibly unfortunate. They know the Phoenix is in the area just based off the Molotovs in the previous portion of that round. Is 20 seconds left on the clock. The Spike making its way on the B side. And again, we find Segoy by himself, had a weapon in hand. Unfortunately, the Vandal not going to amount to too much there. Now, Elysium regained the lead after losing Pistol. They win that second round with pistols themselves, going against that eco buy, or the light buy coming out from FYB, and now have regained control, or gained control for the first time. And they're in a pretty good spot. You see their economy just underscoring. He's minus a gun, but obviously can get bought out. I thought maybe somebody would drop him one, but looks like Pauly's going to opt into hanging on to that Spectre and the Bulldog for Kairos, which it's not the best AR. It does not match up to the Vandal or the Phantom, but it's not horrible, right? It's not the SMG. At the very least, it is an AR, so it's going to pack a bit more of a punch. As all 5 members of FYB are stacked up, or 4 members rather. One was taken down mid, are stacked up towards B. Makes for an easy A take for Elysium. And Pauly, unfortunately, not going to get any utility out of that, but he does hear one coming through the teleporters. It's pistols in hand, but it's Get Greedy with the Vandal to take Harmful down, and Elysium should find themselves another round.
Yeah, Elysium looking strong here early on attack, and we didn't get a chance to do predictions. I I won't put you on the spot to give me an exact prediction, but who are you favoring going into this? Is it Elysium looking for the back-to-back, or have you seen enough from FYB to think they can upset the defending champs?
Not going off of this flawless round in the last
Sure.
3 that we saw.
We're cheating a little bit, but
I really do like this Elysium squad, and the reason I like them so much, if I had to go either way, right? FYB was looking so good. They beat Unknown, who beat Mamba Mode Gaming. They just smashed in the semifinals. And if I didn't know any better, I would say, yeah, FYB is this great squad. But then going into that last game for Elysium, sure, we have information that they, have just won the tournament previously. They've also made it to finals in previous tournaments before. And that last game where you just have those clutch moments where you put all your eggs in one basket of a player, and then somebody else on this team just pops up and comes up so huge. They battle back in the face of adversity and win in double overtime. That's enough for me to say I want to see Elysium succeed. As a fan, you want to see that. So coming into this one, you definitely want to see Elysium come out on top. But FYB, this would be nice. They have an early pick in this one as they're trying to regain control here. But this would be really good for a new name team to come in and dethrone these guys. So, I mean, I think I want to give it to Elysium because of how they played in that last game in the semifinals, but you would love to see, somebody dethrone the former champs.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly think FYB has a shot. They've certainly shown a lot of great things today. And yeah, you mentioned they took down the team that took out Mamba Mode, so that's certainly quite a good look on their resume as Get Greedy pushing back here towards CT. Is going to spot out one. Oh, that's unfortunate timing with the ultimate there. Gets caught by Get Greedy. He's going to go down. Kairos with the final frag. I would have to lean to Elysium. Actually, some people were talking about it in chat, and I think somebody said it really well. Is Elysium is one of the most disciplined teams that we've seen, and I couldn't agree more. They have players top to bottom that can pop off, that can carry. We saw Kairos in their semifinal. Right now, it's Get Greedy and Polly topping the chart. So really anybody on this team can have that pop out off performance. And I think their communication and their team play is just so solid. It makes them so hard to beat, even when you push them to overtime, like we saw Dyza do. And they had their strongest day we've seen in this tournament. It still wasn't enough to take them down. So I think even when Elysium's back against the wall, they can lean on that team play and on the fact that they have 5 potential fraggers on their lineup to take them to win. So I would take them, but I still think it's going to be a close one, and I'm excited to see what FYB can do here against the defending champs.
Yeah, it is unfortunate that we got the Elysium Dyza matchup because, like you said, that was their strongest run that we've seen from a TEM roster being put together, and you'd love to see them moving forward as well. That semifinals match was just so good as Wit finds an early headshot. Pauly is there to trade it though, so I mean, there's the discipline that you're talking about, right? If you're going to peak, you peak together, especially in these eco rounds, because you need to make sure that they cannot find one of these weapons to try and turn it around. Now it's a 4v2. Elysium still on top here. And yeah, it is unfortunate to see Dyza go out like that, but Elysium is the team to beat all the way throughout the tournament. And if you can't beat them, then you don't deserve to make it to the finals. And FYB have proven that they do deserve to be here by defeating some of the stronger teams, the 2 seed, the 5 seed. It really didn't matter who they faced off. They came in incredibly strong, which is interesting to me that they came in so strong, but they're having such a hard time here against Elysium. Now, I believe this is Elysium's map pick as they are the higher seed, or I guess there's no way anybody's higher. There's no seed 0. Yeah. These guys are the #1 seed here. And so maybe it is just map pick, and on attack, Elysium are feeling pretty good. But map pick goes to Elysium for being the top seed. The side selection goes to FYB for being the lower seed. They opt into going defense first, and after smashing their way through the bracket, they're having a really hard time here, and you'd almost expect that to be flip-flopped, right? You'd almost expect Elysium to just have a breeze through the bracket, being the quote-unquote best team coming in from last week, and it's kind of the opposite. So now in the grand finals for FYB to fall flat, it does feel a little awkward. I don't know if that goes to, them just not having a good matchup here on Bind, or if Elysium are just incredibly hot coming off of that double overtime.
Yeah, we're going to have to find out, but it certainly feels like Elysium is carrying that momentum into the first map of this best of 3. So love to see that. We'll see if they can keep it moving. That's going to be the owl drone up through a short. Spotted out there by Rossi, actually caught by the trap wire momentarily there. And Rossi going to spot out the teleport from the opposing Omen. So Zeno not going to be able to get into heaven there, so good eye there from Rossi to catch him in the smoke. And now the Killjoy ultimate going down here is going to lock down this site. Kairos is going to fall, but the ultimate still going to go off, so that is going to detain Rossi here momentarily. And this is trouble here that even despite the numbers advantage, very low health on Rossi. It's going to be difficult here for him to peek out of heaven. And that's going to be the rotation to be. They hit the teleporter. They're on their way. The chase is on from FYB, but the spike should go down.
And it's a 3v2, but Rossi's so low. You see that? Just a wall bang through. It didn't take much damage to sit him down as Harmful finds just underscore now to 1v1. And Get Greedy is going to get it done. He's top frag in this game, and he's showing us exactly why as Elysium pick up another round here. Now, FYB on the back foot. They have to try and figure this out. The economy's not in a great place, but they need to start battling back for, at the very least, to inch out a 6-6 half.
Yeah, they've got to get something going. That round looked like maybe their best shot. They had the numbers advantage, but just underscoring and Get Greedy are on point with their shots. Don't give FYB enough room to get back into that round. And that means they do take that 6-1 lead, and you can see Get Greedy right there. 9-1 and 1 as we kick off round number 8. The economy looking fantastic for Elysium while it's in shambles for FYB. They will save this round. They will have a full buy in the next one regardless of the result here, but they're running a bunch of sheriffs. They'll trade 1 for 1 there, but JP2 able to take down another as we continue to check out this beautiful scoreboard.
Spike planted.
Yeah, the score. They just want to make sure that we're keeping up on the economy. We're seeing Get Greedy max economy, so he's going to be sitting well for the rest of the next couple of rounds. But if you are looking at that mini map, you're seeing where those X's are popping up. You're seeing where those players are as Get Greedy finds a kill onto Harmful. And I think most importantly is, again, going back to discipline. We saw it in an earlier save round or an earlier eco round by FYB, but Elysium, their kills are being traded 1 for 1 every single time. And on an eco round, it's so important. Here as Wit was hitting heads a second ago. JP2 will find a kill onto 1. Not going to have the firepower there in the Sheriff. JP2 finds a 3K for himself. But to kick those rounds off, right, you see where those X's are. There is one very close in a short, but because those kills are being traded, it's making sure that none of these guns are going the way of anybody on FYB. And it's just Sheriffs for the rest of the round. And unfortunately, for FYB, you see how that plays out. But now, like you said, they're going to have a full buy in this round. It's an operator in the hands of Wit. We'll see if that is going to be enough here. 7-1 the score for Elysium, and these guys sitting nice and pretty. Wit was one of the players that I think we were keeping our eye on when we caught FYB briefly before swapping games, and I think we can continue to do just that as Harmful finds the first kill onto Just Underscore. And this mid battle has just been going back and forth, and finally FYB, they do get the leg up.
Yeah, Wit with that early frag on to Get Greedy, who is obviously leading the charts for Elysium. So that is a huge way to start off this round. Going to be a little bit of burn damage there onto the Sova as JP2 looking to flash their way out of showers here. But Wit, his aim is true with that operator, but Pauly finally able to trade him back. It's the numbers advantage here for FYB as one player looking to peek through short. Harmful going to be able to get the wall bang on a Kairos. Pauly takes out 1, so it's the 1v2. He's going to have a difficult time here. Defuse is started. He's walking. He's going to get peeked from showers. That's going to be Segoy finishing off that round, and FYB finally back on the board. It's 2-7.
And a lot of that was the start of the round. Harmful taking down Just Underscore with that raise gone. It's a whole lot of utility out of the way, and you're obviously a man up after that. So a nice pickup there in Harmful, who is top fragging Wit right behind him. And you see in that round that once FYB can get the numbers advantage, they can play really well. And I love seeing from Wit with the operator, him continuing to swap up the angles, right? He got a kill towards short, then he backs up towards the connector, towards the defender spawn, picks up a kill in the showers, and unfortunately eventually falls because of the double peek from Elysium. So they do trade that one, but just a nice pickup there. Now an aggressive approach with the ultimate. I was not paying attention to the run it back being used there, and I was incredibly scared as Rossi finds one onto Pauly, and that right there is a huge misstep. Elysium on the back foot in this round, and it's all off of Wit kicking things off with Rossi early.
Yeah, that one's going to sting. Pauly's definitely going to want that one back. He knew right where the Cypher was kind of iffy on the peak, ends up getting double peaked there and goes down. So that one's going to feel bad. But again, they still have this lead. Xeno able to take down just under scoring, so that is good for FYB, as that's going to be Segoy peeking out. Harmful finishing off the last kill there onto Kairos, and FYB have strung together 2 in a row with this flawless round.
Yeah, and a flawless feels good. I think this is what we were seeing from them previously, where it almost felt like every time they won, it was a flawless victory. And I talked about Elysium's economy being pretty good for a while. Well, now we're getting to that spot where you need to start stringing together some wins, because in this next round, you see that economy. Some people are going to be able to buy where others aren't, and they're forcing up here. Not necessarily forcing up, but they're putting some of these members on low credits in high hopes that they do pick up this round here. They need to be wary of Wit with the operator, who has been playing A for the last 3 rounds, and it looks like they are doing just that. Not even going to peek it, looking to play up towards B. They know the Reyna plays here, and Just Underscore and Harmful have been going toe-to-toe, and Harmful trying to get the better half of this trade yet again here, as a double peek maybe comes through. No, it's Get Greedy all by his lonesome. He's going to find the kill onto Harmful. That should open things up, and it's a full rotation already from FYB.
Yep. 4v5 here, FYB on the defensive, but they've got some ultimates here. They can use the Hunter's Fury, which is really strong if you use it into Hookah. Xeno's going to get one. Rossi as well. Just Underscore and able to get one with the Showstopper. Going to get sprayed down, though, here. Kairos takes out Rossi. Now it's just a 1v1. Xeno versus Kairos. That is going to be the ultimate from the Killjoy. We've got the 1v1 cam, and he's actually able to spray through and knock down the ultimate. He takes out Kairos. That's another round over to FYB, and just like that, FYB within 3, trying to get the deficit to 2 in the final round of this first half.
Yeah, 7-5 would feel pretty good for this FYB roster, and they're starting to have the momentum swing back in their favor. That feels so bad. Rossi, this guy's a madman. He was hit with the Breach ultimate and was able to still find a 3K inside of the default quote-unquote plant spot here on this B side. So a huge round from him that was followed up previous to that one by a huge round alongside Wit. So this guy on Cypher, man, he cannot be stopped. The operator is going to be picked up. It's 2 guns here for Harmful. He will have that weapon swap, and we'll see if the operator is enough as he looks to creep up towards mid. Needs to be careful. Finds one. Not going to hit that shot. He moves too soon, and Harmful will be taken down. Now Just Underscore going to be the benefactor of that operator. And we have to remember there was also a Vandal down inside of Hookah.
And the utility from Elysium just stalling Xeno for so long allows them to get that spike planted and set up on the side. And Just Underscoring from Hookah is just going to take Xeno's head off there. Wit coming in with the Blaze, but it's too late to secure them entry onto the site, as a duo now has to wait here. It's he and the Sova trying to get back onto this site with the operator. Looking towards Hookah, trying to peek in towards Cubby on site. Looking up just Underscoring. He's going to get one in the back of the site and finishes it off. It's the 4K for the Raze, and Elysium gets back one at the end of the half.
Yeah, and it's flawless for flawless there to finish things out. And it's Elysium showing us, hey, you guys can win 3 rounds in a row. We're going to figure it out, and we're going to take one just before the end. It doesn't give you that same amount of momentum, that same amount of control going into that pistol round, right? If you're popping grapes in that last round of the half, that's easily going to translate over to popping grapes with those ghosts, with those classics coming into the pistol round, or the second pistol round of the game. Elysium, they deny FYB that momentum. Now coming into this one, it still feels like anybody's round. Just Underscoring, though, coming off of a 4K, 1 with the Spectre, 3 with the operator. He's got to be feeling pretty good. And these Raze players, these are the guys that we see pick up the frenzy here. So I'm looking for a nice spray down from him as he holds this tight angle into U-Haul. and they're okay with giving this up. They don't want to take that long battle on short. They don't want to get headshot here as they peek on down, and it looks like A is going to be the play as the bomb bot goes out. Both will be spotted in U-Haul. A frenzy in the hands of Just Underscoring as well. But shots in the back coming out, and Wit gets a 3K. He pushes on the site, and he frags everybody.
One enemy remaining. Spike planted.
The flank there from Wit gets him the 4K. Polly finally able to take him out, but it's not going to be enough to get Elysium the pistol. And FYB come out swinging to start the second half. Wit doing some great work there. And Segoy just going to be like, hey, you just take this frenzy right back, my man. Go do some more work here.
Yeah, and that's interesting to me. I knew that the Raise in the Breach was there. I wasn't sure if if that Owl drone spotted out 3 stacked up on U-Haul, and that just allowed Wit to push through showers no problem, right? There's no way on pistol round you're 5 stacking A. And if you spot 3, I might have said showers. If you spot 3 in U-Haul, then why not just push onto the site and kill them just like he did? And then he pushed all the way through connector and caught the guys rotating before falling to Polly. So a nice play, a really, really heads up play. And there's so many plays that can be made with the Owl drone. And that is one of them, right? If it's not peeking alongside the Owl drone, trying to bait out an op shot and then trying to trade a kill, it's doing just that. As the ultimate orb is going to be picked up. Oh, it will be used. Run it back. Going to be popped. Going back to the side, it's Paulie. He's trying to do what he can, but his stinger is too strong for his Sheriff. The rotates are coming through, but they're spraying through the smokes. The burst fires there. Harmful finds 3, Just Underscoring. Gonna trade 1 back, make it 2. Can he find some more? The right clicks from the classic will land true, and now it's a 2v2. But that Arsenal advantage should be for FYB, if not in the Arsenal, in the armor alone.
Yeah, and Wit able to take down Get Greedy there, sets up the 1v2. That's going to be so difficult here for Just Underscoring as he gets sprayed down there by Wit, gets the wall bang to finish that one off, and FYB has drawn within 2 once again, but now we get to what should be full buys from both teams here. And now, can Elysium make a statement in the second half? Remember, they were in a 7-1 lead at one point in the first half. You can see those 7 rounds in a row they were able to secure, and now have given 5 of the last 6 back to FYB. So Elysium really needs to buckle down, get back to the momentum they were able to build early on in that first half, and try and put some distance between themselves and FYB here in the second half.
Yeah, and such an aggressive play. You could tell Wit is feeling himself after the last couple of rounds, because he bought a Vandal on round 2. And that could go really either way here, as Just Underscoring going to find the first kill. There's a nice little A stack here for Elysium as the hot hands are going to be used, so Wit can heal back up, but he will be armorless as he looks to push out now. Harmful does have that Empress on. We'll have that movement speed. We'll have that fire rate. We'll see how they choose to use it. As the stun comes down, JP2, he's just going to spray down the corner, find Harmful, so the Empress means nothing in this round as she has been conquered, and now it's a 5v3. Elysium on top. We still have Paulie sitting on B side just in case any funny business comes through, but Elysium looking to battle back here on their first buy round.
Yeah, we'll see what they can do here. Again, up by 2. Wit's going to get taken out. Good opening frags there from Just Underscoring and Get Greedy as Zeno falls as well. And actually, it's all the way down to Segoy just like that. Showstopper available. No reason to use it this time around. It's just a Sova with a ghost in his hand, and this should be Elysium getting up to 9 rounds here as soon as I can suss out just where this Sova is. That's going to be a spray through the wall. Segoy able to take 1. Get Greedy is going to fall, but K-Rose able to trade that one back, and it's the 9-6 lead for Elysium.
Yeah, and Get Greedy, he's going to have his economy dented just a bit, but hopefully we'll be able to pick up from the rear here. Now, the worst part, I would say, or the biggest difference between the Counter-Strike tactical shooter and the Valorant tactical shooter that we have slowly evolved into is purchasing the armor and repurchasing the armor being 1,000 credits every single time. And that really puts it to anything. We see heavy armor, but how much heavy armor is it? Do they re-up on their heavy armor after those rounds? And you look to see, hey, yeah, we can drop Get Greedy a weapon, but does that mean I'm sitting at 30 armor over, the preferred 40 plus or having, instead of having full armor here? So I wonder how that pays off, or if that pays off for FYB in this round, because they had to drop Get Greedy. Now, The buys do come through, and we see Rossi is hanging on, has an idea that somebody here on site after the spray comes through, as Get Greedy will take down the camera there. And 5 members are stacked up. They're looking for information. They do find one. They do spray him down. It's Rossi to pick up the kill. Now this B site being slowly opened up by FYB as they look to try and get this spike down.
Yeah, Kairo's going to eat a shock dart to the face there from Sugoi. Sugoi going to take another, knocking out Pauly here, and JP2 and Just Underscore going to immediately just rotate off the site. They're completely going to concede this round. They just want to hold on to the guns that they have. They don't see any reason to fight this 2v5, and this is going to be FYB. Get right back into things. As yeah, you see Just Underscore and says this is fine.
This is fine. We're okay here. We're not okay to take the 2v5 and go for this crazy clutch play because we want to pick up a game here early in the grand finals. But they're okay. I mean, if anybody disagreed with a statement like that from this Elysium roster, we just saw them go double overtime when Kairos was in a 1v3. Where they're sitting right now with this lead, this is fine for these guys, right? And you know, at the end of the day, you just put all your eggs in the Kairos basket, right? You put all your alarm bots, all your turrets, all your everything on this Killjoy here on Bind, and guaranteed going to have a pop-up performance, although down at the bottom, right? Just Underscore and being the duelist didn't really have the best showing. It was the Kairos show when we got to see these guys on Split. And now, you know, we talk about what makes a good roster. We talked about it for Dyza. We talk about it obviously here for Elysium and Phoenix One, any of those teams that we've seen over and over and over again. There's not one player that you can put your thumb on and say, this is the best player on the team. This guy is going to be the carry, right? Even if it's the team captains down at the bottom, those guys are still carrying their team forward. We see it here in this one. Kairos has a huge game in that last one on Split, and then he hands over the reins and says, hey, somebody else can take this. Take my baton, and Just Underscore and gladly picks that one up here now. So 7-9 in rounds. FYB coming off a victory in that last one. Feeling pretty good. Nobody died, so economy is sitting nice and pretty. Wick gonna find the first kill on to Get Greedy. Now that B site is completely opened up. Pauly no longer sitting here on this site as the flashes will go down, the Leers go out, and we'll see if the retake can come through. Elysium struggled on that last one. This time around with the tight corners, they do have the Showstopper available as well as the Hunter's Fury.
Yeah, the spray through the smoke, not getting a whole lot done there for Elysium, so they decide to push out, but Sugoi takes 2 and Rossi another. But Pauly coming up big right now. He's able to grab 2, make it 3, not quite enough though. Harmful peeks out, able to finish off that kill. The Elysium captain nearly bringing that round back for them, but this is FYB now drawing within 1. It is a 9-8 lead for Elysium.
Yeah, and the economy is not great for Elysium. So we're looking at possibly a 9-9. JP2 is going to opt into a weapon here. And he was, again, a star player on Split, constantly finding kills on Kingslayer, who was the opper for Dyza. So really huge in that last one, looking to do the same in this one. And maybe when you look at that economy, right, the force buys, when you force in certain situations that you maybe don't expect it, can catch you off guard. So they might not be expecting anybody to have this Phantom in their hands. That Hunter's Fury goes out, and Harmful is just going to run Just Underscore and down here. No way out as that overheal will come through. Now it is a 4v5. No longer will they have the Showstopper available is Elysium. They do still have that Phantom, and we'll see if they can get the retake here. It's going to be almost impossible unless somebody plays incredibly aggressive from FYB to find a gun. So it's the Sheriffs, it's that one Phantom, and it's Elysium with their backs against the wall trying to make sure FYB can't tie things up.
Yeah, we're going to see if they can do it. Kairos doing work here. The Stinger and then picking up the Vandal finally goes down, and Rossi going to take out JP2 with Pauly. Again, trying to bring things back. Sugoi going to take out Get Greedy. Here comes Pauly. He's just going to get clicked on the head there by Sugoi, and that is a tie game. FYB has brought this one back. They have won, I believe, 8 of the last 10 rounds. It is what a run here from FYB.
Yeah, these guys, the new faces, for a moment looking to slip away. You see at the very beginning, it was 7 rounds going the way of Elysium, and they were on top for so long. But FYB, they've got their footing, right? Sometimes it could be a little shaky playing against the champions, especially here in the grand finals, if you weren't expecting to make it this far, right? Your first time being in the tournament. But they do just that. They take a deep breath. They hang out during that break. That the halftime was enough for them to try and turn things around. As finds a kill onto Kairos through the smoke there, and that is a name that we could not stop saying in the last game, and unfortunately for this round, we will not say again, as he has been taken down. And for the last few rounds, it's been Elysium on the back foot off those picks, but Pauly turns it around, and this could be exactly what Elysium need. That turret will spot one out, and Harmful is forced to retreat back through hookah.
Yeah, he's going to look to rotate his team. Trying to get access to A. Rossi going to come out here early, throws down that that cage. I don't think that's what he was going for, but here comes the push down A short rotation on its way. Harmful alone over on B side. Spike's going to go down from Xeno. And if you're Elysium, if you have any idea that Harmful's still on that other site, you want to go for more of an aggressive push here. Try and take advantage of the numbers advantage, and that's just underscoring with a very smart usage of the showstopper there to take out the Omen. But Segoya able to trade back, taking out just underscoring. JP2 going to take one, make it two as he knocks down Rossi there. Harmful with the flank, going to take out Get Greedy. Now they know where she is. JP2 with the third. That's going to be the defuse, and Elysium not going to let FYB get the lead. They will hit double digits first.
And there was a couple of feel bads, man. Feel bad mans?
Yeah.
Feels bad, man?
Feels bad mans, I think?
Feels bad mans.
There you go.
Plural, 2 of them. In that round, one is the showstopper for doing feels Batman. Okay, feels Batman. There's 2 of those, right? It was just underscoring using the showstopper. He got the kill, but it was on a 37 HP Omen, right? You could look at that guy, he would die. And then the second one is from Harmful. He's got this beautiful flank, and he gets spotted out barely by Get Greedy in what could have been an easy turnaround, right? He could have crept up, maybe gotten a knife kill or gotten a different angle to be set up onto 2. Unfortunately, doesn't get it done. He gets spotted out and taken down. So that round could have gone either way there. Unfortunately, it doesn't go FYB's way, and that shot lands from just underscoring, and that's another Feels Batman there. It's on the run it back, so it's just going to send Phoenix back body as that breach ultimate is going to stop everybody momentarily. The Killjoy lockdown on top of it all, and it's going to force everybody to rotate on out for a second. Unfortunately for Elysium, there's still a whole lot of time left on the clock.
Yeah, they did stall that aggressive push from FYB, but it cost them quite a few resources, couple of ultimates, and yeah, it didn't save them a whole lot of time. It's Harmful with the wallbang, takes out just underscoring, and Wit with the peek on the Kairos takes him down as well, and they haven't rotated to B. They're still here at A. Now the teleporter with the spike from the Cypher. This is interesting. All that time is starting to get chewed up by some indecision here from FYB as they had seemingly gotten control of the A. They rotate the spike through teleporter. Now the Cypher has to come all the way back around, and it's going to get caught by JP2. This is actually a huge misplay by FYB. They're getting stalled so long. 25 seconds left in the round. The clock is in favor of Elysium here.
And we see Xeno just trying to push up, but JP2 playing that perfectly there. And like you said, the clock is not in their favor. He cannot go through the teleporter. He has to plant here on A. Left. But it's a 1v3. The rotation came through. Xeno finds one. Get Greedy. It's going to go down as well. Now shock darts will go out. 1 second left on the clock, and Pauly's going to get it done. No time to plant. He had to go for the kill, and Xeno gets caught trying to re-equip his weapon there. That was a very, very scary round for both teams, because just when you thought you had the lead and you're good in a 3v1, Xeno, he must have went out and got a pair of carry pants, because he was trying to do just that. Unfortunately, he had only gotten his legs in and had got caught with his pants down, that bomb in his hand, and Pauly picks up the kill here. Elysium, they creep deeper into double digits. They halt FYB in their double digits push for rounds. It's 9-11. And Elysium looking to step on the throats, but it's still a full buy for FYB. They still have some control here in this next round. We'll have to see how they play it out, right? That last round, indecision was really what killed them there. And what we thought didn't buy them enough time for Elysium bought so much time, because after that quick push was stopped, they had no clue what to do. And then they just kind of fumbled it for the rest of the round.
All right. Well, Elysium with the 2-round lead here, trying to push this one to map point. It looked like they were going to cruise to a very easy 1-0 lead in this best of 3, but FYB has fought back into this second half, and they are challenging the defending champions right now, but just underscoring with the opening frags here. With going to go down, and Pauly just trying to keep FYB cordoned off inside of Hookah. They're going to back out momentarily. They're considering the rotation, but the spike's on its way to B, so they're going to stay here. No ultimates available for Elysium. Meanwhile, the Empress and the ultimate for the Omen available for FYB. Kairos holding in the back towards CT. And the push may come through
30
Hookah.
seconds
It's going to
left.
be a split push here as the Omen heading towards B long. Kairos rotating back as they've heard the sounds here on B. Pauly going to take down one. That's Spike down.
Yes, Spike Carrier down yet again here, and you don't have a lot of time. You have 2 members left. Harmful gonna fall. It's only 1 member as Segoy ends up going down, and again, indecision here, or I'm not too sure why the spike was where it was. Why did it push up towards long? There's no reason for it to be there. In any situation, if that spike gets killed long, when you have 2 members in Hookah, how do you get that spike? You have to rotate all the way back out through mid and go up long and risk getting killed that way, because I'm sure somebody has pushed up to try and defend that spike on the defending side, or you have to push through sight, and it doesn't pay off no matter how you paint that picture. Xeno again will have spike in hand, and hopefully this time puts himself in a more advantageous position. Granted, stacking up 3 can be difficult, but that was not the play. Like I said, no matter how you paint that picture, it comes out as a disaster rather than a masterpiece. And just underscoring, he's going to play aggressive, and he finds a kill onto Harmful. He will blast himself away with the satchel, use that bomb bomb for some more information. But an early start here on match point for Elysium, and just underscoring being the catalyst for his team. Top fragging in this one, trying to stay hot.
Looking really solid right now. As we already mentioned, they are on map point trying to close this one out, and they've stalled the early push. Again, they've gotten that opening frag onto Harmful, and it just stalls FYB. A lot of their great rounds have been they get the opening frag, they get things rolling, and they're able to kind of play at a more accelerated pace. But when they are on the back foot early in these rounds, it doesn't seem like they know quite what to do. As Get Greedy is going to grab 2 here, and it's just 1 left. They're going to peek. They're going to find this Sova. Can he get the frag? They're going to spray. Shock Dart out. Going to miss. The spray from Segoy is good, but Get Greedy finishes it off. That's a 1-0 lead for Elysium.
Yeah, and that right there, it kind of goes back to what I was talking about when painting a picture, right? If that spike goes down long, everybody just swarms on it. Hey, just watch the spike. That's all we have to do. And you only have to worry about 2 ways to come from. If I'm sitting on top of the spike, I have to look right to long, left to sight. It doesn't matter how they get to sight. I just have to watch the entrance into the garden. So you see that there. It's not the same situation, but it kind of just adds to that point of with the spike down, you just defend it, and trying to get to it can be incredibly difficult. It was a tough one for Elysium to close out that game because FYB were giving them such a hard time. But we talked about it, right? Everybody starts to pop up. Everybody starts to pop off come towards the later parts of those games. We saw Kairos coming up. We saw Pauly pumping off in that last one, even though they weren't top fragging. And then just underscoring is another name where he's just feeling himself.
Yeah, definitely been a good one. Before we get things moving on with the rest of these grand finals, want to hear a word from our sponsors.
Why play to your limits when you can break them? Unleash what's next.
And we are back, guys. A quick word from Razer. Obviously, the sponsors of the Razer Tournament Series, and giveaways going out now. Exclamation point giveaway. You guys have seen it. There's another one on Twitter, so make sure you click that link. And the winners here, we're in the grand finals, guys. The winners not only walking away with the larger half of the prize money, but will be earning one of those Razer Black Widow V3 Pro wireless for themselves. And again, that keyboard, last week was headsets, this week it's keyboards, and this keyboard is built for gaming, guys. It's got aluminum construction, hyper responsive inputs, 3 choices of switch options, which Everybody has their own preference, whether it be the Reds, the Blues. I like the Browns because they're a little bit quieter. It's got the plush leatherette wrist guard. Obviously, it comes with that Razer Chroma RGB, and it's covered with a 2-year warranty. So make sure you guys are getting in on those giveaways. And congratulations to whoever takes this one away, because their team's going to be comping a keyboard just like that. Razer, it really did it all for this Razer tournament series, and we can't be happier.
Yeah, definitely awesome. And Elysium they're trying to put together the whole set. They're trying to assemble the Razer Exodia right now as best they can. And we'll see if they can do it here today as we're getting ready for map 2 here. Elysium with the 1-0 lead over FYB. They came charging back in that second half, but it wasn't quite enough. But now we'll move to their map pick, and we'll see if they can get the strong start that we saw from Elysium in the first one.
Yeah, and I mean, FYB is the team to do it, right? They've handedly beat all the teams that they face coming this way. They beat some of the top names, and if not the top names, they beat the teams that beat the top names. And so on their map pick, it looks like Ascent here for us. Hopefully this is where they get to take us into a game 3, because we love to see a game 3. It means a late night, obviously, but as a spectator, you just love to see it. And Harmful, we talked about Wit, we talked about Harmful, and I'm looking at both of those guys for this one because they had huge carry performances in some of those rounds, whether it be flanks, right? That's big brain plays coming out from these guys, whether it just be gunplay, whether it be picks coming through. Those 2 names have really been the biggest. And then they've had their supplementing plays coming out from Rossi, who was huge when he was ulted and breach ulted and picking up a 3K. Now they're all stacked up here. FYB going to be on attack first. A couple of kills come through. It's a 2v4, so Elysium quickly want to make sure they are the favorites in this pistol round. And FYB, maybe I gassed them up a little too much.
I love the aggressive push there into B main, just underscoring a JP2, just charging in there to try and stop that push. Zeno gonna get a frag there on a Get Grady, who was kind of caught on the wrong side of the A site here. Numbers advantage still to Elysium, and a low health bar for both of the Sovas, but FYB is able to get the spike down. Let's see what they can do with it.
Smokes go out. Kairos up top here. Low health bars on both Sovas, so kind of in a 1v2 situation. One right click should be able to sit those guys down. As going through the smoke is Zeno. He gets a 3rd kill for himself, but he's taken down. And now it's all up to the Sova here. Segoy has to play for this spike, but it doesn't matter. Kairos is picking up right where he left off, and that dies a game, picking up a couple of kills at the end there.
I got really scared because Kairos and Just Underscore both lined up right there, and I was just like, oh no, is this the ghost collateral coming right now? I was really afraid, but they finish it off. They are able to grab the pistol here, and this is when we were highlighting Kairos, I believe it was 2 weeks ago when we first saw this Elysium team and we're really hyping them. It was this map. It was the Killjoy for Kairos, and we were talking about how they so often were happy to leave Kairos alone to solo hold B site, and they played heavily for retakes. Now, it was something that wasn't as strong for them a week ago, even though they did take the championship and take first place, and they looked really strong doing so. They weren't able to play that retake style and that solo hold on B quite as much, so we'll have to see if that changes here today. Now, putting both Holly and Kairos on that site for right now. Just Underscoring, though, gets caught peeking onto the site. I don't know what he was looking for there, but he gets caught looking the wrong way. Get Grady gonna be able to get one, so it's the 4v4, but that's the push from Segoy into A-Link there. He's able to get a kill, and Wit, he loves to buy these, he loves to force buy these rifles, and means he's got this early Vandal, and it's doing some work right now.
Yeah, and so everybody on this team, I think, except for Zeno, Zeno maybe bought that Vandal for him having the money after the 3 kills, and Wit pops off with it. That 2nd round force coming through again for FYB as they flip the odds. And when you opt into a Vandal in the 2nd round, although it hurts your economy quite a bit, round number 3, you don't have to worry about having the dainty guns, right? Like the rest of his team does. Although the area's not too bad and the Spectre can be okay, but you got a couple of Stingers and a Vandal in the hands of Wit, who's going to be one of those guys who you want piloting that Vandal for those one taps in the head, those early shots coming out across the board, right? That is where your duelist is going to pop off the most, when you can toss out that flash and hit those headshots. So they're putting a lot into this duelist for FYB, and it's looking to pay off so far. Zeno helps him clean that kill out. Kairos now gone as Harmful finds a couple of kills for himself. And I said dainty guns, but the Stingers today have just been on point. Some kills are traded back, but it's numbers advantage for FYB as they are all huddled up towards mid here now. And what I will say is Pauly, he's got a couple of shock darts. He's sitting in a pretty good spot. Can look for a kill onto Zeno to even the odds, but definitely on the back foot. And as I say that, Rossi takes him down. Make sure no shock dart kills will come through. And it's a 1v3. That third will get spotted, as will get greedy. It's the Ares from Segoy to sit him down, and it's another round to FYB.
Yeah, FYB coming out a lot stronger in this second map, and Wit is going to need to be a driving force of that. Zeno looking strong to start off as well, but if, it seems like FYB, as Wit goes, so does the rest of the team. He's starting off really well. Meanwhile, Kairos 2-2 leading off for Elysium. Yeah, great first round. Have not been able to get anything solid for the following two. Let's see what they can keep going right now. Segoy with the owl drone here into A site, trying to get some early information. Going to be spotted out.
Joke's over. You're dead.
And finally taken out there. Segoy looking to walk up, and that's going to be a quick push here from FYB. They just charge onto the site here. They've used smokes to try and cut off some of these angles. Wit with the frag there onto JP2 opens up the action. A lot of shock darts from Segoy up into heaven. Smokes are down. Spike is planted, and FYB has control of that.
Yeah, and I don't think that Recon Bolt did quite what he thought it would. Not enough power here, but he's still able to spray through heaven here. Up one member, Kairos is low as well, and that owl drone got so much information here. It spotted out two members inside that A-Link tree room area, and everybody was able to just barge onto this site. And with that, Elysium, they know what they're up against here. This is FYB's map pick as well, and they are feeling themselves up 2 rounds, about to make it a third. And all you can do is run away, hang onto your guns, and not put yourself in a situation where everybody dies, you lose the round, and you're forced to lose the next round because you'll be on a low economy buy here. So I think a smart play by Elysium. You talked about discipline, and I think that just goes to show, again, just how disciplined they are. You would like to make the pop-off play, right? I think that's every player. I would love to clutch. I would love to Kairos clutch 1v3 and then pick up 4 kills in the next. But sometimes you just have to make the smarter play.
The crazy thing is how many times, I feel like I can count on one hand how many times I've seen a 4v5 save. You're only down one member and you just elect, let's just save. It's not worth it. Like, I could count on one hand how many times I've ever seen that. It's insane. I don't hate the idea. And I agree. It goes back to the discipline of Elysium and them just thinking, look, it's not worthwhile. We just charge in here. They've got such control of the site. They've got great utility set up that it isn't going to benefit us. But still, just crazy to see here as it's going to be Elysium going to that retake setup like we talked about earlier on in the game. Spike's going to be planted. It's on B. Let's see what they do as the camera trying to spot something out. Isn't going to see anything but just underscore and able to take out Harmful. That's a huge frag. Numbers advantage to Elysium as they look to get onto the site. Zeno, gonna drop the smoke here, looking to push. The blind spray is going to get JP2, but Kairos trades back. Meanwhile, Segoy, he's got the Ares. He's in the back of the site. Kairos was able to get another. Segoy going to take 2 here, but Pauly knocks him down. That's going to be Elysium back on the board. They'll get the defuse.
Yeah, and he creeps out just a little too much there to peek, just underscoring, and Pauly's able to spot him out. He's obviously very privy to the Sova's plan on the backside, being a main himself. So a nice pickup in rounds. Elysium, that would not have been possible had they had the same outcome in the last round, right? Losing and everybody dying, right? They wouldn't have had the guns that they needed to pick up a win in that one. So a nice play as a whole, big brain play in that 4v5 save. And I think this shows them the B retake not going to be as hard as they thought. Granted, a couple of kills through a little awkwardly, right? Pushing through smokes and spraying through smokes, just underscoring, somehow making his way into Boathouse for free and finding Harmful, who was ulted with the Blade Storm. But with that, it allows them to no longer need Pauly on this B site. You can keep K-Rose on B all by yourself, like we've seen in the past, and he can hold it down momentarily, and then you can play for that retake. So I really like that as a whole here. Is now K-Rose and Pauly working together hand in hand with the Owl drone, trying to find some information. Unfortunately, not going to get too much as that spike creeps up towards mid. FYB still have a whole lot of options as that alarm bot gets triggered. They know, hey, maybe one's creeping up that way. Be careful and spawn.
Yeah, K-Rose, meanwhile, looking to set up the ultimate here at the back of site, just waiting to see if they go for the push. I hope he doesn't do it. He obviously doesn't quite, he doesn't have the information we have, but the push isn't towards a B right now. So K-Rose electing to hold on to that ultimate for now. Segoy going to be able to take out Just Underscore with the Hunter's Fury. That's a very key kill for FYB as they look to double their lead right now. But now Smoke's over towards B site. Spike's rotating this way. Now, if you're K-Rose, you just hold that ultimate till the last second. Okay, it goes down. Hunter's Fury's been used. That's a kill for K-Rose. Able to take down Wit. Good shot there on the head. And the Killjoy ultimate will complete. It's not going to detain anybody, but at least force the rotation. The problem is JP2 is all alone on this A site. He's down in hell. Can he get this frag? Oh, he gets harmful. That's huge. Now he's going to use the Rolling Thunder. He catches one. That's going to be a second. Now he pushes out with the Classic. He's just buying time here. I love the patience. The rotation's on its way. He stalled long enough for the clock to run out. Segoy takes him down, but Get Greedy finishes it off, and we're all tied at 3.
Yeah, and sure, he died there at the end, but what a huge play. And then for JP2 to have the wherewithal to say, I just got my ult, I'm just sending it. I don't care. I'm just going to send it. I'm going to try and stop the plant. I have to play for time. And if I peek in a 1v2, I'm probably going to die and give that plant over for free. So such a huge round. It brings us back to being tied. And if you look, I mean, quite honestly, the economy across the board for both teams, it's pretty similar. You've got a couple members who are hurting whether you win or lose this round, but you could probably have that slack picked up by the teams or by the teammates that have those the higher credit amounts. So this round, I don't think really dictates which way this game swings because both teams will be sitting pretty win or lose. But that was a very big clutch from Elysium to kind of, again, just reel back in the reins, right? To kind of pull FYB back and not let them just have so much free reign. As now Pauly just sitting inside. His teammates Molotov there, gonna get a lot of that nano swarm. Has that Odin in hand, he sprays him down. There's the proficiency, and it's a 3v3. A one on the flank is going to turn it around. Rossi so huge there, pushing through the spawn. Now Get Greedy gonna have to do what he can. He should be able to spot it out. He takes down the trap wire, but they know exactly where he is. And that cyber cage is gonna stop this push momentarily. But in a 1v3, I don't know if Get Greedy can get this done. It's a very, very tall order.
Yeah, at this point, he probably elects to save this Vandal. He's gonna smoke for now. He thinks it's worth it. He's going to teleport right in the smoke, seeing if he can bait out a peek, and he's going to catch Harmful. Now he needs to get the peek here onto the CT. He's going to get pushed from behind, I would expect, by Segoy. They should crossfire this. There's no way Get Greedy should be able to get 2 separate 1v1s here. Rossi going to go for the peek. He takes him out in the boathouse. That's the 3K for Rossi and a 4th round for FYB.
Yeah, and an incredibly wide swing there. I don't think Get Greedy was expecting Rossi to peek that far out towards the left. And at the end of the day, Get Greedy, I think, was just trying to hurt the economy a bit, right? I talked about it. The economy shouldn't be hurting too bad. You see some of the buys coming through. They'll have a couple of guns. This is what would have happened either way. No matter which team won or lost there, they would have still had a few guns coming into the next round. And I like this play from Elysium, right? It's typically, hey, let's play discipline. Maybe we played a little bit safer, but they're going to opt into picking up a couple of weapons, light shields where you need it, heavy shields where you can get it, and then we're going to play for kills, and I promise you we will get you guys a gun in your hands if you do not have one. So we'll see if this pays off for Elysium. The 4 spies, I feel like, is something that's kind of been done away with as tactical shooters start to evolve more and more, but I love to see when we do see teams half buying or force buying and then just playing to each other's strengths.
Yeah, we'll see how this one plays out right now. Elysium again electing for the 2 on B, 3 on A. They use the alarm bot in mid to detect that and look for the collapses. Get Greedy's going to take out Harmful and just underscore with the peek, and the Bladestorm takes out Rossi. JP2 with the Sheriff is able to knock down Wit, and what a round here from Elysium.
This is a great start, and it's not necessarily, I don't know if it'll count as a thrifty because 3 rifles were bought, but that's all you can expect from this round, right? Just underscore and has the Bladestorm. Hey, give him full armor and let him go ham. Now he's got an operator in his hands, and he's going to continue to do just that. And it's a flawless win off of that loss, and it was a half buy. And I think flawless trumps thrifty there. So now we'll never know if it actually was a thrifty or not. But what a huge round. And that right there is just a huge staple for Elysium to kind of stamp their presence in this game, saying, hey, we don't even need a full arsenal. We can still pick up these rounds. And now they're going to be facing exactly what they just did. It's not a full arsenal. You see 4 rifles. You see the Stinger, which today has felt like a rifle. Honestly, people have been picking up kills left and right with this one, but I'm also looking at the light shields across the board for both these teams. More importantly, Pauly opting in to hang on to those light shields to make sure he's got enough economy going into this next round, win or lose. So just underscore, gonna play aggressive here. Shrouded Step, not gonna spot out the Omen there. He will be smoked off before he can take anybody down. The only ultimate available is the Neural Theft from Rossi. I can't imagine it gets too much value as that kill comes through. Just underscoring, no longer on the Raze, but on the Jet in this one, and proving to be just as effective.
Yeah, looking really good there. The flick onto Harmful. And we got the Jets, we got the op players that we were hoping for in this grand final, looking really solid here. Get Greedy holding down this A site right now. A-Link set up by K-Rose, and they're looking for the quick rotation here for JP2. Wherever they see that pressure, they want to rotate that breach over there as quickly as possible. Door's going to close here. Wit actually electing to lock himself on the other side in A-Link. And that indicates me it's going to be a B push. Maybe not. They've got control of mid. They will set off. I believe they set off the alarm bot. That's going to be JP2 going down. So now it's the 3v3. And the Cyber Theft is going to spot out. Or the Neural Theft, excuse me. Just underscore going to take down 1. Now they're pushing to get the plant onto B. Good shot for Just underscore. And that's a 3rd as he knocks down Xeno. Looks for the shot there. Onto the Sova and isn't able to quite get it, but it doesn't matter. It's now the 3v1. Segoy is caught between a rock and a hard place. There's no time left. He'll get a frag to finish it off as Pauly will fall, but it doesn't matter. It's the lead to Elysium.
And that right there is the lack of discipline for FYB, right? How many times just in the last few rounds of game number 1 and then that round there have we seen the spike carrier dying in the worst possible position? They ran up spawn. Now, Get Greedy didn't give himself away on A, which I love that play just in case they do decide to go there. Unfortunately, the Neural Theft peeks that out, right? So Get Greedy, he eventually gets caught out. They know he's at A, and the spike is just running right up into the spawn. Well, if there's nobody mid and you see one A, you have to assume there's people B. Now you're stuck in between them, and you put the spike in the worst possible position. And it's just been time and time again that we've seen FYB lose rounds because of that. So I'd like to see a little more spike discipline from these guys. Work with your team a little bit better. And that way, if you do die, it can be picked up, or it's not in such a terrible spot to be picked up as they are all creeping up towards this B site. Now I didn't get a peek at the economy, but it looks like pistols. It looks like sheriffs. Maybe a Stinger coming through as well. Has been paying off to be incredibly useful, but it's the Odin that's just going to stare them down as they push through. There's the spike going down. The Jet has dashed on into the boathouse. We'll see if it's going to be enough. A member down on pistols in the hands of FYB. They look to tie things up.
Yeah, and FYB, I like the speed with which they're pushing onto the side. Obviously, you really have nothing to lose with the pistols here. I'd like to see them, and maybe not this fast, but play with a little more pace, because there's been a few rounds so far where they've got, their backs up against the clock, and they've ran out the clock on themselves. So I really would like to see FYB wasting a little less time, be more decisive, get a pick, pick a site and go, as Segoy's going to take down K-Rose. JP2 able to trade out Wit, so it's a 3v2 advantage. JP2 looking for another. It's another 1-for-1 trade. And here again, with time running out, they finally get onto the site with 10 seconds left, but Pauly's waiting with the Odin. He's going to finish that one off, and Elysium take a 2-round lead.
Yeah, and so now it puts FYB in a weird spot, right? If they were listening to us and we're their coaches, we're saying, hey, you cannot play this slow. You have to play a little bit faster. And if you're playing too fast, you have to play a little bit slower. And just time and time again, discipline and urgency is exactly what they need, right? We see despite going down in awkward spots, we also see them running out of time. They've already lost a couple of rounds in this one because of that alone. And that is one of those things where when you're playing against the time, yeah, sure, if you run out of time, you win or you lose, depending on where you're at. But it forces your hand when you're running out of time. More importantly, that you have to just run onto the site like that and look for a plant. You don't get to check your corners. You don't get to peek your angles, whatever it may be. So definitely need to see some urgency coming through as Harmful finds the first kill. That's the operator down, and this could be a huge play onto A as Get Greedy, for whatever reason, peeks to his right, gets killed from his left.
Oh, here comes a push from JP2. He used the ultimate, but he actually doesn't elect to push through the smoke. The ultimate is down from the Killjoy. Will it detain anybody? It should detain one. They just need to hunt down this Cypher. K-Rose has found him. The other two outside in A main. K-Rose finds another, taking out Segoy. It's now just the Omen left for FYB, and this should be a 7th round, so Elysium should guarantee themselves a lead going into the second half. JP2 sees the peak, the barrel of the gun. Xeno steps out, and that is it. It's 7-4 for Elysium.
Yeah, and just as quick as FYB had the advantage, they lost it. And a lot of that comes from those two huge ultimates, K-Rose, JP2. If you're not getting rattled, if your brain's not getting rattled by the ultimate coming through from the breach, you then have to run away from the site, and your idea or your plan to push the site like you do, it's one of those situations where it's not going to happen every round because they won't have their ultimates every round. But when we say, hey, play with some urgency, they decide to play with urgency there, and it immediately gets thwarted by those two ultimates. So that's just a tough one from FYB. I think they can look to do something like that again, given that this is the last round of the half, and they don't have those huge ultimates to stop your quick push.
Sure, and you know, we don't need to harp on it too long, given you're right. It is the last round on their attacking side. Get Greedy going to take one. Rossi another. He's going to get a second, taking out JP2. And now K-Rose going to peek from heaven. Takes one, takes a second as Rossi's going to fall. And that's going to be it, just underscoring. Will defuse the spike. And that's going to be an 8-4 lead here for Elysium. So FYB, hey, you know what? 4 rounds on attack. That's not too shabby here, especially with how disastrous their first half was. On the first map of this best of 3, but still the 4-round deficit. They're going to look to try and bring things back here. It's just underscoring at K-Rose. They're just cheesing a little bit here, waiting for the defuse, trading around guns, having a little fun, but the defuse will finally come through here from just underscoring, and that is going to push us to this second half.
Yeah, and that's tough. It almost worked, right? You almost run it back and get it done. Had you not lost that last round, maybe you feel a little more confident in that push towards A. And that's also one of those things where you're kind of figuring it out. You're seeing how to play against this Elysium defense, and it's just too late. Unfortunately, it was the last 2 rounds that almost worked for you, but don't. Those rounds go over to Elysium. Now you have to re-figure it all out on how to play defense against Elysium. And this is the FYB map pick, right? On defense, they could have a stellar performance here, but Elysium definitely having a lot of momentum. And if not momentum, just breathing room, right? When you're up 4 rounds, it puts you in a different state of mind than when you're trying to battle back, especially being up a game. At the end of the day, Elysium could drop this one and look to come back strong in game number 3. I don't think we see that from them, but it definitely feels like they have they're in a better position to have a stronger mental or a more clear mind about things. It's just underscoring is going to push in. Smokes go down. B-take is going to be the play here for Elysium. The rotates quickly coming through as 2 kills get traded for 1. That spike yet to be planted, but it will go down now. Just underscoring. He might find 4 members there rotating over from spawn.
Yeah, he's going to try and use this frenzy, see if he can catch somebody. He's going to take down Wit, goes for the reload. It may cost him, though, as Xeno jumps in, is able to knock him down. It's now the 2v3 and make it the 1v3. Pauly, the only one left, does have a ghost. but the spike is going to be defused here. That should be pretty easy. Rossi going to get the final kill with the headshot onto Pauly, and FYB draws within 3.
Yeah, and that is not telling of how this defense is going to go from FYB, right? The pistol round could really mean anything, but that's such a great start. Unless Elysium force up and do some crazy stuff like we've seen these guys do in this grand finals. I think this has been the most force buys we've seen in a grand finals is they continue to look to do just that. This really has to pay off, right? Both of these teams, win or lose, even the winning team is going to be sitting on an awkward economy, but definitely losing in this one does not feel good. As they stack up 5 towards B, this round will be a little more telling with guns in the hands of both teams as to how this should play out. And it's looking like another quick attack towards B. Shock dart.
Ooh, Sugoi doing some work there with the Stinger. We've been seeing a lot of it today. He's got 3. Rossi able to grab 1. Pauly going to take down the opposing Sova, but Harmful able to finish it off, and FYB back within 2. So now we'll get our first gun round here. It's still probably going to be the half by. They'll sit on those SMGs here for FYB. So Elysium. Oh, wait, they 4-spot.
Yeah, Elysium
And
got
got
4-spot in
smoked.
that last. And got
Oh no, that ended
absolutely
so
starched.
fast. I didn't even realize. This is a problem now for Elysium. I mean, they'll still have the lead if they drop this round, but this means that the FYB eco is fantastic, right? They only have to buy a single gun this time. Is Wit? Oh, with the hot hands, he's gonna take out Get Greedy, and now. This, if they can win this round, which they should, into the pistols that Elysium is carrying, they'll draw themselves within 1 with plenty of cash. So this is trouble for Elysium.
Yeah, Pauly does trade 1 back, trades 2 back actually with that ghost. Wit gonna go down as well, and I mean the odds have been completely even. We'll have to see if they can pick up some guns on the way out. JP2 finds one with the Sheriff. Now it's a 1v1 Sheriff v Stinger. But he doesn't have to go A. He has a lot of time here. He does not have to peek this angle. He's going to find himself a Bulldog. And it's 75 health to 150 here on Harmful in the 1v1 cam. Harmful is going to find the kill. The Stinger comes through and will stay true. You'll love to see it there. The Stinger's been so huge. And now we should get full buys across the board because of that force in the second round. And going back to that second round on the force, we saw FYB do exactly that, and they won the round doing so, but it was because they didn't just blindly run through that corridor through B main and get sprayed down by Sugoi, right? The shock dart doing so much, and then him having a Spectre of his own spraying everybody down. They played around the map a little bit more, and they took gunfights that are probably a little more long range to where it's almost a coin flip in the SMG long range gunfight as to who is going to win that one. So if you are going to force, I would think look more towards a play that's going to have some long range angles and not just stacking up to get sprayed down, because you might as well have just had pistols and done the same exact thing. You would have had the same outcome. Now Elysium, they're slowly slipping away, right? The last 3 rounds over to FYB, they're looking to tie things up, and Harmful's got an operator in his hands peeking down mid. The team's still split on attack, but that spike is creeping over towards A, and that might be the play if they can get some clearance up towards Catwalk. But it's going to be Sugoi with the Hunter. Sure, it's going to be Harmful with the operator. See you later there for Get Greedy. Now in a 3v5 Elysium, I mean, they might be staring down the barrel of a tie game here, 8-8.
Yeah, FYB, they want a third map, and they're going to make Elysium earn this 2-0 if they really want it as Harmful. Looking really good with this operator in mid, able to get 2 frags here, looking for a third. That's going to be JP2 rotating through CT. Spike is over in A main right now, so maybe he's trying to just make a little noise, see if Kairos can get onto the side here. Kairos going to rotate, thinking about rotating right now. He's waiting. Wit is kind of peeking. He's kind of just goofing with his melee right here. I think Kairos is maybe hoping that FYB goes for a flank and pushes through A main and he can get a pick here. But at this point, he's just going to save his gun. Both of them will do so. And Elysium now tied up. FYB, the first 4 rounds. Oh, they know. They know. Kairos able to get one, though. He takes out Sugoi. Can he get another? Peek from Wit. Wit takes him down. They knew where she was the entire time.
Yeah, they had they shot the recon bolt there, and he wasn't quick enough to shoot it down. So they had an idea, and And then Segoy obviously cemented that, and they just went on the hunt. One gun was saved, and Just Underscoring going to be, well, I guess JP2 now in a worse spot. I thought Just Underscoring may be the only one hurting with that light shield, but JP2, no shields at all. And right now I'm thinking, hey, if you're JP2, if anybody's going to peek the operator, you should peek the op. You're not worried about, like, you're going to die no matter what. I guess a leg hit with shields would save you, so somebody with shields could do just that, as those hot hands. Not going to grab K-Roast, fortunately, doesn't have to worry about the team damage come through, or the damage from Wit, rather, coming on through. Just out of range, playing with the one-way smoke as well. Close to the ultimate, rather. And locked down of those owl drones. They're just gonna say what's up to each other, but Harmful actually finds the kill there, pushes through Catwalk, and picks up two. This guy is crazy with the operator.
They've got to slow Harmful down right now because he is single-handed. I mean, granted, FYB is playing good, but really Harmful is just bodying Elysium right now and forcing FYB towards a possible game 3.
Yeah, this guy with the operator, it's hard to quiet him, right? He plays towards mid. He picks up kills there. This time he switches it up, goes Catwalk, picks up 2 there, and that's just a nice call out, right? You see that owl drone pushing up through mid towards Pizza, towards that mid market, and you have to assume that he's just hiding in a corner in mid, which allows the Jet to then push up. And with nobody there to back Polly up, it's hard to use the owl drone. So an interesting choice in that. It obviously pays off well for FYB. And the economy is not great, right? We saw how weak it was across the board. Light shields here, no shields there. Now K-Rose sitting on low health, trying to back out of this one. And I would think the last 3 remaining members, although they do have this spike, they do just look to save here. They want to hang on to their guns. FYB, they're going to allow them to do that. Last time they went on the hunt, but they also don't want to have their economy dented a little bit here now that they gain the lead.
Yeah, Kairos will be able to hold on to that Phantom. Really close there. They predicted the rotation there from Kairos when they dropped the smoke. The blind spray nearly takes him out. He barely survives with 12 health there. And FYB has taken the lead here at 9-8. It's really been a back and forth map here. But 5 rounds in a row for FYB to start off this second half to match the 5 in a row that Elysium had to close the first half. Gives FYB this 9-8 lead, and Elysium has got to figure something out on attack. They have been completely stifled in this second half.
Uh-oh. Rossi's in the corner.
Check your corners.
And he's just still there, and he finds a kill onto Polly. The patience from this man. He picks up the kill onto the lockdown as well, so that ult's not going to go off. And it's a 2v5 just like that. What patience from Rossi. FYB. Wow, we talked about discipline, and that was the showcase of discipline there.
Yeah, looking really solid here as K-Ro's going to be able to get the spray down on one, but Rossi trades back, taking out the Killjoy, and Get Gritty going to fall there to Segoy, and that is FYB, the first to double digits. Elysium falling apart in the second half of this second map. FYB wants to force the deciding map 3. We'll see if they can do it. We talked about earlier, we're like, this team goes as Wit goes, and with this map, I couldn't have been more wrong. Wit, not terrible, but not top fragging like we expected. Just 8 and 12 so far. It's really been the Rossi show. He and Segoy have been really strong throughout this map here. As Whip gonna go down as the aggressive peek from Kairos. We'll get the opening frag here for Elysium. That's what you're looking for. Bladestorm available. Xeno gonna get caught trying to get back to safety on the site. That's Harmful with the burst right in front there, but he isn't able to take out Kairos, and he trades him back. Segoy takes out Get Greedy. He gets a third, but Pauly gets Segoy. Rossi finishes it off, and they are 1 away from map point here. FYB in a chaotic round there continue to build on their lead.
Yeah, and I did not expect it. I actually thought Elysium had the better half of the exchange there, but Segoy comes up so huge. You see this guy top fragging, Rossi on top of it all, and you're not expecting that, right? A quick play, you're not expecting the Sova to be anywhere near this A site, especially had he been playing mid or had he been playing over towards that B site where you expect him to be. So for that quick push to be thwarted, that feels so bad for Elysium. Now, staring down the face of match point, they opt into a buy here, which almost seals their fate if they don't pick up a win. Now, they do have a couple of ultimates. Probably going to find a kill into Harmful, and that's huge. We talked about slowing this guy down. They do just that. That opens up Catwalk, and now we'll see should they try to push this one up. Wit is going to look for the peak. Not going to find anything yet. He does spot out one, but Pauly with the flick and the headshot. It's looking like an Elysium round.
Yeah, Pauly with a great start. They get down 2, but they had the 2 opening frags in the previous round, and it didn't work out. So not holding my breath quite yet here. We'll have to see if Elysium can continue to push through. They're playing very slow right now. Control of mid to Pauly. He gets into market. The rest of the team outside of A. 2 to A link, 2 to A main. Here comes the peek from Segoy. Get Greedy going to take him down. That should be access to A easily. Segoy goes down. Pauly taken out by Rossi, but it doesn't matter. It's the 4v2 advantage. And if Elysium can't win this round, we're going to go to a map 3. I don't think there's any way if you drop this 4v2 that you can recover in this game. So Elysium trying to bring it back within 2. Rossi on his way to try and contest this site. But Elysium trying to get to 9 rounds right now.
Yeah, they're still working on their double digits, and it looks like Rossi, this guy's aim has been true, and he's just hanging out. Trying to see if anybody pushes him here. Look for some eggs to try to put a dent in this economy. That is a very, very poor economy for Elysium here. You see 4,500 credits here on FYB, or on Rossi rather, as he goes down. He's going to be sitting fine. He's sitting pretty. Everybody actually falls there at the end. And although your economy is well, now you have to rebuy an operator, which is 5,000 credits since the nerf. Now you have to rebuy that weapon there. So that's definitely a step in the right direction. Elysium trying to put a dent in this, and the economy almost equal across the board. Pauly going to be sitting on, okay, so he does grab himself a Vandal there. A teammate picks him up for that one. And across the board, economy is looking pretty good. So win or lose, obviously Elysium do not want to lose, but they might be okay to find themselves another buy should they be put to match point. They're not in the same situation they were put in the last round. And now this time it's a 5-stack towards B. That Owl drone will go out. And it's only the Cypher holding this one with his cams on this B side. And we'll see if they do spot that out alone and try and swarm this one. 2 up mid as Just Underscore and pops the ult.
Yeah, Harmful with the early peek, able to take out K-Ro, so that is the opening frag, and Rossi takes down Pauly. Blade Storm gonna get stuffed by Segoy there, and it's now the 5v2, so Elysium here, now 5v1, they're gonna head to map point right now, down by 3. They're gonna have to be extremely clutch. We've seen it from them earlier on today, but can they still push for the 2-0 win, or are we destined to go to map number 3?
Yeah, and it's everything you got here in this round. I talked about it earlier. I forgot the 2 teams that were playing, but it was, hey, you have ultimates. If you can find a couple of picks, maybe you can hang on to them, and that did pay off in favor. But in a situation like this, we've already seen Elysium use the 2 ultimates, right? The Killjoy and the Breach so well together. You stack the Hunter's Fury on top of it, and you might be able to pick up a couple of kills. Now, Wit gets flashed. The Hunter's Fury comes on through. This one, though, is going to be from Segoy as he looks for some, but it's JP2 who headshots the operator on A. Rossi is going to rotate on over, and we do see Segoy playing up towards Catwalk. With that pick, Elysium still remaining patient, not going to put all their eggs into one basket. Harmful gets killed on the flank. The Killjoy ultimate goes down, and it should push everybody away from mid here. Just Underscore and finds another kill. And Elysium are on top in this one. JP2 finds his second as Rossi trades it back. He's one of the top frags here. This could be the guy to do it. Nobody gets detained. He finds a 1-man spray down and a bit of damage on the other. He sees both of them on A, and he's going to push onto the site. Spike is down.
Spike has been planted. Elysium needs this round. As long as you play this straight, both peaks simultaneously. Do not let him get the 2 separate 1v1s. This should be a round for FYB, and they survive. Here comes the peak. That's not how you play it, but oh, Pauly just saves it. That was so unbelievably close. Rossi almost took that in the 1v2.
Yeah, and if there was ever a time for your team captain to clutch, it was right there. Paulie finding that kill, and it was literally, you called it. Do not peek in a 1v1, and it wasn't necessarily like that. They just didn't peek together, and Paulie was so tucked away that JP2 fell without Paulie being spotted. So almost a tough round, almost one that you do not want to let slip away. But Elysium, they hang on for a moment longer. They only had to use one ultimate. Now, if my math serves correctly, if one ultimate equals 1 round win, with the next 2 here, they could take us into overtime.
Yeah, we'll have to see. That's one where I really wish they would have been on separate sides of hell there, so you have the crossfire, and there's no way that Rossi should win that, but Paulie was able to pick it up, and Paulie takes out Rossi with the Hunter's Fury. That is huge.
And they have the angle here. Get Greedy's going to find one onto Harmful.
Oh, the 2 top fraggers are down. Elysium, they don't want to go down without a fight on this second map. They're trying to grab this 11th round. It would not force overtime quite yet, but those 2 frags are gigantic. Now they could probably try and hold on to those ultimates. We'll have to see what they decide to do. But they may be able to hold on to those ults for the next round. Oh, Get Greedy looks to the right at the wrong time. He nearly gets the frag, though. Zeno takes him down, but they know where he is. Just underscore and takes him out. Now it's the 1v3. Spike goes down. Blade Storm available. Just underscore, and I don't think, did he use it? I didn't quite see.
I don't believe so. So, which means, because he didn't have it at the start of the round, he would have it towards the start of next, or he picked it up towards the end as Segoy finds Paulie. Segoy actually maybe looking to turn things around. He launches out a shock dart of his own, and definitely needs to be careful. Just underscore and feeling himself with a couple of kills coming through early with the operator. Now that Bolt is going to spot him out up top. Segoy trying to spray through, but it's just underscore with the wallbang. It's a 3K. And this guy, in the last game, he was up top. In this game, he's working his way up top. And with an operator, he is absolutely on fire. Elysium, though, they're not out of the woodworks just yet. Just keep doing what you're doing because it's working. But, man, FYB, they got to try and figure a way to close this out.
This was clutch. You see just underscore and does get popped by the recon bolt there. Good recon bolt to catch out where the Jet is, but he's clean with his aim. K-Rose baits the peek out from the Sova, and just underscore and able to land the wall bang. And we'll see both Jets should use their Blade Storms here. No reason to save any ultimates, guys. I imagine we're going to get a Breach Rolling Thunder here to get entry onto this B site. Smokes out to cut off CT. Recon Dart smokes the cutoff market. He's pushing onto the side, just underscore, and he's looking to chase him down. He catches 2 in the back of the site, but he just whips with the Blade Storm. Oh no, Elysium falling apart in this final round. They should have had it, but they just drop it. Rossi is clutch, and that is going to be us going to map number 3.
Wow, what a round to win there by Elysium, and it slips away.
Man.
Just underscoring. You put an op in his hands and he's doing all right. You put the Blade Storm in his hands and he's going right over the top. He's just giving you a nice little buzz cut there. For 2 members, he could have had those kills. Unfortunately, he does not. But hey, as a spectator, that's what you want to see. You want to see the new guys taking down the top dogs, and you want to see a game number 3 here in the grand finals, but you're definitely kicking yourself in the butt if you are Elysium after that. And hey, Elysium, okay? I think Elysium fans across the world would like to see, or at least across the Twitch sphere, would like to see, if you're going to pick it up at any point, don't do it on 12 rounds. Okay, don't do it when you're down 12 to whatever. Pick it up at the beginning and then just step on the throats, because going this deep, it makes not only that loss feel so much worse and so much more defeating, but that could be very well be a victory if you can figure it out earlier in the rounds.
All right, we're going to throw it a break here. What a fascinating second map there, folks. And we've just got one left. It's one game to decide it all. On the other side of this break, we've got Elysium and FYB. Do not go anywhere. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have returned. Yeso and Tanner Metro here getting ready for the final game of our grand finals. We saw Elysium take the first map on Bind. We're on Ascent, and it was FYB taking that one. Now, it's either going to be Split or Haven to close things out. Who's going to take it? I want to hear from you guys in Twitch chat. Tanner, 2 maps in. What are you thinking so far?
I'm thinking what I said before we go to break. Elysium,
Yep.
pick it up and pedal to the metal. For FYB, I mean, just keep doing what you're doing. It was working, and it is Haven for this last map here, so I'm interested to see how these guys played out. The compositions that we do get, unfortunately, no Raze, which sometimes I do like to see, especially for those plays towards A, or even on B side, things of that nature. But at the end of the day, I don't care who wins now, right? I was saying I'm pushing for Elysium to get it done. I think it's kind of a coin flip here. I believe this is Elysium's map pick. Obviously, FYB getting side selection on the defense. Pistol round, I said it's not telling, but the pistol rounds just proved to be incredibly telling as to how things would play out, right? FYB were down going into the half. They win the pistol round, and then they just start winning out almost to close out the game before letting it slip a little bit. So I'm just glad they're here for game 3.
Definitely promises to be a good one. The first 2 have been close. I assume this one's going to be no different. As you mentioned, FYB starting on defense. We're on board here with Xeno in garage. Possibly some early pressure here towards mid. A few players over towards A short as well. So it's a split setup here. I would imagine this is going to be a B to A push. They're going to use the owl drone through. They're going to push through the smokes. Yep, there it is. But Rossi with the ghost takes out just underscoring and Kairos and completely stalls this entire plan. This is entirely dependent on that push through B, getting the flank on these A side defenders, and now it's all falling apart. Rossi gets a third as he takes out Pauly. He spots the final 2 players on A side. Spike's going down, but Rossi's in heaven. He's looking for blood. It's 4. Can he get the ace? Let him do it. Yes, he's got the pistol round ace. Rossi starting off game 3 for FYB. Insane.
Yeah, and you like to see the pistol round ace, maybe on somebody else whose ult will get you a little bit more pushing forward. But at the end of the day, Rossi popping off so incredibly huge there. I believe we're going to get to that replay. JP2, a questionable place to be pulling out that dart from the camera. He ends up getting spotted out and taken down. But yeah, a huge turnaround from Rossi's early game in the last one. Granted, he did make his way towards the top towards the end of the game. But again, it's telling, right? Pistol round has been so huge for these guys. Rossi up there with 5 kills of his own, sitting comfortably, probably able to toss out a weapon towards his teammates. They're not having to buy completely full. And I mean, there ain't much more to say about that one. A huge round and FYB momentum. That's all it is right here. It's momentum going into this next.
And I love the fact that I don't even think Segoy fired a shot once he had the 4K. I think he just waited and said, "You go for it. Take a shot." No surprises here. Elysium has been force buying a lot after dropping these pistols. They've elected for a lot of stingers this time around. They're going to go for the push to B. Paranoia is good. JP2 takes 1 just underscore and grabs 1 as well, and that's the numbers advantage. So the force buy working out so far early in round 2. Rossi looking for the spray onto just underscoring. Not even going to get any damage onto the jet here. And right now, Elysium is pulled out of this site. They're looking to kind of go for a bit of a retake. Oh, the spike was down. It's going to be the flawless pickup. They caught Harmful, trying for the cheeky defuse, pushing through the smoke. That's a flawless round. So Elysium, the force buy pays off. And now it's kind of a weird half buy here from FYB. It'll be largely the SMGs or Elysium here. They had the flawless round, so no reason to force for any guns. This should be a round based on guns that FYB should be favored in, but we'll have to see how things shake out. This could make a very weird kind of back and forth for these first 4 to 6 rounds.
So in the last map, we saw the same thing happen, right? FYB win the first round. Elysium forces up, but then they just get mowed down. Well, Haven doesn't necessarily allow that to happen because you have those 3 sites. A lot of the times teams opt into just giving up B. And so that force comes in huge, or not that force, rather, just that round in general comes up huge. You can overpower a site, especially when it's this close, get that spike down, and then you're completely playing against time on the defender's side. As Segoy finds a couple of kills coming through. The flash goes out. It's not going to find too much, but Wit still gets a kill off the back end, and JP2 all by his lonesome now on the flank. The spike is laying on the ground. It has not been planted. It's going to be 2 kills to come through with a Vandal in hand and 15 HP. He needs a couple of headshots to try and pull this one off. Sprays through the wall, will rotate on over towards B. It's a tall order, but it can be done. If he peeks to his left here, he's not going to do that. It's a 4K for Segoy, and just across the map, they've got a 5K, they got a 4K, they had a 3K and another round. And I mean, these players are really showing up here. JP2 leaning towards the top. He made a mistake. He understands that he pulled the dart out in a really bad spot, and he shouldn't have done that. And he's trying to make up for it with the kills. Fortunately for Elysium, after winning that eco round and picking up all of the guns that they had from the enemy team, they're still in a good position to buy here. Where last game, we didn't see that. It was poor economy for the first 5 rounds of the game. But we get good economy across the board for both of these teams, and now we're getting a real round.
Well, we got light shields on a couple for Elysium. Rossi's on an SMG. So if they continue to trade rounds here, the eco's still going to be kind of weird. It's kind of funky. So really, one of these teams needs to string 2 rounds together to kind of stabilize their cash here. But we'll see how it shakes out. Rossi backing off. Oh, he takes a little bit of damage there. He's got to be careful. Hot Hands going to stop that push, but Get Greedy still able to spray through the Cyber Cage. Take out the Cypher there, and Whip takes out Polly. That's 2 for him. Looking for a third as Segoy takes down 1. Just underscore unable to knock down Whip with the wall bang on that Vandal. Low health bars for the 2 Elysium members. Spike is down, has not been planted. And it seems like FYB doesn't realize. It seems like they have no idea where the spike is. They're looking around. But it's on B side. It's going to get planted. They're going to come back here over to A, excuse me. And this should not go over to Elysium, just considering the low health bar here for just underscoring, but still able to get some of that plant cash.
Yeah, and it very well could. A couple of 1-taps could be huge, but like you said in the last, right, you do not want to let the 1v1s come through, right? You want to peek together, especially if that first person goes down with ease. As Spike is going to be held. The defuse is going to be held. It's going to be peeked. It will be stopped for now, but I believe halfway. Goes to fake the defuse again, now pushing through the smoke. Zeno looking to clutch up huge in this one. He was on the flank before. He spots him out because the smoke goes down, and it should be the defuse to follow. A huge round for Zeno at that. Picking up a couple of kills and a defuse and a clutch kill there at the end. And man, Elysium, they're trying. They are trying in these rounds. Unfortunately, they're just barely falling short, right? You give a little more health, maybe a different angle for just underscoring. And I think even in that play where they didn't know the spike was down, they rotate off. It puts just underscoring in a bad spot too, because he goes to pick up the spike and he's not sure if they are just waiting there for the spike. He's not sure if he should stay on A and plant it here or look to rotate as well. So I think all in all, just an awkward situation to be in, especially if you don't have information of those rotations coming through over towards that B site.
Right here with the push, using that run it back, we'll be able to safely respawn it back off to the A site, but does get the information that Elisa was at least looking for an early push towards A. But with that ultimate spotted out, they're going to rotate back over to C. Smokes out here from the Omen. May bait the rotation from FYB. At least Rossi has moved off of C site for the moment. He's going to rotate through CT while Elysium won't have this information. They're going to have a much easier push onto the C site, and with no action on A, despite the smokes coming out, FYB has sniffed out the fake. Rossi going to take one. Pauly able to trade back one on the other side of the map.
Yeah, and now we get to see a different angle on the defense here. Now that spike is planted, how the defense come through on C, but it's not going to be enough. The kills come through easy peasy lemon squeezy for FYBZ. As they are going to go for that defuse there. And Elysium they need to figure it out. This is looking tough. This is kind of what we saw from even in that last game, but game number 1, right, where Elysium coming out so strong, putting FYB on the back foot, and now FYB is doing the exact same thing to the defending champions here. As a spectator, you love the underdog story, right? I think everybody, when it comes to betting odds and it comes to the Rocky movies, the Creed movies, everything, you love to see just the underdogs, right? The people that you maybe counted out because of how strong Elysium was, and maybe I was counting out because of how strong Elysium was, but they're making us eat our words, and you absolutely love to see it, and it starts to build this narrative, right? If FYB keep this up as they look for some spray down A long, not gonna find anything just yet, but the hot hands goes out, maybe forces JP2 away, as one kill did come through on FYB. With forced to retreat now, tosses out the blaze, tries to stop the push for now. But as I said, this kind of creates a narrative that we can talk about for matches to come if we continue to see these teams coming back and competing.
Yeah, and it really just is starting to set up that things are a lot more wide open than we had before, right? Prior it was, oh, okay, Mamba mode's in this week, cool, they're going to win. And not that there was anything wrong with that. I thought it was really interesting to follow that team. They were really fun to watch. But I think what we've seen since Mamba Mode's, descent from the throne of these esports arena weeklies is that any of these teams really can come in. We've seen so many different challengers, multiple different champions, multiple different finalists. And it's really just a wide open circuit
left.
here as FYB. They've got the 2-1 advantage. Spike is knocked down here as the Omen get greedy, rotating towards A. I don't even know if he's going to have enough time. 18 seconds. He should have just enough time to get this Spike down on the A side. The rotation's going to come from FYB. Thankfully, this time he's working with a much bigger health pool than we saw from just under Scorin. A couple of rounds prior, so he has a better shot at clutching this round. Let's see if he can do it. He was up in heaven. He's pushing for the flank. He's got to look to his right. Can he turn it? No, he will not. Xeno catches Get Greedy looking the wrong way. And that's going to be the defuse and a 5-1 lead for FYB.
Yeah, and that is it definitely feels bad. It was a feels good man at first, and then it feels Batman when you had the smoke going out from Get Greedy. And it made FYB kind of hold their ground. He smoked up towards the window there in mid garage, and they were rotating, and then they stopped for a second thinking maybe he is coming up this way towards C, but instead he rotates all the way to A, and then he goes for the aggressive defense on the Spike, right? Maybe pushing up a little bit too far. There's not very many ways to get into heaven except for the stairs, and I guess you could use that shrouded step if you were Xeno. But maybe he plays a little bit safer play back in heaven and wait for them to come to you rather than peeking an angle where they could come from both ways, just like they were. Now, Elysium still have to figure it out. The Hunt is sure he goes out, and Pauly actually gets a kill on the opposing Sova, and Get Greedy's going to find one too. This could be the round where Elysium look to turn things around finally.
They've at least got the start that they're looking for. Harmful able to trade back one, but Kairos knocks down the Reyna here, so it's still a 2-man advantage. As Elysium looks to push down, C long rotation on its way. They've got the information, though. And here they come, both in garage, looking to push out. Kairos going to remove the dart there. Gets pushed by Rossi, and the Cyber Cage actually cuts off the view from his rest of his team. JP2 takes him out, but Xeno able to knock down one. Now Get Greedy looking for the Paranoia from C long. Smoke is down to cut off their vision. And Xeno holding his water here, not going for the defuse early. Get Greedy looking to push with the operator. He's got the flick. Down goes Xeno, and it's Elysium back on the board, down 2-5.
Yeah, and Rossi's crazy. He was completely flashed when he had taken Kairos down on that C site. I mean, that's just, again, that's one of those tactical shooter things, right? It's just timing things, just headshot things coming through for him. Unfortunately, they don't net the round. And fortunately for Elysium, now you're in a pretty good spot, right? You're hurting the economy of FYB. They're going to be okay for this one, but you're completely matched in arsenal across the board. You see Wit, though, sitting on that glass cannon operator, really putting a lot, if not all of his eggs in this basket where it only takes one phantom headshot to take this guy down. Does not have the ultimate, so can't play as aggressive as he'd like. And I think his team called that out and let him know, hey, they're either going elsewhere or please don't peek that because you will get your great popped. And he's going to rotate on over towards C as that spike creeps up towards B, which is completely given up at this point in time. And looks like FYB want to play for the retake. K-Rose finds 1 kill. Owl Drone taken down. Now trying to stop the plant. He does just that. Rossi comes up huge with 2 kills. Get Greedy trades it back, but they still need to get the spike down.
It's the 3v3 here, and they're trying to get a foothold on this B site. But with Get Greedy going down, it's now just us underscoring here. Sugoi trying to catch him, peeking out of the smoke as he was able to take out Wit. He's flanked on both sides. He's got the operator, so this is not an ideal situation. That's the push. That's the shot from the Classic from Harmful, and it's a 6-2 lead. FYB looking dominant on Haven.
Yeah, looking incredibly dominant on Elysium's map pick in Haven. It feels we've seen that I think almost twice where FYB not looking the strongest, but then started to come back Elysium looking incredibly strong on FYB's first map pick, right? Coming into that. And it's tough. It's a tough spot to be for Elysium. I think if you're looking at positives for them, the Empress was used. So that's one less dueling ultimate that you have to worry about coming into this next round. But FYB are looking to send these guys home in second place. And granted, that is for the money, but you want the gold on top of it all. You want to say that you did it 2 times in a row, especially during a series like this, but just underscoring is looking to make sure they can say they do it 2 times in a row as he finds a couple of kills for himself. This is still a tough spot to be. FYB have had a very strong retake on C.
All right, Xeno rotating away from C side. Looks like FYB, they're going to elect for the save. They've got a pretty solid eco, so this seems a little greedy. I feel like you could push for this, but I don't hate it here. I just feel like, you know, you're FYB, you're sitting on so much cash, like, why not take a shot? But
yeah, and it is they're taking a page out of the Elysium book, right, where they opted into saving on a 4v5. Like you said, the economy is pretty good. I feel like that has been the tail of the tape, though, right? Is where that economy is sitting, and it's obviously the team with the most economy should win, right? You're able to buy guns, you're able to buy shields, and that's not always the case. But I think maybe FYB are trying to put themselves in a situation to where if they lose another round, they can have an awkward force buy to try and catch Elysium off guard, and that has been the tail of the tape, where it's been just weird force buys. It's been, for whatever reason, the stingers coming out so huge in some of these rounds that if you save enough money to buy out completely in the next, then you lose again. You're looking at 6-4. You buy up some stingers and you pull out a miracle win because, like I said, I couldn't say it enough, man. The stingers today have been so on point. As the fault line comes through, Xeno does get tagged up. He'll be okay for now. And this time around, this B site hasn't been completely conceded, right? They're holding from that C link, from that A link to make sure that that quick plant doesn't come through. But for the time being, that spike has just now been picked up, and it looks like it's creeping over towards C.
So correction, the FYB Eco is actually in a rough spot. Elysium, while not winning a lot of rounds, have been consistently doing enough damage and forcing enough buys that FYB's eco is actually extremely fragile right now. So I actually love the save. It was definitely the right decision by FYB, and they're going to try and grab a 7th round here. We'll see if Elysium can force them into a tough spot to run it back. Not going to do a thing there for Wit, but Sugoi able to take out Polly with the headshot is very key. 2 players pushing through Garage. Wit able to trade 1-for-1 as K-Rose goes down. Harmful on the site, able to catch Get Greedy as he pushes out from Garage here, and now it is just the Jet, just underscoring, rotating out of the C site. Doesn't have access to the bomb. FYB can just sit on the spike here, and this is going to be a 7th round, and FYB can regain some of the cash that they've lost over the last few rounds.
Yeah, really nice play. So the trade kills are happening across the map here on C side, and you see the X's on the map there, but a huge ultimate from Sugoi. It didn't necessarily net a kill, but it forced the Omen, it forced to Get Greedy onto that C site out of the Garage corridor there, that hallway, because he was going to get hit with the Hunter's Fury. So either way, you take damage or you give yourself up and get peeked and killed. or you try and push on site and do what you can. And unfortunately, you know, he chose a latter, push on site to do what he can, and all he could do is die there to Harmful, who surprisingly, Harmful and Wit have been sitting at the bottom of the scoreboard, and maybe that's telling to where their real carries are for this FYB composition, because in game number 1, it was Harmful and Wit up top, and they lost. Game number 2, it was Rossi and Segoy sitting up top there, and they ended up picking the victory. Now we're here on map 3, and it's Rossi and Segoy again being the catalyst, being the spear tip for their team, trying to push them ahead here. It looked like just the small tip of the iceberg was Wit and Harmful, and then you see the rest underneath, and that right there is Rossi and Segoy.
And the save a couple of rounds prior has guaranteed FYB fantastic eco through the rest of this half. They will not have to do any half buys or any force buys. They can full buy for the rest of this half, which is what they would love, because they can chase a 9-3 lead here. It's just underscoring, going to get the opening frag here. Wit hit by the fault line, caught on this B site momentarily, but the smokes from the Omen have slowed down this push. Is Harmful able to take down K-Rose, but just underscoring with that operator starting to come alive, able to trade that one back. So numbers advantage still in favor of Elysium. FYB sitting on a couple of ultimates. Elysium the same, as their push has been stalled. They were thinking about an A push, second guessing themselves for right now, and we will see. They just don't seem to have a solid idea on where the best play is here. And now they're starting to go back towards A.
Left.
They'll still have the numbers advantage. Problem is Pauly on the complete opposite side of the map. No, they're not going to go for it. Pauly has gotten control of C site. He immediately gives the signal to rotate over. So that should easily be a spike plant here for Elysium. It's going to be right under the wire as they just get onto the site. With less than 10 seconds left, but the spike will go down. The response on its way from FYB, and now the retake is on for the team in the lead. Let's see if they can do it. It's the 3v4.
Yeah, they have a couple of ultimates. Should they find a kill or a dead body on the neural theft? No, they're going to find the wall bang instead. Wit picks that one up to even the odds here, and I talked about him being one of the top fraggers down towards the bottom in this game, but popping off, to say the least, as Get Greedy finds Xeno. Some Omen v Omen action. You show me yours, I'll show you mine. Wit finds another kill. We'll toss out the hot hands, but it's going to split the difference there as Pauly picks one up from downtown. And JP2 going to clutch it out here. Elysium pushing for a 7-5 half. Just underscoring has been a player I've been keeping my eye on throughout the series, just as everybody should have. Now playing the Jet. One more round before the swap, and I am incredibly interested to see how he operates with that operator. Sorry to do that to you guys, but how he wields that operator on defense. This guy has been so insane. We saw him do it in maps previous. Now, what Haven brings to the table is so many different angles that he can peek. We've seen Jets peek C long. We've seen so many aggressive plays. We've seen so many different angles. So on defense, I'm looking at him. But FYB looking to make sure that when they go on attack, it's going to be 8-4 as they find 2 quick kills. The spike is down, and now not only do the defenders have to play retake in some of these games, but the attackers, they need to find a way to retake that spike as 3 members are holding long. Fortunately, the smokes are theirs. Harmful finds a kill on the lurker up towards mid, and in a 2v5, make it a 1v4 as Wit will find the last kill onto just underscoring. So 8-4 the half. FYB on top, now going into attack. And like I said, Elysium, I'm interested to see their defense.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is Haven, really the only attack-sided map in the pool right now. And not by much, to be clear. When you look at the statistics for most levels of play, the round win percentages for Split, Bind, and Ascent sit around 52 to 54% win percentages for defense. Haven is about 50.5% towards attack. So it is attack favored, but only slightly, not as significant as the other maps. So it was important for Elysium to have a good first half, but you never know. Honestly, teams still tend to be stronger on defense more often than not. It's just kind of a trend that we seem to see in these tournaments. So Elysium definitely going to need to have a big half. You hope to have more rounds to start things off. Not quite enough there as Rossi and Wit each going to get one. Get Greedy was able to grab one before he was knocked down. Numbers in favor of FYB as they look to pressure on this A site. They're kind of second guessing it though. They've got the opening frags. They're considering a rotation, but they may just bait out the rotation here. We'll have to see. Can Wick get one here? He's going to go for one. He does get damage onto just under scoring, but won't be able to finish it off. And Elysium still holding on this A site. FYB considering going back. Now it's the 2v2 as Pauly takes one down.
Yeah, and this is just textbook peeking, right? It's just trading kill for kill across the board. If you do damage to one, your teammate's able to pick up the rest on that. So, and right now, if you're Wit, you're probably kicking yourself in the butt for having the frenzy because you hit that clean headshot, but it doesn't do enough damage at really any range, I think, unless you're right on
30
top of
seconds
somebody to be able to pick up that kill. So it feels bad as the spike is creeping towards A. Pauly is up in heaven and maybe gets spotted out there by Segoy. He's going to play this tight angle in heaven. Look for the kill. He does pick up the headshot. Now it's a 2v1. The rotation will be coming through from Kairos as that spike is going to be planted. Maybe looking for the fake. Not going to opt into the fake. It's Pauly with the 3K. The spike doesn't even get planted, and it's Elysium picking up the pistol round.
Yeah, running out of time. No real option there for Harmful. I mean, you can go for the fake defuse, but you're still going to lose the round. So it seemed like he was just hoping to get the plant money, maybe see if he could trade a kill afterwards. But don't hate the decision there. And I like the option to go to A site, right? They kind of had control of B. But I like the choice from FYB because they were hoping that the case was where those two players were split on opposite sides of the map, and they were hoping to isolate one, maybe get that kill, and set themselves up for that 2v1 advantage with the spike down. Sadly, they weren't able to take out the Sova, and it meant that the Sova was able to take two separate 1v1s and win those. But the thought process I thought was really good from FYB. But Elysium back on the board here. Again, now down by 3, not an insurmountable deficit whatsoever as we have hit a technical pause here, folks. So we're going to come back to check out Tanner and I as we look to continue this grand final. But Elysium, they've gotten the pistol in the second half, hoping to string it into a second round here, close the gap to 2, and then things get really interesting. We get to our gun rounds, and the rubber meets the road in this grand final as we're on the home stretch.
Yeah, and if you take a look at the scoreboard there before the pause, you see it's a couple of rounds traded, and then it's all FYB, right? You see it 4 in a row, and then 1 for 1 for 1 for 1 for 1 for 1 across the board. So if you don't drop 4 rounds in a row, you're looking to be in a better spot if you are Elysium. One thing that I was keeping my eye on to see, I think FYB may be feeling the pressure a little bit. Granted, they are still ahead, but they don't opt into a force buy like we've seen these teams do in both of the maps. I think almost on every single start of the half. If they lose it, they still go for the force buy. As Pauly going to get taken down the close angle from Wit. Nice right click will find the kill. That's going to be a Spectre in the hands of their Phoenix, who has had pop-off moments more than once as JP2 gets a little bit of damage. Kairos finally trying to work his way up the scoreboard there. Was sitting down at the bottom with only 2 frags. Will pick up 50% of his frags in this round thus far with that 1 kill. The odds have been even, but the guns are still in favor of Elysium. And as I say that, Harmful goes down as well.
Yeah, not electing for the Viper or Killjoy on this map, instead onto the Breach, and hasn't been quite as effective as JP2 holding up in heaven is able to catch out Segoy.
30
And
seconds
that was
left.
the spike carrier. He's going to be smoked off here, but at least got some information with the recon dart. Spike going down next to the boxes here, and it's low health for Rossi. So if he gets caught by anything, he is done. JP2 may elect for the spray. He's going to spot him on the cam, then jumps down. The aftershock. There's Kairos with the 3K, and Elysium going to close this gap within 2.
Yeah, and I want to see more aftershock kills. I don't think we ever get to see it. I think we saw one last week, maybe, or the week prior. It rarely happens, but it's just so cool. That ability to me is one of the best looking, and obviously Kairos wanting to work his way up the ladder. He did pick up a few kills in that round, right? I said he was sitting at two kills. He picks up 3 there to help win the round. But buying in that second round. Now, this is something that I've been battling with, right? There's some weeks where I feel like, yes, in pistol round, buy after your pistol and just win the next round for sure, 90% of the time. but it also puts you in this weird situation to where now I've been leaning a little more towards, hey, maybe half buy, maybe only some of your teammates buy or some members of your team buy. That way, going into the third round, you're not sitting on these dainty guns. You're not sitting on the SMGs to the ARs that FYB now have in their hands, which is exactly what Elysium have going on for themselves. Kairos inside mid is going to choose not to fault line over towards this C site. Instead, was looking to hold an angle. But now Elysium looking to just play full retake here on this C site as that spike has been planted.
Yeah, it certainly depends on how you played the first round, what your buys were, but I'm a big fan of the Ghost or the Sheriff buy in that second round after taking the pistol. Certainly an option, and then gives you the flexibility going into the third round. But numbers advantage here for Elysium. Things evened up, but just under scoring with a great push. He's got the 3K right now, looking really clean. Get greedy, gonna take out Zeno. C-Long gonna get smoked off here. Just under scoring, gonna look for the stick. Segoy able to take out Pauly. But they actually don't, I don't think they have the angle to take out the Jet. Just underscore able to stick the defuse. And that is an 8-7 game. So things are looking really scary in the first half for Elysium, but they have brought things back. And now we are a round away from a tie. It's going to be a save from FYB, full buy from Elysium. And Elysium set up to grab a tie in this game at 8.
Yeah, and this is what I was saying. Maybe FYB feeling the pressure a little bit. They're feeling it now, Mr. Krabs, is we would typically see them opt into forcing and trying to do something crazy in these save rounds to catch Elysium off guard. But instead, they just go right into that save. They give away the second round after pistol on a save, and they're giving away this fourth round of this half here with another save coming through. It is Sheriffs, so they still have opportunities to click some heads, pop some grapes, and find some guns for themselves. As Pauly barely spots one out there on the end. It's going to look to drop the shock darts down onto Harmful. Not going to find anything just yet. Still needs to be careful, though, right? Wary of the Sheriff purchase coming through. If not the Sheriff, possibly even guns as a whole. As Harmful is actually going to spot him out and take him down. The barrel is too long for the Vandal there and gives Pauly's position away. GP2 trades it back, but it's a great start to hurting the economy here of FYB as now everybody else just starts to fall.
Yeah, get greedy with the 3K right now, looking really solid. It's now just the opposing Omen left alive here, and Zeno is going to get dropped there by Kairos, catches him leaving Garage, and we are all knotted up, and specifically Elysium only dropping one player there. Their eco looking really solid right now. Meanwhile, Elysium, with everybody full buying, the highest cash they're going to have here appears to be about 1,100 in their pockets. Wit, depending on what utility he needs, could be sitting on about 1,500. He's going to buy an operator with light shields. Okay, Wit, I'm on board. It's the offensive operator here on Haven. Let's see what he can do with it.
And unfortunately, they're going to opt into going towards C, and there is nobody there. I think they were hoping to find maybe that operator peeking down long from just under scoring. They don't get that. They're not granted that wish. And the run it back was used. So outside of finding out that this site is completely opened and available, it looks like Elysium are A-okay with playing this retake, especially because they'll have an operator of their own to try and battle back. But Wit is actually taking a step back. So Pauly finds an initial kill, but Wit is still hanging out towards long with that operator, watching the flank here. So I'm interested to see how this Phoenix, if he can pull this off. Is Segoy able to find another kill for his team? Harmful gets one, Zeno gets one, and it's everybody on the board here for FYB thus far, trying to find some more. Harmful will find a 2K, so it's not going to be a team ace to follow, but it's all up to the team captain from Elysium in a 1v3.
Yeah, Pauly in trouble here. He's going to push out of the smoke with a Vandal. He's going to see one, watches him leave the site, but he turns his back to the Sova, and that's an easy kill there for Segoy. Didn't check all of his corners. And that means that Pauly goes down and FYB will hold on to their lead.
And hindsight is always 2020.
Yeah.
But it definitely could have been, you see one pushing towards the window, back towards the defender's spawn, and you're free to just ride that wall up towards logs, right? That's a standard position that people play. I don't think you get spotted from the tall box just down the corridor there by long. No reason to peek out wide towards long, even if you know somebody is there. Obviously, clearing your angles on site is one of the ways to go. And if you pick up that one kill, you can almost assume to be pushed back from CT, right? You expect that the Omen will come right on back down. But unfortunately, Pauly falls a little flat on that one, doesn't even opt to get one kill out of the 3, and Elysium find themselves in a deficit yet again. But Pauly playing aggressive in this one. He doesn't get a kill in the last, but he's going to turn things around early here, putting FYB on the back foot early here in round number 18.
Yeah, Pauly able to knock out Wit right off the bat, and Kairos pushes aggressively out of Garage. I love it. Knocks down Harmful. Meanwhile, Rossi has gotten onto the side here with Zeno, but Get Greedy is on the flank, and A main takes them both out. This is the easy defuse. Sugoi nowhere nearby. Elysium going to tie things back up at 9.
And nice round there. Sugoi able to save his gun, just all the way back in spawn, not even wanting to worry about it at that. And I mean, I don't think I've seen this many plays. This has been the tournament of dying with the spike, not planting, and needing to retrieve that spike. We've seen that time and time again, whether it be on site or in awkward areas where it's hard to retrieve that spike. So I mean, today is just, it's a world of firsts for us here on the cast, especially for these Razer tournament series, right? We get to see something new every single time we have new faces, every single time we have new play styles, especially from the returning teams, obviously trying to keep things spicy and mixing things up. As Sugoi is going to spot one, you know it is the breach there, as the flashbang was there as well, and maybe spotting out another, as it is a 2-stack onto C. The recon bolt does spot out Get Greedy, so not able to get away in time, so they know, hey, 2 on the left side of the map, maybe let's creep over to the right, see if we can't find a pick, and then push onto a site.
Yeah, we'll see what they can do here. Sugoi looking to peek out window right now, but going to like to wait as Rossi is considering A, but it seems like they know that just underscoring is there. They're going to back off of the angle, not willing to give the Jet an opportunity to use that operator. They're going to rotate towards C, 2 members on site, 2 members in garage ready for the rotation. So it's only just underscoring on the A side of the map, as that's going to be Blaze going down. Will block off the sideline at least momentarily for Get Greedy, but he could see over top. Kairos going to get one of his own. Zeno able to trade back Kairos, but it's the 2-for-1 as Pauly takes out Harmful. 4v2 in favor of Elysium. They're looking to take their first lead since the pistol round. JP2 knocks down Zeno. It is just Sugoi left. He's blocked off by the smoke. There's not enough time left, and this is what bit FYB a lot in their first map. And we'll see. Does it come back to punish them here once again? Sugoi gonna get one, but Get Greedy able to finish it off. Elysium take the lead at 10-9.
Yeah, and like you said, since the pistol round, Elysium trying to claw back in here. 4 rounds, then dropping 1, but it does seem like after picking up the last 2, they have gotten a solid foothold on defense. And FYB, I don't think these guys give up just yet, but double digits for Elysium reaching that first. And I guess not historically, because game number 2 really could have gone either way had Elysium, not dropped a few rounds. But the team that's reaching double digits first is typically the team that is winning. It doesn't always mean that they just close out. There's still a whole lot of opportunity for FYB to bring this one back in. But from here on out, it's going to be very, very hard, although Sugoi did a solid effort at hurting the economy, but it's going to be very hard to hurt this economy of Elysium. As you see, 2 members are still sitting above 5,000 credits of their own. As now that spike creeps on over towards this A site, the cyber cages will go up and act as smokes, but it is going to allow Harmful to creep on up. Made it all the way up A long, looking to just lurk here, try and cut anything out, but Get Greedy is going to cut everybody down here, just underscoring. We'll end up finding Harmful on the flank, and now it's only 2 members remaining here. Rossi trying to do what he can. Zeno in his back pocket. They are going to put that spike down, and it looks like they're just playing for frags at this point.
Yeah, this map seemingly falling apart right in front of FYB's eyes. They looked so good in the first half. They had that 8-4 lead, and it seemed like Elysium was just completely out of sorts, but they've settled down in this second half. It's a flawless round here from Elysium as JP2 finishes off that last frag. They're now to 11. And this might be it. I mean, there's still an opening for FYB to come back here to tie things back up. But with the way things are trending, it's 3 rounds in a row for Elysium, 7 of the 8 rounds in this second half over to Elysium. And now they're looking to push to map point right now. They keep this train rolling. They will get a back-to-back title here in the Razer Tournament Series. They'll be getting some keyboards and the big cut of that $1,000 prize pool.
And you said it, they're working on the Exodia of Razer products and winning these tournaments out. The winning team obviously getting the better half or the larger half of the $1,000 prize pool, as well as the Razer Black Widow V3 Pro wireless headset is just underscoring. Looking to secure that keyboard. He wants to hear those clicky keys coming on through. And we'll see if he finds another one. Harmful creeping up. Is going to get taken down. I thought it was going to be a leg shot, but no, it is in the body. It is going to be a kill, and it is definitely going to hurt FYB. Down 2 members as they try and take this A site. That spike is on long. 2 remaining members up towards short. Just underscoring finds 3. Wit's going to trade it back. Now JP2, they know exactly where Wit is at. Then they force him away. But that spike, again, has been dropped in an awkward position. That op shot goes wide. JP2 pulls out the Sheriff. There's the paranoia. Going to blind Wit up. And JP2 will take him down. It is now match point here for Elysium. And these guys, they've got their number. FYB, unfortunately, it's going to be a very, very tall order to take us into overtime with the economy that they've got.
I mean, that's got to be it. Elysium in such a great spot here. FYB not even able to full buy, right? We've got rifles across the board, but only 2 full shields, 2 light shields. Wit with nothing. And just underscoring's back on the operator. They've got plenty of cash. I mean, Elysium can full buy the rest of the half. They could full buy in all 3 of these rounds. So they are not in any sort of trouble whatsoever. They've guaranteed at least overtime here. And I would be surprised if we play another round. This should be it. Just underscoring, putting on a clinic with the operator in the previous round. His team coming to back him up after he died. That's going to be one shot to end the run it back. The push is on its way. It's very aggressive here from FYB. They want this A site. Just underscoring, going to pull back for now. Playing slow. JP2 with the opening frag on Azino. He's going to get a second on a Rossi. Ooh, Segoy able to take out JP2 as just underscoring barely misses on that first shot. That's the double updraft. The Blade Storm from downtown onto Wit. And it's just Segoy left. The hopes of FYB rest on the shoulders of this Sova player. He's got the spike, but it's a 1v4. Just underscoring's got an op. He's got a Blade Storm, and this should be it. Elysium looking to become back-to-back champions.
And no better time to do it in the Razer Tournament Series, but no better time to clutch up for Segoy. He has the Hunter's Fury. He has some time to work with, and I think he's trying to bait a rotation off of this A site. The paranoia goes down. They're going to push. The Blade Storm is still there. It's just underscoring. Who better to do it? Who better to close it out than just underscoring there? Elysium, your champions again, but it was not easy. FYB gave them a run for their money.
Yeah, I mean, that is one of the closest grand finals we have had. Every game was tight at different points, and it was really looking scary in that first half, right? You know, we saw FYB really turn things around on the second map, and then they came into the first half of the third. It was like, dang, are they just going to carry all of the momentum from that second map and push it through to a victory? Thankfully, Elysium was able to settle down at halftime and pull it out for a win. As we check out the replays here, it was quite a grand final, and this one started off with an ace. The pistol round ace from Rossi on the third map was certainly a good sign for FYB. Sadly, they didn't follow up on the start from their cipher here as JP2 we saw with some great peaks. This was just underscoring, trying to clutch this 1v2, and sadly gets flanked, and his smoke disperses, and this is an easy pickup for Zeno.
Yeah, that was a rough one. I mean, either way, it worked out in the end here, but the replays you see in the first few rounds just coming in huge. This one, just round number 6, when Rossi just popping off so many times. Rossi and Segoy were in each other's back pocket, finding kill after kill, and then just underscoring. This guy, you put an operator in his hands. This is what I talked about. The operator on defense, this guy is going to come in huge. And in this round, in the final round, right there against Harmful, who's been one of the top fraggers, when your duelists start to fall, that feels horrible. It makes it incredibly difficult to get in onto these sites.
Yeah, definitely a very fun one. And I saw someone in chat, Fushigi 25. Excuse me, I thought this map was attack sided. And statistically, it technically is barely. It is the slimmest of margins, but in those larger sample sizes, it technically pans out to be attack sided. But you honestly never know, especially when you come into these team environments. When you get the tendencies of these teams, some teams are stronger on certain maps, you're stronger on certain sides. Things change up, so you never quite know. Tanner, as we get ready to close out, any final thoughts on the day?
Yeah, I think so. For the statistics alone, I think kind of knowing when, whether that's solo queue or pros, obviously you see how it can go back and forth, and you can also match up, different teams playing against other teams, right? If you flip those brackets, maybe Elysium on the top side and FYB on the bottom side, we don't see those teams in finals. So those statistics can also be a little tricky. And 72% of statistics are made up anyway. So, but yeah, no, a fantastic day of Valorant as a whole, right? We're here to make Mondays better, and how better to do it than go to a game 3 of the grand finals, taking us into deep waters, deep rounds. Hats off to Elysium for sure. And then again, make sure you guys are jumping into that giveaway, because now is the time that we do roll. So ! giveaway. Also click on that link to Twitter, because there's another one going on from Esports Arena for that keyboard as well. So a fantastic day, and we got another week of this. So I'm hoping for another 25 plus teams and some more Valorant action with you, Yeso.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to it as well. Quick final business here before we close out today, guys. If you love what we're doing, you want to continue to support us, keep tabs on what we've got going on, check us out on all our socials. We're on Twitter and Instagram at Esports Arena, Facebook.com/Esports Arena USA. Follow and subscribe to us here on Twitch. Check us out at our fantastic and newly revamped website at esportsarena.com. Search us up on YouTube for all kinds of VODs and highlights if you missed any of the action. And make sure to tune in next week. We will be live here once again next Monday at 5 p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Eastern with the 3rd week of the Razer Tournament Series. And if you want to sign up, hit ! Sign up in Twitch chat. We'll give you the link to join in on all of the fun. It's been a blast, folks. For myself, Tanner, the entire live broadcast team, everybody at Esports Arena, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you to our sponsor, Razer, and we will see you guys again next time.
One shot, now the future is yours. Verses coming daily under pressure. Working on applying the scheme. The true side trademark is at the edge of your dreams. Yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. The memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. With the bars and the breaks, I'm talking one chance that was so close for the goal. It's one shot, now the future is yours. Go!